Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you live. You're watching twitch.tv/Rocket League. We are live from Burbank, California with the Rocket League Championship Series. My name is Alex Axel Toss Rodriguez. Very happy to be joined by Gibbs, of course, and James Bott. How are you gentlemen doing? Yesterday was a bit of a doozy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great day yesterday, and today, I don't need coffee because it's Europe time.
Yeah.
Europe is action-packed.
It is the best way to start your morning over here in this neck of the woods. Excited for some great Rocket League. We saw the NA games yesterday, full of surprises and a lot of really crazy results.
Yep.
Of course, today is all about Europe, and I want to say, guys, in the Twitch chat, why don't you tell us where you're from? Tell us where you're from in the Twitch chat, and then maybe people are from the same places, and you can make some friends. Of course, we're all about social here. Get on Twitter, get on all the social medias, tell people this is going on, because you're not going to find better Rocket League anywhere else. This is the Rocket League Championship Series. Again, North America and Europe, we're trying to decide who the top 8 teams, top 4 from each region, are going to be advancing to the live final August 6th and 7th, the Avalon in Hollywood. That's super exciting. But let's talk about some numbers that we've seen throughout the Rocket League Championship Series. Of course, this is the second qualifier, and this is the first week of group stages, but we saw a lot of Rocket League action in the last qualifier. 321 games, 1,449 goals scored, 26.75 hours played, 1,605 minutes played. And the online finals, 202 goals, 149 assists, 385 saves, 729 shots. Rocket League Championship Series essentially open to anyone who makes a team of 3, and logically, when you're going from thousands of teams to 4, you're gonna have a lot of Rocket League action. Of course, we got to talk about the format. This is the group stages. 8 teams are going to be involved in North America, 8 teams in Europe. Of course, today is Europe. It's an 8-team round robin. Everyone's going to play everyone. And the most important thing here, and we ran into this a lot yesterday, obviously, every game counts. Each game win is worth a point. It's a series of 5 games. Just because a team gets 3 wins doesn't mean we're going to stop everything. We're going to keep going. We're going to play all 5 games. Every single game counts. We've seen teams like go up 4-0 and then one team comes back and gets one. We've seen situations like that. And again, this is for a spot at the live final, so every single point counts. So look out for these guys to be playing their best the entire day, no matter what they're standing in the standings. So of course, let's take a look at the arena selection here. You guys have any commentary to provide about these maps here?
Yeah,
Same as yesterday.
Wasteland, Europe doesn't like sand in their exhaust pipes, but there's 4 new teams in this group compared to last time. Maybe we'll see it a couple times.
Yeah, you said it, 4 new teams. We haven't seen a lot of them on these big stages yet, but we're here. We're gonna see it, we're gonna learn. We saw Wasteland once yesterday in NA, so yeah, players not generally liking to pick that map.
And speaking of yesterday, for those of you who missed it, definitely check out the VODs, twitch.tv/Rocket League. But let's take a look at the standings to see how things finished up. Of course, this is just after one weekend. That's very important to note. This is just half the standings, so there's still some things to be done. Now, going into yesterday, Cosmic, we were kind of saying, is the powerhouse. They're going to do really well. Genesis, I think, is the big story. I guess it makes kind of a little bit of sense there at the top there. Guys, what do you think about how these standings ended up after the first weekend for North America?
Crazy how close it is. 6 teams all within 1 game of first place. Absolutely insane. The Cosmic, they only lost 6 times in the entire Group 1. They already have 9 losses this time. Just shows that NA is catching up to each other.
Yeah, and Genesis, the #1 team there on the standings right now, currently tied with Kings of Urban. Their strength of schedule was a little bit easier.
Right.
So going into week 2, they're going to have a much harder time. But yeah, you see Genesis, Retrospect, Exodus, those teams in a 3-way race trying to get 2 spots. One of them is going to lose out and not make it to that international final.
If you guys were to point to one of the matches yesterday, for if anyone missed yesterday, which one would you kind of point to? A must watch.
Must watch, probably Cosmic versus Exodus.
Yeah.
That was the first time Cosmic has lost in the groups. And the Exodus looked really well in the Kings of Urban series as well. So they're a team to look out for.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. That was a blast to watch, and seeing Cosmic lose for the first time in RLCS, that was a big moment. Yep. So Exodus, a team to watch moving forward.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Of course, the next broadcast for North America is next Saturday. We'll be live at noon at this channel, twitch.tv/Rocket League. Give us a follow, subscribe, do all that good stuff. Now let's take a look at where the European standings are at. That's the purpose for today, of course. We're getting through the first half of the group stages for the Europeans. And this is how it panned out after the first qualifier.
Really, it's you see 4 teams here are not in it anymore. Kapow solid. Precision Z, zero effort. They all got knocked out, aren't even in the group stages. That leaves Flipside, Weedem Girls, Mockit EU, and the Flying Dutchman in a fantastic position to lock up those 4 international final spots. Really, the storyline moving into today is, can the Flying Dutchman make sure to secure their spot? If they finish in the top 4, it's all guaranteed for them moving forward. Supersonic Avengers, though, is that sleeper who everyone thought they were going to get into the first group stages, and they didn't. But now they do have the ability and the skill to potentially finish number 1 or number 2, which would put pressure on the Flying Dutchman to finish well.
Plus, it just shows how good the top 3 in Europe are. Because, like you see, there's 4 brand new teams in the top 8 now for groups. Europe, like the top 20, any of them probably could have made this groups, but that top 3, Mockit EU, Flipside, and Weedem Girls, they show week in and week out that they know how to win.
There's still an open door, a very big open door for any of these teams to really show up and play their hardest and get a lot of points. Let's take a look at the points that these teams will be receiving after the group stages for Europe conclude. Now, it's the same for North America. This is weighted much higher. Qualifier 2, you're getting more points for playing better than Qualifier 1, so still a chance for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, placement really matters in this. A second place is worth more than first place in Group 1. So we're going to see those teams like Supersonic Avengers where they need a ton of points. They're probably going to have to come in first or second to have a chance at the LAN.
Yeah, and really, every team that made it in, all of those 4 new teams are in the same spot as Supersonic Avengers. So if we're going to see a team outside of that established top 4 moving into this weekend, they're going to have to make that number 1 or number 2 finish. And just making it into the playoffs is the first step. Finishing top 4 doesn't guarantee you anything. There's an online finals after this, and that's where we're going to find out who finishes number 1, 2, 3, 4.
Of course, we have a ton of games for you guys today. It is a round robin. It's 8 teams. Every team is playing each other. As much as we would love to stay here for 30 or so hours to commentate every single game, and as much as the players would like to do that, unfortunately, that's not that possible right now. So we are going to be broadcasting a select few games. There will be some games that will be happening off screen. Let's take a look at the schedule that we have in store. Here's the first 4 matches. Gibbs, I want to go to your first. Any particular match that sticks out to you here?
Yeah, Flying Dutchman versus Mockit EU. Like we keep talking about, Flying Dutchman need that 4th spot to guarantee a LAN. This is where they start. Like Mockit EU hasn't been playing as well as they have before, so we'll see if Flying Dutchman can take this series and really show that, hey, Supersonic Avengers, it's going to be a tough road for you to beat us.
All right, moving on to the next 4 matches here. James Bott, I got to ask, Supersonic Avengers, Weedem Girls, that one kind of sticks out to me.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's the one I was going to bring up as well. Supersonic Avengers, they have to place very well. They've got to get in that top 4, and this will be a very testing series for them going up against Weedem Girls. That's a team that they've historically had big trouble with. So if they can come through and clutch that series and get 3 or 4 points, that would be huge for them moving forward.
Of course, that will be the 4th game that we see on stream today. Moving on further into the schedule, and again, we'll be updating you guys as the stream goes along. Gibbs, any particular match that sticks out to you here?
Probably Flipside Tactics and Supersonic Avengers. Like as you said, like Supersonic Avengers needs to finish top 2, and they're playing both the top 2 this weekend, so we're going to see if they have a chance at it. But Flipside Tactics, they're the reigning champions. They're the team to beat, and Supersonic Avengers, like we talked with Doomsy before this week, he said we fear them the most, so we'll see how they play.
Finally, the last 4 matches on our schedule. James Bott, which one of these is a must-watch?
I would say Mockit EU versus Flipside Tactics. We saw Flipside go up against Mockit and absolutely trounce them in the online finals. So everyone thought that was going to be a close game. Mockit has that new roster with Turbo instead of Mystic. Can Mockit EU come out and make a statement, or will Flipside continue their reign of dominance?
Cool, so there's your schedule, guys. Again, we're going to be broadcasting all day long here at twitch.tv/Rocket League, but there will be some games that won't be streamed, but we'll keep you guys updated as the day goes along. Now, the first match of the day is going to be Aeriality versus Comrade Gaming. Let's take a look at the rosters for these 2 teams. Gibbs, what are the players to watch in this matchup?
Yeah, the Comrade was the surprise team winning in the winner's bracket to make it into the groups. But we got like Ginger Ninja, he's subbing in for OSP, so we'll see if he can click with his teammates and make something work here.
Absolutely, and then looking over at Aeriality, K-Dop, the player to watch. Really, we saw him when they were getting in and then qualified. K-Dop came up huge for Aeriality. So keep your eye on him on their side.
Both these teams are relatively new to the Rocket League Championship Series, having not acquired any points from Week 1, so they do have clean slates. And they can basically decide today to play the best Rocket League of their lives and somehow end up in the top 4, right? That's going to be the goal for them. But I think without any further ado, we're about ready to get into the game. But before we go to our commentators, I want to get some predictions from you guys. Gibbs, James, Spot, how do you think this first match is going to go?
So the Power Ranking Committee actually has these guys neck and neck, 12 and 13, Comrade at 12. I think Comrade might be a little bit better than what the Power Ranking guys are saying. I'm going to give a 4-1 to Comrade in this set.
Wow. I will say 3-2 in favor of Aeriality on the shoulders of K-Dop. Watch for him to come up big.
All right, thanks guys for your predictions. And now it is time. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Rocket League Championship Series. The matches are going to start right now. First up is going to be Comrade versus Aeriality, presented by Wave and Lawler. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Axeltoss. I'm Wavepunk, joined by Lawler here on the desk. For this first game, we have kind of a wild card match. Aeriality, Comrade Gaming, two teams we have not seen in the RLCS group stages up until this point. I'm excited to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, the beauty of this is with 4 teams dropping out, these teams really have a chance to make a name for themselves, not only through their play, but also in general. Like, come out, play strong, and show that you belong here. And that's exactly what these teams need to do from the back. I mean, some of these teams have been kind of untried yet because a couple of them didn't actually have to play a top 10 team to get in.
Sure.
And this is the opportunity for them to start taking those games off and proving, like, we belong here, we're going to send a message, and that's what you want.
Absolutely, yeah. We have Aeriality with K-Dop, Continuum, and Pixel. Comrade is going to switch things up. They had OSP in the qualifier. They're going to be playing Ninja today. We'll see how that change affects the game.
Yeah, when you have a sub, the problem that it can perceive is that when you have someone you're so used to playing with over and over again, and we saw that with Doomsy when SA didn't make it into the first groups, is because they, for some reason, said, okay, you know what, our sub's playing really well, let's stick with that. And it's a risk they took. Clearly, Doomsy's the correct choice. Yeah. Maybe Ninja's the correct choice. We just don't know.
We'll see what happens as we move forward. The desk is pretty biased towards Comrade Gaming on this one. You got any thoughts on what Aeriality needs to bring to the table to take it to Comrade?
Man, K-Dop has to step up like he did in the previous week, but Continuum needs to continue with what he did as well. He was a very good support player. He came up very strong in those first sets, and if he can do that and give him a support player role where he's going to be there for the passes or be there on defense when they need it, they might be able to keep this a lot closer than I think what Gibbs predicted.
And so, and on the flip side, who's your player to watch on Comrade as they go up against Aeriality?
Man, you look at all of them. Illumination gets a lot of credit. He's kind of their captain, their go-to guy. But expect Jukesy to play some of his own jukes. Like, he's been doing some really well touch. Like, he plays the touch inside really, really well. And you saw him make some plays, but if he can keep that up, it's going to be a whole different story.
We'll be getting into match number 1, game number 1 on DFH Stadium. We will have Comrade Gaming in the orange with Aeriality in the blue. And who's your first player to jump on board with?
I'm going to sit in back with Continuum. With him playing that back roll, immediately rotating for boost, let's see what he can make from it.
Pretty neutral kickoff here in game number 1. Continuum's going to pick it up off the wall, push it over in Lunation's territory. And the ball going to be moving back onto the blue. Aeriality trying to counter it. Pixel up on the wall, sets it down in front of the box with a shot on net, but a great block from Jukes. He keeps it out.
Yeah, early defense showing up strong here from Jukesy, but look at this rotation back onto offense, immediately trying to transfer this, and the shot coming out from Lunation!
Oh my goodness, what an angle he got on that one, playing it off the backboard to himself.
Man, you look at this shot going up and following through, feathering that boost to make sure he has just enough to get another touch, and plays the complete opposite side of the net. What a difficult shot to save.
Amazing plays coming out here early on. We're going to have Aeriality up by 1. Or excuse me, I have Comrade Gaming up by 1. Comrade Gaming in the orange, Aeriality in the blue. Nice stop from Pixel, but he doesn't get the clear. Lunation punishes 2 for Comrade.
Very, very well said there, Wave. With him coming up in this shot, Pixel needs to either play that far to the side or at least have some sort of clear, and that settling right in front of the net makes an easy goal for Lunation.
Very, very quick goals right off the bat here. We're not even out of the first minute. We already have Comrade up by 2. We'll see how Aeriality is able to respond. Pixel coming up over the top, able to push it into Comrade's box, but a great clear from Lunation sends that one all the way down to the other side of the field. Good touch from K-Dop. Going to put this one around the corner. Ball still in the corner. Continuum comes out from goal. Gets it past Jukesy and try and push this one out. Pixel on the rotation. No one in goal. Ninja able to put a third one on the board for Comrade.
Defensive breakdown there. You saw Pixel. You tried to tap it past one and it got stuffed in that 50-50. He was going to rotate back into net, but Ninja coming up strong and beating them to the punch.
Great plays coming out from Comrade early on. Aeriality needs to get their stuff together and try to mount a comeback here. This is going to be a nice blowout in game number 1. There's a nice shot from K-Dop. Here's the beginning. No one in goal for Comrade. And there's the first point for Aeriality.
And expect to see a lot of back and forth between these two teams. But K-Dop getting up early and first for that. And good placement on the net. Juxi looked like he wanted to contest it, but just caught himself in a bad place and drops down and lets a goal in.
Yep, looks like they didn't leave anyone in goal off a kickoff. Left it wide open there. There's the first point for Aeriality. We'll see if they can continue on the coattails of that momentum. They've got the ball over in Comrade territory. Continuing carrying this one off the wall. He's got an opportunity to get it over the top, but Lou Nation shuts that one down. Now Jinja Ninja going to push this one up. A great shot there. It's going to fall just under the crossbar. Great accuracy from Jinja Ninja there.
Just getting this read out. You see Lou Nation taking a shot here. Pixel comes up, takes a soft touch inside, but waiting for it is Jinja Ninja, and then winning that 50-50 into the back of the net. Great clear, but even better when it's on net.
This Comrade Gaming squad has been very, very aggressive early on in Game 1. They've been able to punish every mistake from Aeriality. Pixel setting this one up, going to be able to push it over into Comrade territory. Juxi's going to get the ball, but the nice shot from Pixel keeps it in the orange side. Now K-Dot pushing this one around the corner and put it off the backboard, pops it out to middle. There's the shot from Continuum. He gets it on. It's halfway in. Who's going to get there first? It's Pixel, and he gets a second point.
Despite not making that goal, that placement was absolutely beautiful. Ball coming up and putting that in the very top right corner. 2 players going up to try and save it, and that's what leaves that net open. Eventually the rotation coming in from Aeriality to put this game within 2 goals.
3:34 left to play. Already 6 goals on the board. Such a shootout between these two teams. The ball going to move towards Pixel, who passes up to Continuum. Gets the ball into Comrade territory. Ball still remaining very neutral right now. No one really going to be able to push it into either side. Now Juxi's going to send that one all the way onto net. No one there. 2 players were back, but they couldn't get it to it.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened there. Pixel actually gets a bump on Jinja, but Juxi the first one to get to it, pushes it down. And Continuum, I don't think he wanted to go up on that wall. Kind of caught him off guard.
Right.
But trying to flip toward last-ditch effort, just not coming through.
Well, Comrade, they have had a number of shots now from kind of the midfield, some screamers straight towards the goal, which will really catch your defense off guard. When the ball's up at midfield, you're like, I got some time, but not going to happen. There's another one from Lou Nation. He sets it up, and the finish from Jinja Ninja makes it 6-2.
Man, this pressure coming out from Comrade is relentless. Ball coming up, another player immediately following up, and even if he didn't, Juxi was up there too for it. Luckily for them, Jinja's able to kind of rotate in and make that third touch, but that's where Aeriality really needs to strike. They had 2 players up, and that could be a quick defensive breakdown. They just need to get to it first.
Yeah, we're not seeing many people being left back in a really strong defensive position for Aeriality, and they've been punished hard right now. They're down by 4 with 3 minutes left in the game. Now Juxi with ball control and try and get it past all the goalies. Sends it onto the far wall. Is going to bounce off. Lou Nation keeps it on the far wall. Continuum set up in goal. He's actually a little bit farther up than he wants to be. He's not going to be able to get the touch, but K-Dop in the corner is able to clear it away.
Even with the soft clear there, that actually went way farther than I expected, and expected somebody in the middle to hit that back in.
Right.
But a big high clear like that is exactly what you want to buy yourself some time.
There's some good pressure from Aeriality. They managed to draw out all 3 goalies, but they couldn't get a shot on the net. Continuum sends that one towards his own goal. K-Dop and Pixel kind of have to tackle that one and keep it out. Now Continuum in net is going to try and play that one. Pixel gets the Spider-Man clear on the rotation, puts it over into the corner. Lou Nation picks it up. K-Dop's going to take it from him on the wall and send it back down, but Jinja Ninja's there. Some good solid offensive rotations coming out from Comrade Gaming right now. And a nice shot from Juxi, but Continuum able to save that one in goal and clear it out.
Juxi getting up really, really fast with that one, using and taking advantage of a double air. He jumps and then boosts and jumps again straight up to make sure he's getting as much elevation as possible to get that shot.
And Comrade is winning all the 1v1s on the wall right now. 2 minutes left to go, and they are still continuing to create this pressure. Aeriality needs 4 to force any sort of, to make any sort of comeback right now. They got to start mounting that right now. There's the pressure continuing from Comrade Gaming. I see Jinja Ninja keeping this one over in Continuum's half. There's the shot out. Finally a good clear coming out for Aeriality. The ball's going to go onto the back wall. There's K-Dop sending that one towards the net. Jinja Ninja able to get the block. Pixel comes into pressure. Doesn't get the ball he was looking for. He's going to try and continue to create a shot, though.
That clears exactly what I was talking about. He put it into the corner. That's something that we needed to see Pixel do on the other side. When he placed it soft in front of the net and they punished it, that's going to be the difference, is those soft little touches to the corner make it so much more difficult to put a shot in.
Lou Nation sets that one up for Juxi, who takes the shot. Continuum reads it and is able to block it out. 1:24 left to go. Still down by 4. Continuum clears it into the corner. Now Pixel bumps Continuum. They did not get the rotation they were hoping for. And Juxi gets a nice shot onto the backboard. We'll see what they're able to do with this one. He puts it into the corner. His teammates will be rotating in. There's Lou Nation, but Continuum takes it and is able to create the transition. Jinja Ninja pops that one out to midfield. We'll see if the goalie comes out. There he is. Pixel sending that one into the corner. Is going to pop out again. Juxi reads it and sends sends it back and forth from this. We have 1 minute remaining. You think they're going to be able to pull off the comeback here?
To be completely honest, I don't think so, and that's okay. You know, 1 game in, they still have plenty of time to get these 4 points. At this point, this is when I would start to think about, all right, what things do we need to do to beat this team?
Right.
So far, pressure's been a big thing for Comrade. Now it's just a matter of can we either A, match it, or B, beat them to the ball.
Continuing putting this one up on the wall. Going to pop that one down to the middle of the field. 36 seconds left in this game. Ginger Ninja has a free shot onto the net. It's going to come off the post. Going to get the follow-up. Might be, but at this point, they don't really need the extra goals. They would just be kind of, extra nails in the coffin to secure the win.
That's not always a bad thing. When you're up ahead, I feel like you should still keep up the pressure. It keeps you in the rotation, your mindset's at the same, and it keeps you in practice. So as soon as the next game starts, you're ready to attack.
You're already warmed up and ready to go. 13 seconds left. This game's all but over. We'll be moving on to game number 2 with Comrade Gaming taking game number 1. Ball up and in their box right now, but as we've already said, the game's already over at this point.
Yeah, these guys coming out very, very quickly, and they are not leaving anything to chance. When you go up this much, I mean, you look at Ginger Ninja, 6 shots on goal. He is showing that as a sub, he is really the one to watch.
Well, we had 8 kickoffs there total, and 5 of the first touches were won by, I think it was Juxi there that is said. And it was just like you were talking about, that aggression to the ball. They're getting to the ball quicker than Aeriality is able to and be able to maintain ball control, and that's just giving them all these opportunities to score these goals.
Yeah, you look at the difference between back and forth. The Comrade's really playing aggressive, and that's okay. When you play that aggressive, eventually, and we see it with like iBuyPower yesterday, they attack very strong.
Absolutely.
But it leaves something in back open, and you see that a couple times. Comrade sends 2 up. That's where Aeriality really needs to contest and make sure they win those to give themselves a chance to get back into it, and that's actually how they got both of their goals.
Yeah, we have 12 shots to 9 shots, a decent amount of aggression coming out on both sides, but still the just overwhelming ball control being maintained by Comrade Gaming. They seem to be just in the blue half just continually that first game.
And that's great. Good contest to Comrade. They're coming out strong, and if they can carry this through, it's going to send them in a very good position, which is where they want to be.
Yeah. We'll be moving on to game number 2 here shortly. Who's a player we want to watch coming into this second game?
I want to see if Ginger Ninja can keep up that pace, because he was lights out.
These guys have been pretty crazy. Game number 2 will be in Beckwith Field, midnight. It's become nighttime very, very quickly here. And yeah, we'll be jumping on board with Ginger Ninja here right off the kickoff. And we'll see what they are able to do here as game number 2 moves forward. Aeriality trying to make the comeback. Juicy's going to send that one over to the side. Very neutral kickoff coming off the wall. Maybe he'll play that one straight towards the net. Lunation in goal. Goes up for the shot, but he's not going to get there. Continuum puts it underneath him. Great comeback from Aeriality right off the start.
Despite that hit from Continuum coming up on the wall, he still has his teammate K-Dop sitting up waiting for a possible hit as well. Luckily, it catches the goalie off guard and it sneaks in. Either way, they should play the ball, not the player.
Yeah, great start for Aeriality here, taking the lead very early on in game number 1. This is what they need to do to counteract the Comrade's aggression. Lunation going to send that one up onto the backboard. Continuum's in goal, but he's very loose. He's finally able to get himself sorted out, but before K-Dop is able to clear that one onto the wall. Now Continuum going to follow it up, misses the touch, and Juxie's able to take it, press it out, but a follow from K-Dop sends it all the way down to the Comrade's corner. Now Ginger Ninja picking up ball control. Try and get this past 1, see if he can get it past a second player here. He tries to mind game out Continuum, but Continuum gets the touch he was looking for. Now Lunation coming around the corner and try and continue to create pressure. Juxie keeps that ball there, but now Continuum picking it up, able to push it up to K-Dop, who's going to pop it over. Goes just a little bit wide. It was a good setup, though.
Yeah, they're doing what they need to. They're playing the field and working as a team. Despite that, you see Ginger Ninja on the other side. He's showing patience with that dribble. All you want is to beat one, and the fact that he was able to beat one and get past another, the mind game did work to the best of his advantage, but they kept possession.
It's like all Aeriality players coming out of the defensive rotation for this one. Going to try and match the aggression from Comrade. Pixel going to demo Juxie there in the corner, buy a little bit of time for his team. There's a drop from Pixel to K-Dop. They're not able to take a shot. Juxie picking this one up. Continuum takes it from him, sends it onto the wall. Ginger Ninja waits for Continuum, but Continuum gets the dunk on him, gets it over the top. Lunation going to play this one up on the wall, try to transition this one back out. Nice pass from the wall to Ginger Ninja. He's got to beat Pixel. Pixel standing up strong, a goal, able to clear it away.
Yeah, Ginger tried to get a touch there, tried to pop it over, but he played it too predictable and easy defensive save for this Aeriality team.
Continuum pops that one up. K-Dop goes up to finish it, but Ginger Ninja gets the touch. Now Pixel continuing to create pressure. It's going onto the net, but Ginger Ninja able to wait that one out. And the ball's going to be able to pop out to the mid. There's a shot from Continuum, but a great save from Juxie in goal, keeping another point from materializing.
Aeriality is coming out so strong in this second game, answering that first game so well. Look how quick their pace has changed. From the difference from the first game, it's like they're playing like Comrade did.
Yeah, it's very, very different game we got going on. 3 minutes. At this point, we already had like 4 goals on the board. There's only 1 at this point. Both teams changing things up right now. Aeriality seeming to have a better grasp on the game at the moment, but we're approaching halftime. There's plenty of time for Comrade to make their way back into this. They're still only down by 1, which is just a tiny score margin in Rocket League. A bunch of back and forth right now as Juxie's able to clear this one up and onto the wall. Want to see Comrade rotating onto the offense. Jinja's going to try and put this one around. Gets it past Continuum, but Pixel in goal again, able to clear it out.
Little bit of Rocket League 101 here, as our friend Carpet likes to say. Wow, these teams with their generalized rotation, you see how they're moving up as a unit. Jinja is up front and there's nobody nearby. They are trusting him to make a play because even if he screws up, there's a player behind him and there's another one in mid ready to pass.
Oh my goodness! Juxie and Jinja Ninja get tangled up on the defense and Pixel punishes.
So I said about spreading out and then they did the opposite thing and it led to a goal. So a key example right there. Spread out, you don't have that happen.
That was very unfortunate for Juxie and Jinja Ninja. They clearly were not quite aware of where each other was. Pixel able to punch that one in, put up Aeriality by 2 in game number 2. Just as we were crossing halftime, K-Dub's got a shot on the goal, but Lunation able to clear that one away. We'll see Continuum continue to create pressure for Aeriality. Lunation now going to try and clear this one out, see if they can get some offense going for Comrade.
Yeah, they need to take an advantageous strike here with the ball in this side. They have to get into it. I mean, we talk about 2 minutes being a lot of time, but with how quick this game has passed, it seems like that 2 minutes may not be enough.
Man, and we're seeing Aeriality really shutting down any offensive transitions from Comrade, which has been very impressive. Finally seeing Juxie get the ball into the blue corner, but Pixel's able to keep that one past Jinja Ninja. Now K-Dub passing back up to Pixel, who puts it onto the back wall. Lunation interrupts that trajectory and puts it back onto the far wall as Continuum continues to try and rotate, continue to create pressure. Now Jinja Ninja going to try and press this one out, gets it up across midfield, but K-Dub shuts it down, sending it back onto the back wall again.
This Aeriality team is answering so well. Like, the ball placement and how fast they're getting up is a complete difference that we saw out of the first game.
Yeah, they really made the adjustments they needed. Pixel and Continuum. Oh my goodness, the fake out there. Can they get in there close when they had a nice screen going? Jinja is able to put that one over to the side, and now we're to see Lunation pushing that one into the corner. K-Dub getting set up in goals. Pixel challenges. Continuum and K-Dub both going for that one. K-Dub realizes Continuum's up and bails, goes back to the ground. Pixel sends it on the far wall. Final minute of gameplay. Comrade needs 2 to force overtime.
Yeah, getting closer and closer to the end of this time, and it doesn't seem like Aeriality is going to be slowing down anytime soon.
Juxie. He's got a setup here. He's got an opportunity onto the corner, but Continuum kind of reads him out and zones him off of the goal. Not able to get there. Pixel's going to challenge for this one. Lunation's already up as well. Jinja is up as well. We're seeing Comrade getting more aggressive. They know that they need 2 at this point. As the seconds wane by, it becomes less and less likely they're going to be able to pull it off. Jinja gets past that one. Now K-Dot putting it out to the center. Juxie gets the block to keep that one away from the finisher on Aeriality. Now they're going to try and press this one around the corner. They have an opportunity. If they can score right now, they might have enough time to pull off the comeback, but at this point, it's looking like Aeriality's got a pretty good grasp on this game.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't get punished there. They sent 2 up in that corner. All they needed is 1 touch, just the rotation not coming through correctly by Jinja Ninja, and it puts them in a dangerous spot. Look at this ball go back and forth between these 2 teams. Like, they're pressuring so well for Aeriality to come up and just completely shut down this team. An answer to come back 2-0 after losing 6-2. That is absolutely huge momentum swing.
Incredible, incredible comeback here from Aeriality. They really, really made the adjustments they needed to and are able to tie up the series here, 1 game apiece.
Yeah, you see back and forth, like we said, and it's different. Like, this is a very momentum-based game for these teams, especially when you're down that much. To come back and then beat them to almost every single ball and control the pace completely, that's huge.
Yeah, they had 12 shots in the first game, Comrade did. Now they just resigned to 3. The complete change in who had control of that ball. Very, very different game we had here in game number 2.
You mentioned it actually really well, how, like, any time that Comrade tried to set something up, someone on Aeriality there to shut it down.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Yeah, they were playing that midfield defense that we love to talk about. We always talk about you don't want to have to make saves. That means you're letting the other team get too close to your own goal and taking shots. If you're able to get that midline defense where the ball doesn't even get into your own half, that is the way to control a Rocket League game.
Yeah, the guys at the desk mentioned K-Dop needing to step up like he did, and he's been doing that so far in this second half, where he came up like every time like the ball was on, I think it was the right side of the field for blue, for Aeriality. K-Dop was up on the wall waiting, and he'd push it right back down.
Yeah.
So anything that they tried to set up just got shut down immediately, and that's got to be frustrating to an extent. Now it's a matter of, can Comrade answer back?
Absolutely. We'll be moving on to Utopia for game number 3, and then we're going to still have got the Comrade in orange Lunation, Aeriality. Lunation is a player. Aeriality in the blue. We'll be seeing how they go here. See if Comrade's able to make the adjustments and counter this playstyle from Aeriality.
Expect this series to be extremely close. I don't think that 4-1 is going to happen.
Juxi putting that one over to the side. We're seeing an aggressively positioned Aeriality player here as K-Dot puts that one over the top. Now we're going to have Pixel trying to push this one away and down and into the box. Juxi pushes this one out again. K-Dot up on the wall, able to press that one over, and there's a nice shot from Juxi into the corner, but it gets cleared away by Pixel.
Good pass play set up there coming out from Comrade, just a little bit too soft of a shot.
K-Dop continuing to create pressure here. We got some mixed up name tags again. K-Dop, though, is an orange player for Comrade who's going to try and press that one over into the blue half. Here comes Pixel out of goal, able to get that one past Jinja Ninja. We see Aeriality try to press this one up, but K-Dop gets the block and goal, able to transition back out. Much more back and forth game here early on.
Yeah, you see Lunation really applying some pressure and actually winning a lot of those 50-50s, able to completely change the pace of this game in favor of Comrade Gaming.
Continuum setting that one up, down. Pixel passing back down to the midfield. See him comes up from the back. Great play here from Aeriality, able to move that ball quickly upfield. Pixel pushing that one around the corner. K-Dop set up in goals, able to pass up. Jinja Ninja puts it onto the far wall, but Pixel's waiting for it, able to pop it back out to the mid, and here comes Continuum to press it up and into the orange.
Aeriality doing a good job despite getting caught up in there. They rotate in.
There we go. And great stuff there from Aeriality, able to set that one up. Pixel takes the first goal.
Yeah, Continuum with a big clear here, and you just look at this Comrade Gaming a little bit confused. One went to corner boost, the other one went for kind of a rough 50-50. In reality, he should have just rotated back in net and set himself up for a save. The issue is when you do that, it's really tough to be in that position when you're playing defense and sitting still. You need to keep moving, keep rotating, and try to get it on an upswing.
Pixel able to send that one into Comrade's corner. Juxi's going to carry it out, gets it past Continuum and continues to carry it into Aeriality territory. Gets it nice and set up for his teammate. Oh, but Jinja Ninja backflips. Is not going to be able to take the shot. But K-Dop with a good clear sends it all the way back onto Comrade's back wall. See if he can set up something for his teammates.
Smart play on Lunation. He was cheating up a little bit hard on that shot, but good job recognizing that he wasn't going to get to it first and hustles back on defense, able to put this back in and can maintain possession.
Lunation playing very patiently right now, trying to see if he can create a scoring opportunity for his team. Jinja is going to challenge this one in the corner. It just pops straight up as Continuum and Pixel get set up on the defense for Aeriality. Pixel pops that one out, but Lunation responds, sending it on to goal. K-Dop pops it over the top, straight to the Comrade Jaming player there. The ball remaining very neutral in the middle of the field at the moment. Now Lunation able to set that one down for Jinja, who puts it onto the backboard. We'll see if anyone can respond. K-Dop clears it back into the corner. Interesting touch from K-Dop. Pixel's going to be able to try and push this one out of their own half.
It was actually really smart from K-Dop because Lunation was sitting right below it, waiting to take a hit. So for him to play it back to the wall allowed his teammate, who is also right next to him, to pick it up. And now look at the difference. The ball was back on to Comrade's side.
See if they're able to create that midline defense we were talking about from game number 2. Lunation with a shot. It's going to go wide. Here he comes again, but Pixel with the midfield rotation, able to clear that one away. Good solid stuff here from Aeriality. And they have a run onto the offense. They've got the ball in the corner. We'll see if they can get this one around. Here it goes. It's going to set up. It's going to drop, but Jinja Ninja able to get the clear into the corner.
Jinja Ninja following that all the way through, trying to get a pinch, but that 50-50 working definitely in favor of Lunation, putting it all the way on the other side. I wonder if Comrade can capitalize off this.
They're trying to press this one back into Aeriality territory, but K-Dop shutting them down up there on the ceiling. Really great clear. He's got a run onto the goal. It's going to be crossing very wide, but continuing able to get kind of a shot there. That was a tighter angle than I thought he would be able to get, but now we're seeing Juxi. He's got a breakaway opportunity. He's just got to get a good touch. There we go. Tie game.
Breakaway, tearaway, doesn't matter. Taking full advantage of this hit, beating that last player up. That's a very risky play for this teammate to make coming out from Pixel. He needs to be careful with those contests. In situations like that, you want to stay back and be patient. When you're the last one back, eventually rotations can come through, and what most players will be is like, all right, I'm in net, and then attack it.
We had a blowout in game 1 for Comrade. We had a very just controlling, commanding game in game 2 for Aeriality, and now we got a very even game here. K-Dop trying to dribble that through the players. He's not going to get the touch he was looking for. See Jinja putting that one onto the far wall. Lunation comes up from the back. Now Pixel able to drive this into Comrade territory. He's going to wait patiently, try to get the dribble, passes it out to the mid, but a good touch from Jinja sends it a little bit farther than he was hoping for.
Yeah, good 50-50 contest coming up there, trying to stop everything that was coming through for fruition. But look at these defense come up and down, but they're getting contested immediately. Aeriality is really stepping up their game.
Continuum pops that one up. Lunation picks it up and sends it towards the goal. Good hit from K-Dop, sends it towards Comrade territory. Juxi responds back into Aeriality. Now, Continuum picking it up, pushing it out to midfield. He's going to wait this one out, let Jinja Ninja take his shot into the corner. He's going to try and pick it back up in the corner with Pixel. A very tight rotation there as K-Dop is set up and goal. And there's Juxi shooting behind the goalies to take the lead.
Such team play coming out. Jinja Ninja, the first one to get this touch, pops it up just high enough for Juxi to push that in all the way with the help from Lunation. Look at that team play.
Well done by Comrade Gaming. They take the lead here in game number 3 with just a minute left to go. This is not a difficult comeback for Aeriality, but this is how slowly the scoring has been going on this game, how well playing they have been. That might be the go-ahead goal for Comrade. We'll see how Aeriality is able to respond. Pixel setting that one up. K-Dop does not get the touch he was hoping for, and Continuum able to fall back. We'll see if he's able to clear this one away. Pixel now set up in goal for Aeriality. They come up over the top. Not going to get past Juxi, though, who puts it down to the middle of the field. Continuum able to send it onto the back wall. Jinja Ninja on the defense, goes out, but Continuum bodies him into the side. But Juxi able to rotate in. Now the ball back onto Aeriality's half. 30 seconds remaining in this game. And we'll see if Aeriality is able to press this one out. They get it up past one. Here's Pixel going to put it down into the middle, but both of his teammates very far back. They're not going to, he's kind of up and alone right now. There's the ball lofted back down in the middle of the field. We're seeing Comrade wait patiently. There's going to let this clock run down. Continuum trying to press this one out. They've had difficulty getting it out of their own half in this final minute. Pixel tries to shoot, but they can't get it out. Final countdown. We'll see if they're able to do it, but here's another shot from Jinja Ninja. K-Dop just has to clear it into the corner. They really have to be able to press this one up. They got 2 seconds to work with. Continuum pops it up to the middle. Any chance? No, they're not going to get the touch, and that's going to be game 3 for Comrade Gaming.
Very, very close set. These guys are battling it out early for us this morning, or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. But for us over here, yeah, it's nice and early, but these guys are waking us up so well. Back and forth, they are battling it out. But look at the amount of saves that this Aeriality team has compared to Comrade.
But look at the amount of shots. 1 shot to 6. There's only 1 shot from Aeriality, and they made that 1 shot count. That was the 1 goal they scored. So that's some pretty good goal efficiency, but you do got to score a couple more points than that if you want to be taking the win here.
Yeah, maybe that's the issue.
Maybe
they just need to shoot more. I
Maybe.
mean, 100% accuracy is pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Just take some more shots, right? Now, and props to, we were just like another example of exactly what we're talking about. Comrade shutting down any scoring opportunities and not allowing Aeriality to get into their own halves. These teams really doing a good job countering each other right now.
Yeah, you saw that in game 2, how Aeriality matched it so well. They did the exact opposite of what happened in this game. They shut down the shots, and you even saw a little bit of that from K-Dop, like where the ball would start to come in, K-Dop up yet again, pushing that ball back onto Comrade's side. And that's what you want to see out of a team, and both doing it so well. This is what we talk about evenly matched in Europe. Like, all these teams just battle it out nonstop.
Yes, absolutely. Great game at this point. I have no idea which way this is going to go. Comrade's up by 1 in the series, but this could easily go either way. We've seen some great stuff from Aeriality so far.
If they keep it up, probably going to be one of my favorite series of the day.
We'll see how this goes. Move back onto Beckwith. It's now daytime. We'll see what they're going to do here as we move forward. Who's the player we're going to jump on board with first?
Going to go on with K-Dop here. Let's see what he handles with this early kickoff.
Pretty neutral kickoff. Pick goes a little bit in Pixel's favor. K-Dop's able to come up over the top and take a shot. It goes onto the backboard. It's lofted up. Can Pixel come up from the back? He's going to go a little bit wide. That's a free goal at this point. Man, they're going to capitalize early. Lunation scores.
K-Dop coming really slow on the rotation here. He went for the corner boost, when in reality he should have hustled right back. That play coming up from Juxi, able to pop that one down and gets the help with Lunation to put it in.
Lunation able to put his team up by 1 just within the first 10 seconds. We've seen a goal within the first 10 seconds every game so far. These teams have been playing very well. We'll see how this goes. There's see Pixel putting that one into the corner. Jinja back on defense. Lunation last line sits in goal. So the ball just kind of rolls up to midfield. No one really wanted to interact. Lunation's going to come all the way out of goal and press that one up and into the corner. Continuum going to respond, pressing it back out to midfield. Good midfield defense from Jinja, keeping that one from crossing into his own half and trying to continue to take ball control from K-Dop. Lunation's going to rotate well, continue to create pressure. Put this one down towards the goal. Pixel passes it down, but Continuum misses and Juxi punishes.
Juxi rotating his car upside down to use the hood of his car, working out, and allows it to kind of stuff whatever clear you get out. Obviously, Pixel tries a second last-ditch effort, but Juxi getting the high ground on that one, showing us that sometimes the high ground is the way to go.
Yeah, man, just such an impressive move there. Flipping his car over, just getting right in front of that ball. Pixel tried to push it through, but Juxi had the angle on him. Able to send it on the net 2-0 in favor of Comrade with 4:12 left to go. Pixel rotating into the corner and try and pass this one out, but shut down by Juxi again. His shot going just wide of the goal. Continuum was there, but I think it might have gone in anyway, so the shot been slightly more accurate. Lunation got a back pass out here. He's going to go into his corner. We're going to see Jinja Ninja picking it up, sending another one on target, but slow enough that Continuum able to put it into the corner. We'll see if K-Dop's able to clear this one. That one's on the net. What an angle from Lunation.
Lunation coming in with the absolute dunk on this hit. Ball is up and in a very dangerous spot. And even though he doesn't have the best shot, to be in the way of any clear whatsoever is what K-Dop was doing so well. And you see Comrade once again answering what they need to do to keep them in this. And the fact that they're up 3-0 yet again with only a minute gone puts them in a very tough position to win.
I'd be scared if I was Aeriality. This is very similar to how Game 1 was going, where they were getting punished very early on. They need to create that momentum that they were able to see in Game number 2 and create that midfield defense we've been talking about. Juxi pushing this one back into Aeriality territory, continuing to put it up onto the wall. Lunation waits it out and is able to respond by sending it out to the middle, but neither of his players were in position. Pixel going to be able to clear this one into Comrade territory. Jinja Ninja waits and puts it into the corner. Pixel gets the demo and Continuum able to pass it out to the middle, but they're not able to punish before Lunation rotates in.
Good rotation by Lunation, getting in front of that. He only was the last one back, and with that demo coming out, like, this Comrade team was in danger, but man, rotation's coming in strong.
Oh, a shot from Juxi to the top crossbar there, just going just a little bit high, not able to drop it in. K-Dop able to get it over his head and send it out to middle, but Jinja Ninja's waiting for it and able to push it back into into Aeriality territory. Continuum very aggressively positioned for Aeriality. He's not in a very effective position as Jinja Ninja able to push this one up to Juxi, but Continuum takes it from him, sending it up. Now K-Dop gonna try and go for the backwards play here, just try and keep it in the corner. He keeps the pressure going and Pixel's able to set this one up. K-Dop's gonna try and pass it back out. Not gonna happen, and Juxi picks it up to push it out.
Despite nobody touching the ball, you'd think that third rotation would have came in to make a play. It just didn't seem to happen, but look at them. They're trying to push this back in from Aeriality. They're trying to set something up, but as of so far, that third rotation hasn't connected yet.
Okay, now pops that one out. Pixel takes a shot. It's a little bit slow. If it had any more speed on that one, Lunation could have not blocked it.
Yeah, ball back and forth between these two teams. You see the pressure coming in from Comrade yet again.
Close one. We saw, yeah, Comrade there had an opportunity, but they were hanging back a little bit more. They've got 3 goals. They don't need more points at this point. They can just continue to play defensively, and they will be able to take the win here. We've crossed into halftime. It's kind of do or die time for Aeriality if they want to score, and that's not how you do it. Pixel going to accidentally kind of put that one in on the hit from Lunation.
Get the idea he was trying to have here. It's just the shot was so quick off the answer of a bad touch by Continuum. Juxi reads it really, or Lunation, my apologies, reads it really well, and he tries to get up for the save and just gets punished by it. Quick rotations coming out from Lunation.
Yeah, 4-0 for Comrade Gaming. They really got Aeriality's number right now. See if anyone is able to make a change. Continuum popping out to the middle. Pixel responds, is able to get the block, but at this point, it's still right in front of their own box. Continuum going to send that one onto the far wall. A good clear. Pixel's going to follow up. See if he can set this up for his teammates. Try to put it out. He pops it out, gets it around Juxi. Great touch from Pixel. Too bad Continuum didn't quite get the shot. Here's a follow from Pixel. He has an opportunity. Jinja pops it straight out. K-Dop's going to pass over to the side. Continuum's there, and now it's going to be moving all the way back to the box. Jinja might be able to get this past. He does. Makes it 5-0.
So unfortunate that they're getting punished like that. That pass play set up by Pixel was great. He recognized that a team, one of the players on Comrade was giving him space, so he played it super light and put it back up. The issue is when you spend that much time up on the wall, you're going to get punished if you don't rotate back onto defense. And that was the issue. Him being the first one up, he needs to be the first one back as well.
Absolutely. It's been very impressive to watch how Comrade has been able to punish every single time. A nice bump from K-Dop there, going just a little bit high. With a nice redirect. Almost had an opportunity to get his team on the board. 122 left to go. It's going to be quite the amazing comeback if they're able to pull it off. There's a shot from Juxi straight to the middle. Pixel sends that one over. It's going to be just a little wide, and Jinja Ninja puts it into the corner. Continuum setting this one up. Can Pixel be there? They need to be playing aggressive. Lunation passes that one down. K-Dop gets a nice touch, but Jinja's right there where he needs to be. Some nice aerial passing from Jinja to Juxi. Continues to push this one into Aeriality territory.
Yeah, despite there being only 1 minute left, you can tell that Comrade is trying to run away with this, and they're doing such a good job of shutting everything down. They're back to that first game mentality. Very, very strong. Very good rotations coming out, and their shots generally are on net almost every single time.
Juxi, I missed that one. Leave it for Continuum. Pushes it up into the corner. 42 seconds left at this point. The game is going to be going in favor of Comrade. K-Dop pushes that one over to the side. He and Continuum both in the corner. At this point, I feel like they just need to start thinking about Game 5.
Yeah, try to get the points. Obviously, this series is going to go in favor of Comrade Gaming with only 25 seconds left. But that's fine. You know, points, we talk about how this is a match. It's a series of 5 games, so every point matters. And especially for these 4 new teams coming into it, trying to get a 3-2, especially it's another one that's new, that's fighting for you, is going to help.
I'm really hoping that in Game 5 they're able to bring back that midfield aggression that we saw.
Clear.
That was a great clear there. Pixel able to clear it away. I'm hoping they're able to bring back that midfield aggression we saw in game number 2. Aeriality made that a very, very even game. Game 3 was super even as well. These guys know how to play with each other, but it seems that once Comrade Gaming's able to kind of get the number of Aeriality, they just run away with it. They've done it 2 games now.
Right, and that's what I want to see, because obviously these teams are new to us playing, and for groups, eventually we're going to start to get some stats on these guys, and I want to see not only how they play against the other bottom 4 teams, not that they're a bottom 4 technically yet, but I want to see how they show if this is going to be a consistency for them.
Sure.
Because it might just be a 1-game thing. You never know. Aeriality might come back and just smash a team that we just don't expect. So for them to come out and play games against another unknown team is really, really exciting.
Absolutely. It's good to watch these 2 guys play. And yeah, it is. They are the 4 just brand new teams that we don't have any stats on because they haven't been around before.
Right.
And so I'm very excited to see how they're able to move forward in this group stage, especially up against that old guard. But man, Comrade Gaming again holding Aeriality to only 2 shots. They've held them to 3 shots total in the last 2 games.
Yeah, I can't wait for stats to come up. Be like, when they score 2 goals, they always whatever. Like we saw yesterday with Fireburner, how whenever he scored on their team, they were like 14-0 or something like that. So I'm curious to see on how that plays out with this team as they progress as a team. But they are building some strong stories for us if they're going to keep playing like this.
Yeah, back and forth between these 2 teams, but Comrade Gaming seeming to be able to maintain their offensive just prowess a little bit more consistently than Aeriality right now. I'm really hoping to see Aeriality come out strong here in game number 5 as we are moving on to Manfield.
Manfield, great map. Trying to get some egg people into this as much as we are.
The egg people. We don't talk about them enough, but they pack the houses all the time, except for Beckwith. They don't like Beckwith.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. It's such a pretty park.
It is, right? There's the bleachers there. I'm sure there's a concession stand behind the trees somewhere. You can get some nice snacks. Very neutral kickoff to start off game 5. K-Dop going to pick up second touch and be able to push it into Comrade territory. Juxi sending that one back up to Jinja Ninja, who's very aggressively positioned. Juxi with an opportunity, but Continuum able to get the block, and Pixel to try and get the response to clear it out of his own half. K-Dop goes up on the wall, misses that one. Ball still in Aeriality territory, but there's the touch from Juxi to send it onto the back wall.
Yeah, back wall hit like that is fine. Obviously, if you can put it on net, a little bit better, but teams coming to rotate in. And it seems to be that this Comrade team doesn't want anything to happen. They answer so well.
Oh, Juxi with a great shot. Pixel with an excellent save. Keeping us scoreless here with 30 seconds in. Continuing to carry that one over his own goal and into the corner. Jinja continued to create pressure, but Pixel with a solid clear. Up to Continuum on the wall. Great team play. It's going to bounce out. Can anyone get there? K-Dop came up for the shot, but it's going to go wide. It was quite an aggressive bounce right off the bottom corner.
Yeah, tough to read on those, but the fact that he got a touch on it allows his team a better chance. When you leave shots like that open, you have players on the defense waiting for it. Most cases you're going to see a possession change, but even a soft touch, even if it's not towards the net, allows your team a little bit better chance.
Lunation getting that one over the top of all the Aeriality players. He's got an opportunity here, but in comes K-Dop around the corner to put that one over Jinja and Lunation's heads. He's going to continue to create pressure, set that one out. Pixel's going to come up on the wall. Jinja's going to beat him to it, and Pixel couldn't get the read. Continuum gets it away from Jinja and tries to push it out, but a nice interception from Juxi keeps in the corner. Back and forth in this blue corner right now, as we're seeing the Comrade Gaming really shutting down any offensive rotations from Aeriality here, where they're finally trying to get it out. Lunation carries that one over the top. It's in the orange corner. We'll see what they're able to do as they push this one out. There's a nice touch from Pixel. Pops it out. If K-Dop can get up and then get an angle on this one, it would have been quite the credible angle. He's able to get it. Still lofted from the touch from Pixel, but finally Juxi able to push this one up to Lunation and push that one over into Aeriality's territory.
Yeah, credit goes both teams right now, but it seems to be that K-Dop and the rest of this team showing some poise on defense. They're rotating back and making sure they're in a position to make a save. They're recognizing they don't have a good touch, so rather than just throwing their bodies at it, trying to go for the mind game.
He tried, but Juxi read him like a book, able to keep that one out. Lunation now with a shot onto net, and Continuum able to get up and take that one away. It was a great counter play, and here's the follow-up from Jinja. It goes just wide. Is there any response? Where's the third player? There he comes in a little bit late. They're going to keep the ball, keep the pressure up, but that moment is now relieved. We'll see K-Dop try to transition this one out.
Yeah, both these teams have been very smart with their 50-50s. Sometimes they don't even go for them, and that's what I generally see the difference between EU and NA is NA likes to just throw their bodies at the ball and hope something good happens. EU recognizes that this may not work in our favor, and they back off, and that's okay.
That was an interesting pinch clear from Jinja and Juxi, keeping that one out of their own goal. Jinja's going to try and pop that one up to Lunation. What a tight little pass there. Trying to get the angle onto the goal. Put that one over to the side. Now Continuum able to respond. Push it around the corner. Pixel set up in goal for Aeriality, but Continuum's got all the 1v1s right now to push this one out. K-Dop sending that one towards the net. Can Continuum get the touch? He does. What a touch from Continuum. There's our first point on the board.
We talk about securing goals rather than stealing them. That was definitely secure. K-Dot plays that, and that was not going to make it, as we saw one of these players rotating back as quick as possible. Continue, soft little touch back inside and puts it in the net, giving them a 1-0 lead right now. 2 minutes left, still plenty of time.
2 minutes left this game. This has been the slowest scoring game we've seen so far, but it has not been from lack of aggression. Both teams really pressing this one into each other's territory. Both teams playing strong on defense, especially at the midfield. K-Dop now going to try and push that one out as Continuum sends one onto net. Lunation able to clear it away up onto the wall. He's going to follow up with another touch, putting it in the corner. Pixel pops that one out, goes far, but Juxi with the response, able to send it back and forth between these two teams right now. A lot of ping pong going on from the corner to midfield. Aeriality territory. Lunation with an opportunity, sends the angle there. Now Pixel going to respond. Juxi gave him the time, and they're going to be able to clear that one into orange corner.
As risky as it is as that back player, you need to check up on those. If that ball is rotating there and there's nobody else in position to save it, you need to be there to shoot it in net.
Lunation up to Juxi. Juxi trying to push this one around, set something up. He pops it out. There's Lunation with the dunk onto the Aeriality player, but not able to get the touch. Now K-Dop going to put that one over onto the back wall. A strong rotation from Aeriality. It's popped out. If anyone can come up for that one, both go, Continuum and Pixel, but they're going to put it into the corner. Now Juxi's going to wait patiently, wait for his teammates to get set up behind him, see if they can press this out. Final minute. They need one to force overtime.
That was such a good play from Comrade Gaming. They just didn't get the touch they needed. There was two players up, and the third one that was supposed to rotate back and be there for defense got demoed. If they could have had a better touch and landed a little bit better to carry that momentum, that would have been a go-ahead goal for Comrade Gaming to tie this up.
Oh, Pixel just got deleted by Jinja Ninja. Ball moving back into blue corner. 40 seconds for Comrade Gaming to tie this up. Continuum sends it onto the far wall. Lunation responds, but doesn't get a solid touch. Now K-Dop with a run on the goal. He's just got to beat out Juxi. He goes for the mind game, but Juxi again reading K-Dop. Juxi's been reading him all day. Now Lunation trying to push this one back out. They need to get an aggressive offensive going. They're going to win game number 5. Ball going to cross onto the far side. Continuum waiting for the bounce. Going to go for it, but Juxi gets there first. Sends it onto the back wall. Pixel Spider-Man clears it into the corner. 14 seconds left, and K-Dop's going to respond. Jinja Ninja coming up from the back, trying to create the pressure. Pixel trying to push that one up. Now Juxi with a ball. He's going to try and air carry this, see if he can get the angle, but Continuum reading it well in goal, sends it out. 2 seconds left. No one there to get it, and that's going to be game 5 going to Aeriality.
Good job by Aeriality coming back and securing that second point. It's exactly what they needed to do and not losing sight of what the goal really is. 5 games, getting 2 points to 3. Still a strong performance by both of these teams.
And they find their stride on offense again, bumping it back up to 5 shots. Really back and forth game between these two teams. Really solid series to start us off here for day number 2, the EU stuff. 3-2, Comrade's going to take it.
That's got to feel good, man. Coming out strong in the first match of the day and securing a victory convincingly. Despite it being 3-2 in that series, you saw a majority of it in favor of Comrade, but that's not to discredit Aeriality at all. They played their lights out.
Absolutely. They were both very, very solid teams here. We'll be sending it back over to the desk. Axel Toss, guys over there, tell us what you saw.
Thanks a lot, guys. Honestly, pretty excellent match to start the day. In the first 3 minutes of our broadcast, the first 3 minutes, we saw 8 goals.
I think that was more than North America had all day.
I know, right?
It was insane.
Well, and then further, the last game, we only saw 1 goal the entire game. Yeah. So crazy series overall.
Yeah, it seemed like games 1 and 2 was a little sketchy by both teams. That's why we saw a lot of goals. And then it was a little weird. But games 3, 4, and 5, I felt like both teams were starting to warm up and play a little bit better.
Yeah, Aeriality started to look good in that second game, but yeah, that first game was nuts. And really, I felt like Lunation set the tone for Comrade with that first backboard goal. That was so
nice.
amazing.
Speaking of which, for those of you who like clip the little Rocket League things and they go viral on Reddit, check this out. I think the first highlight we have is exactly what you're talking about, Lunation. Just watch this.
Yeah, this is, if I was streaming, I would say clip it, because look at this play by Lunation. Passes it to himself and just reads it all the way off the backboard, getting that second touch. A beautiful play.
And it was such a good angle, too. He was like outside of the net. He had to bring that ball back to the other corner, confuse the goalies like crazy. Amazing shot there.
Yeah, but we did see some defense despite that first game, especially with this save. Or wait, no, that was the Pixel goal, actually.
Yeah, that was a little
defensive
rough.
blunder.
Yeah, that was game 2, and that's where I was saying, like, it was still a little bit rough going, but then the team plays coming out. with Lunation getting the tee off here for the pass.
Yeah, you saw what Ginger Ninja did there for Lunation. He actually popped the ball up so that Lunation could get that out into the mid easier.
But like, Lunation had a great series. He had a great save there, and then like he just had some nasty goals. This one was just a short angle shot that was like an unfortunate own goal, but he was playing lights out.
Yeah, overall, Aeriality getting massively outscored by Comrade, but this last game, just sneaking it by, Continuum in the right spot there, coming out of the net. Good thing he was paying attention instead of going for boost or something, because he was able to just touch that one in. So Aeriality, they must be happy that they can snag those 2 points, but really, with these teams like Comrade and Aeriality, these are the type of teams that are going to need to finish top 4 and do really well in the online finals if they want to make it to the LAN. So they beat each other up here, you know, splitting the series 3-2.
I gotta ask, I mean, based on watching that, it seemed like Comrade had moments where they were just absolutely dominant, but then again, it felt like Aeriality, they were kind of getting their feet underneath them. It's the first game of the day. So I want to ask you guys, by the end of today, who do you think is going to be higher up, Aeriality or Comrade, considering, you know, we haven't seen too much of both of these teams?
Probably Comrade. Like, I think they just have a little bit more skill, like Lunation, that double touch goal. I don't see that coming out of Aeriality. But the one thing I saw from the first 4 games was Comrade was winning every 50-50. Like, we call it 50-50. It's not actually 50-50. There are some science behind it to try and win those contests. Yeah. And they were winning every single one because Aeriality was getting a little greedy and just trying for, like, the shot. Like, instead of, oh, just throw it up the wall, because he's going for the block. He's always going to block the shot. So just go up the wall and keep that field position. But Aeriality needs to work on their defense. It was really shaky.
Just to touch on that, yeah, there were a few defensive blunders, and one particular that led to a goal was Pixel was coming up his wall, and there was someone who had the great angle to clear it along the corner, but Pixel accidentally hit it out into the middle, and it led to a goal. So yeah, their defense is going to have to shore up if they want to have a run and end out in the top half.
And plus, their like third man rotations were really poor. Like, he would come up on contests that were not winnable, and there was no one back to rotate. So there was a lot of wide open goals.
Yeah,
for
like
Comrade
the long range Lunation goal where they hit it off the backboard, and Lunation was, I think, trying to get back, couldn't. So.
I gotta say, I also love just the level of skill we're seeing from the Europeans here. These are 2 relative dark horses when we're considering all the teams in Europe. And next up, we have a very exciting match. It's gonna be the Flying Dutchman versus Mockit EU. And these are 2 teams who came out and performed really well in the first qualifier. So I think as we go along today, as we see more and more of these European teams take to the Rocket League pitch, we're gonna see better and better plays and better games. So guys, stay tuned all day long here on twitch.tv/Rocket League and the Rocket League Championship Series. We'll be right back with the next game in just a bit. What's up, guys? Welcome back from Burbank, California. You're watching the Rocket League Championship Series on twitch.tv/Rocket League. Thanks for joining us. We hope to see you all day long. You're tuning in at an excellent time because we just started with the European qualifier number 2. The group stages, of course, we're trying to find out who are going to be the 8 teams, 4 from North America, 4 from Europe, to advance to the international final in Hollywood. My name is Axel Tosh, joined on the desk here by Gibbs and Lawler. Of course, you just commentated that last game. I really feel free to disagree with me, but Rocket League is a great replacement for coffee in the morning.
Yeah, especially on the Europe side. No offense to NA or anything, but these games, like that first match showed up really well. We saw a little bit of a defensive breakdown by Aeriality, but other than that, it was a good series.
Of course, next up we have the Flying Dutchman versus Mockit. Let's take a look at the rosters for these 2 folks. Are you excited about this match, Gibbs?
This match is going to be insane. The last time they faced in groups, it was a goal fest, basically. 23 goals from Mockit EU. They won 4-1 in the series. And that comes from the Flying Dutchman, who had 7 shutouts in the last group stage, but none against Mockit EU.
Right, and I look at that, and like Jesse has been all over the place when it comes to not his play, but in every tournament they've been practicing nonstop, like scrims up the wazoo. Like, if practice pays off, they're definitely going to be the ones that win because they've been going absolutely crazy with it.
Again, it's important to note that at the beginning of today, the Flying Dutchman and Mockit EU came into the weekend with points obtained from the first qualifier. They are number 3 and number 4. So a lot of people might consider them, like, if they have decent showings here this weekend and next weekend, they're pretty much a shoo-in for top 4. Definitely, if we're considering like top players in Europe, top players in the world, definitely a few on these two squads.
Yeah, Pashy is well known for his ground dribbles. He's a leader of that team. He swapped out Mystic for Turbo. It started off really well for them. Now lately they've been kind of in a slump. We'll see if they can bounce out of it here, though.
Yeah, like I'm glad you mentioned that stuff because Turbo was supposed to be the best replacement for them with Mystic dropping out. But then you see Flying Dutchman doing the complete opposite. They've been playing stronger and stronger as these weeks progress. So to keep that upswing going, especially against a team like Mockit where these points are so neck and neck, is going to be huge for them to secure that at least 4th place spot.
Cool. Well, Gibbs, I think you're 1-1 on predictions. What about Mockit EU versus the Flying Dutchman? What do you think?
I'm going to give it to Mockit EU. They find a way to win. They've always done it, like even when they don't look too good coming into matches. When it's on the big stage, Pashy performs. I will give it a 3-2, though. I think Flying Dutchman have a good chance here.
Okay, well, if anything can attest to practice being perfect, Genesis showed up yesterday after all that practice, so I'm going to give it to Dutchman 3-2.
Awesome. Well, without any further ado, it is about time to go into our second streamed match of the evening. It's going to be the Flying Dutchman versus Mockit EU. And to call the games, we have Leaf and Carpet. Take it away.
Thank you, Axel Toss. And it looks like the beer forgot is purple today. What's going on, man? It's okay. I forgive you. I forgive you. We got some good matches. Flying Dutchman and Mockit EU.
Flying Dutchman's been a team that I really enjoyed watching because they came out strong in Qualifier 1. They did really well. Jesse, I saw chats with the Lionel Jesse. He was doing really well. He really outperformed himself. He's been streaming a lot. He's been practicing a lot. Lawler put up a big point. You know, that entire squad has been practicing a lot. Yeah. But we all know Mockit. We all know the players on Mockit. We know Turbo.
Strong.
Pashy, an incredible 1v1 player. His ground play is terrifying. There's not many situations I've seen him lose when it's a 1v1.
You get him in that 1v1 situation, it's almost game over for whoever he's against, right?
You gotta hope for the best. You're almost like a goalie in like a kickoff or like any kind of situation. You're like, I just guess. Like I hope he's gonna put it this way, but he's got so much control.
Yeah.
But in general, both these teams I think are gonna be giving it their all. This is the kind of game they need to prove themselves. It's early on in the day. They're gonna have a lot of difficulty with each other. So I think they're hopefully going to come out and just kick in it. Like I said, last time it was a goal fest. It really was. There were so many goals scored. It did go 4-1 in favor of Mockit, but at the same time, Flying Dutchman still were doing a lot of really good work.
Both these teams, fighting now for points in the group stages, but I think it's also a fight to see whether Tururu or Dogu gets to keep rights over that Oh My Dog emote. I think that's really what it's all about today.
They fight for it. I believe chat is going to be a mess this game. I'm hoping to see it.
Oh My Dogs everywhere. Get them ready. Get ready for spam because we're jumping into it. Game number 1 of the Flying Dutchman versus Mockit EU. Let's just get this underway. I'm excited. Jesse already trying to keep that ball away from Pashy as he tries to push through. Kind of, I guess, sort of winning a little mini 1v1 there on him. But already in front of the net. That ball's going in. Jesse already squeaks one in 14 seconds into the first match.
Vogu goes for this 50-50, and he wins it so well. It goes up in that corner exactly what he wants. Jesse got up as early as he could. As soon as he saw that 50 was going in their favor, he knew he was going to hit that top corner. He hops up early, doing what Jesse does best and getting a good strike early on.
Flying Dutchman already up a goal. We'll see if they can maintain this lead, or if Mockit is going to be able to pull back. Pashy with a shot on the net. It's going to be just weak enough for Vogan to get a touch. Turbo, can he get this off the back wall? He does! He put placement too on that.
This was he hits it off the backboard so high that the defender, look, he tries. Dogu tries his best. He's like, I gotta go for this. He had no choice. He puts it so high off the backboard, but Turbo keeps it close to him. He waits till Dogu gets a little bit closer, gets that second touch. Incredible play.
We've already seen so many great plays out of EU this way. Like it's
been like 40 seconds.
Axel Toss was so right. This is the coffee we needed. All right, we'll see. Now if another goal could get scored, Vogan trying to put one on. That was just going off the crossbar, but Siki keeps that to the side. Turbo Pulsa to put that out for his teammates. Pashy is going to win this one, gets the backside on it to keep that moving forward. Momentum in favor of Mockit, but taking that back is Flying Dutchman. So they try to make a play onto that orange net, but Siki just getting stopped out by Dogu. Can't quite put one in himself. We're still tied up, reaching the minute mark, and a lot of action already going on between these two teams. Now, a play almost set up by Mockit, but that's going to be in the favor of Vogan. Very good touch for him. His teammates are going to have to support him if they want to get a shot on net. And there's Dogu to pass it out to the center, but a little bit too far out of reach of his teammate. And Jesse, reading that well, gets back in time to push it to the side as Mockit tries to make another attack. And we are going back and forth so much right now between these teams.
You'll see teams like this, okay,
Pashy, that angle.
We talked about Pashy in his 1v1 situations. He has not let us down so far. He knew he had to beat this he didn't have a good angle. He knew the defender had to come out forward. He had really no choice. He was going to try and contest it, which wasn't a bad decision by any means. You want to stop Pashy from doing whatever Pashy does, but he was able to cut it early on, get on the other side of that ball, and put it into net.
Just getting on the other side of the ball, that was very, very impressive angle. Very good awareness of how much time he had. Let's see. And get another play started up. They're up 2-1. It's going to be in a weird spot. Vogan is going to have to challenge as he does. Siki almost getting to that in time. Now Pashy there to keep the pressure on. He's going to get another touch, but 50-50 goes in favor of the Flying Dutchman. Moving that forward. Weak hit. Vogan just gives away possession. Now Mockit with the ball can start moving that forward for an attack. Losing the ball there was Pashy, but that's an open net. Gets that back to his teammate, but blocks the shot from Turbo. It would have been a great play, but he gets in the way.
It was a great idea, putting it back to your teammate, making sure that they were a little closer to it, but sadly, the way the situation was, Turbo was a little too close. He wasn't able to move out of the way of the ball. It's one of those just rough situations where it was a great idea, but almost impossible to execute with the positions you were in.
100%. Now they're moving back. No one with a real play started up yet, but here's Vogan and Jesse with a shot on net. Oh my goodness, Jesse. What a great spot to put that.
Talk about a pass. Vogan puts it right on top of Jesse's hood. Taps it right over to him. He gets up underneath. Looks like the defender wasn't prepared for the speed to maintain. And the ball, he almost got there. Yeah, I think it was about 16 touches right there before it flew into the net.
Camera spazzed out on that one, but we're tied back up. Approaching that halfway mark. We're even on both sides of the field for goals. Now Dogu waiting patiently, but Turbo doesn't want to wait, just completely misses that. Good pass from Dogu to Jesse. Now Jesse can move that forward. Very smart play, just feeling out that attacker, and now they are attacking themselves. No one there to follow up that. It's going to be a nice toss out for Siki to Turbo. Turbo back to the center. Can they get a shot off? Right to Turbo. Can they finish this off? Good play, but Jesse intercepts still out front from Pashy. That touch from Vogan is going to keep that play from developing any further. Siki wants another one started up, so he can get it off Dogu. Dogu keeps it away. There's Turbo in the air to intercept. Jesse right back at him. So he can follow it off the wall. Gets beaten out by Pashy out to the front. Turbo with the shot. What a great deflect.
Take a look at how much Flying Dutchmen are looking out for each other. Every touch is towards a teammate. I mean, that right there. Turbo was trying to retreat. He ended up going for an aerial, had to retreat, but they still saw him. He's like, hey, this ball's coming for you. Try and redirect it. And it's those kind of plays that are going to surprise Mockit.
Dogu off the backside of one of the Mockit players. Pops up in the air in favor of Mockit. They're trying to get a play. Good touch from Turbo, almost going in. Vogan had to rush to get that one. Very good steal off the hood of the car. But now Vogan trying to make it a play of himself. Pashy has to keep that to the side. Here comes Jesse, the shot on. Pashy throws it up, but Dogu there to try to challenge it in favor of Mockit. They move back down to the blue side, but Vogan steals it back across that midfield line. Off the backboard, can he get the touch out that he needs? He does, and there's Jesse with the shot just wide of the net. Approaching that final minute mark, we're still tied 2-2 between these teams.
His scores have always eluded you sometimes. Tied
Numbers,
1-1.
man.
Close enough. It's still a tie game, though, which means the next goal is going to put them in the lead. But both these teams, they're looking for each other. I think I actually, before this, confused both the team names. But either way, they're both doing it well. They're passing really, really well. They're looking out for each other. And that's how they're sinking a lot of these goals.
Turbo Pulsa, touch to himself. Can't win that one out as Jesse gets a stuff on that. Siki picks it up off the ground, rolls it up the wall, but there's Vogan to connect. Turbo, good touch to the side. Can a teammate follow it up? Can't. Jesse over to Vogan, but Vogan's going to back off as Siki had control over that one. Out front of the net, Siki almost trying to finish that off. Now the Flying Dutchman moving out of their end in the last 30 seconds of play to see if they can get a goal on. Stuff from Dogu gets that out to Vogan, but Vogan and Jesse way back, leaving Mockit a lot of space to get a clear down into the Flying Dutchman's end. And now they're putting on an attack. As Jesse tries to keep that away from the slot. That could bounce off. Both Vogan and Dogu up. That could be dangerous for them. Jesse trying to get back in time, getting a little desperate on defense. Now they get a shot off on target, but Siki was there to stop that, and this could be an overtime situation. If this ball touches the ground, both teams trying their best to get a goal, and Siki, the team play, that's above. That could be a goal if someone connects with that. Oh my goodness! Pashy finishes it, the team play from Mockit.
This pass is incredible from Siki. I cannot believe he got the power on that. Puts it over the post, and Pashy follows it so well, puts it at the top of the post, just beating a defender. What an incredible 0-second place.
That went across from their own net, off the wall in their own end, to the midfield, off the wall, off the backboard, into the... That was incredible.
I can't handle these.
Holy
This happened all to me yesterday,
smokes.
and it's happening to me again today. These 0-second plays are killer. It's incredible. That was an incredible, 3-touch play by Mockit.
That's what you have to, and you see a lot of times in those 0-second goal situations, a lot of teams will actually crumple up because they're not sure where a lot of touches are small. You don't know where those touches are going to go if they're trying to just keep it off the ground. You can't let it bounce at all. And a lot of teams will crumple up and the ball just eludes them, gets out of that situation. They stayed so spread out. They knew that get these long touches. If we want to get a goal off this ball has to go far. They did exactly that to get that over, or that 0-second goal to win that one out.
Oh, yeah.
That was incredible.
I got to give almost all that credit to Sicky's pass. I mean, that was insane.
That was nuts.
He read that on the wall so well, and not only did he read it well on the wall, but he put himself in such a position that it flung that ball down the field right above the net, too. He passed it above the net, which is like the best kind of pass you could receive, especially someone like Pashy who's so good at reading those rebounds. That was, but either way, I mean, both teams showed up. It was a semi-goal fest, just like Gibbs was saying. I mean, halfway through the game, we had 2-2. There was 4 goals scored by like the 2-minute 30-second mark. So these teams are being aggressive. They have, and so many passes coming out of both these teams. It's making for some of the most interesting Rocket League I've seen in a while.
Yeah, no, it's nuts. And again, Flying Dutchman still showing up super strong. As you mentioned, their touches to each other are incredible. The team plays are really coming out very, very well from both teams. I'm excited to see what Game 2 has in store. We got that close to the end between these two teams. This is going to be a very, very close set. Game number 2, Mockit taking the first one on the series of 5. They will play 5 total. Jesse off the wall with the air dribble. Almost getting the net. It was Sicky just intercepting in time to get that early goal intercepted.
When those happen so quick off kickoff, so many people are usually not in the position they want to be. We've talked about it so many times to make sure you're there and have the boost. So it's a good thing that he was able to try and put that in, but you know, it wasn't as fast as it could have been, and the defender didn't have a whole lot of difficulty clearing it out.
Well, it feels good to already have that moment off the beginning, and Sicky tucks that away right into that pocket.
He's bouncing plays, bouncing off that back wall is exactly what they want to be able to do to just knock those defenders off. It was high, just to the left of it. No one came to contest it. Looks like there were 2 players sitting in net from Flying Dutchman. They should have spread out a little bit more, but overall it was a great play from Mockit.
First goal early on, 29 seconds into game number 2, and Mockit's up 1-0. See if they can carry that lead forward. If the Flying Dutchman can counter that one, get a quick answer. They're already on the attack. Vogan, touchout is a little bit soft. That's going to be in favor of Mockit. They move the ball down the field. Jesse, the last defender, needs a good touch on that, but goes right up the wall to Turbo. Could have been a little faster, Turbo reading that. Keeps it in, but doesn't create any play out of it. His teammates are going to have to recuperate. Turbo staying up, going backwards. Tries to get that wall pinch, but not very strong. But out in front of the net, Vogan. Easy clear away. No Mockit attacker was there. Now they have a chance to set up a play. Vogan following very close to Jesse, trying to catch it off the ground, off the backboard. That's going to drop very dangerously. Vogan just missing that Pashy as well. But thankfully for Mockit, Turbo can get that out.
Those are some of the hardest things to read, but take a look at when they're successful, when they're not successful.
Oh, Turbo almost squeaking another one in.
If he had just been able to get it a little more inside, that would have gone in. But when they're successful in clearing, it's usually when someone's in a more aggressive position, they have someone to pass it to. But when they're going out solo, with teams like this, with this skill, they almost always get shut down and it goes back in their half. It's a cool thing to look out for.
Turbo doing a very good job with his shot placements lately, going for very sneaky and cheeky goals. See if we can get any more of those coming on. Dogu up in the air. Sicky stays on the ground to reach that pass. Very good wall touch. Sending that, once again, another good wall touch from Sicky. Putting that to midfield. See if their team can get a goal out of it. They can't. That's going to move back towards their own end. They're going to have to set up a new play. There's a good pass from Turbo over to Sicky, just missing that one. Could have got a shot on net. Now Jesse up to Dogu. Vogan supporting the back, but no one there to get there in time. Vogan a little bit late on that touch. Doesn't allow them to get a shot on net.
Both teams aren't taking the shots when a lot of other teams I see would have. This is actually really cool. They're looking for a better opportunity. They're not trying to force plays that don't really happen, especially if someone's sitting in net. But the defense on both these teams have been pretty impressive. So when they have a clear shot on net with a defender, they're like, you know what, I'm going to put it to the side. I'm going to hit it in the corner. Let's buy some time. Let's try and put ourselves in better positioning.
Out front of the net, Sicky almost got challenged by Dogu there, but that's going to move back to midfield. Turbo tried to get that to Sicky. Very smart play, but a little bit too far back. Now they're going to have to recuperate. Demo from Bashi on Vogan. He's going to leave Jesse alone up on the attack. Dogu trying to support. Can he get the dribble past Turbo? Not quite. And now there's a shot from Vogan to the far side. Good shot.
Just a classic. I mean, all he had to do was put it accurate. We don't see this a lot, just off the bounce. He didn't even wait for the bounce. He got it right before it happened, right in the top corner. There was a little bit of a cluster on both offense and defense. He saw his opportunity. He just came and sniped it in.
Right off the crossbar. And again, we've said some of those can be difficult to read, but that was just a powerful shot. Couldn't get up in time was the defender. Sicky Gonna have to catch this one off the wall. He does. Past Jesse, past Vogan, out to Turbo. Turbo couldn't finish it. It was Jesse trying to get that wall read, but couldn't quite squeak it in. Very good team play from Flying Dutchman. Now, Mockit on the attack. Turbo Pulso off the corner. Can he get a touch? Nope, just a boost steal instead. Gonna leave that out for Pashy. Pashy getting beaten out. There's a good demo for them. That could create a scoring opportunity, but no one's there to challenge it on Mockit's side. Dogu has a lot of time to push it to mid, but Pashy finally picks it up. Now Dogu trying another attempt at midfield to break out of their end. And Pashy just bullying around, trying to go for another demo on Vogan.
The thing with demos, if you don't communicate that you're going to do it, your team's rarely going to expect you to, especially if you don't do it every single drive. So Pashy just got 2 demos on goalie, but I don't think his team was really prepared for it, so no one was putting the pressure on to try and continue the aggression.
You're right. If as soon as those demos happen, you have to try to take advantage of that very quickly. They're not, and that's why we're still sitting at a 1-1, approaching the final minute of gameplay. A lot less goals than we saw in the first one. We'll see now if anyone can get a lead, or if we're going to see an overtime situation. Bump from Dogu on Turbo is going to allow Jesse to take control of that. Jesse over to Vogan. Vogan just missing the touch. That would have been a great play from them, but now Sicky trying to get it out of their own end. Turbo back to Sicky. Sicky behind that ball. That blue attacker meeting it first. Now Jesse, the last one back, has to get a good touch. Nice touch to the side. Keeps control of it, actually. Gets it past Turbo as well. That's in the air in favor of them, leaving Mockit to try to defend it. The shot from Vogan's going to be on target, but Pashy in a good spot to block that one.
A little bit low of a shot. I think if Vogan took a little more time. No one from Mockit actually came and contested. I think he was expecting it. He didn't go up in the air, really prepared to take quite the bullet that he thought he could have.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he had the time in the air, and he kind of put it directly at the people that were sitting on the ground.
Oh, that's in front of the net. That could be a goal, but Turbo just keeps that one out. Vogan had the shot on. Very good save, but now Mockit trying to make an attack. Pashy, one guy to beat. Vogan just keeps it away. 10 seconds left. Both teams trying desperately to not go into overtime. There's Pashy, shot way wide, and that's going to leave Jesse a very clean opportunity to get this out of their end, and that's probably going to touch the ground off of this wall bounce here. Pashy just kills that one, and we hit an overtime.
We couldn't handle it again. If they were going to do something like that again, I don't think I can handle it.
Oh my goodness, can you imagine? Vogan putting that one into Pashy's hands. Pashy up the wall, good touch. Leaves Jesse going a little overcommitted past that one. Dogu's going to have to clean it up. He does. Sicky with a challenge in there on Vogan. Turbo to pick it up off the ground. A good touch off that Dominus. Sicky couldn't quite get the touch in front of the net. Turbo was there to support him, but no goal out of that one. Now Pashy way up in the air. That's going to be potentially a good bounce for them if they can get up and challenge it, but Dogu's the only one there but misses it. Leave it for Vogan. And now Flying Dutchman on the attack with a shot going off the backboard. This is dangerous as Turbo was going up for that one. There's a shot to the far side just off the post. And Mockit just can't sink any in right now, but here's another opportunity as Sicky off the backboard. They're doing a very good job of grabbing that corner boost.
They're spreading the Flying Dutchman defense thin. Something I've been noticing, whenever it hits the midfield, watch, there's always somebody to contest the ball on both teams most of the time. There's been very few times where they give up possession just to try and get a counter hit or a counter touch. They'll actually almost always both meet. There's always some kind of 50-50. It flies off in one of the directions. I've been seeing that a lot so far in this overtime, which is cool. I mean, they're always making sure they have a touch on the ball.
Just over that minute of gameplay in overtime, and that almost squeaked in for Flying Dutchman, but Pashy just keeps it out, but loses control. Dogu fighting it out against Pashy. Pashy just keeping him away to give Sicky enough time to challenge it, but Sicky approached that a little bit too late, maybe expecting Dogu to win that one, but Jesse in front of the net to Pashy. Pashy, oh, gets his shot blocked by Jesse off the wall, and that's going to stay in play for a Flying Dutchman as they keep the pressure on out in front of the net. The backboard pass has to be challenged by Pashy. He misses that. But Jesse, expecting him to hit it, doesn't attack it himself. Now, into the Flying Dutchman's end, Mockit needs to make an attack, but they leave that for Flying Dutchman to move back to midfield. Jesse has a chance to get it out. He does. Good clear from him. That's on target. Turbo had to get the touch, or that was in the net.
A little more timidity coming from both of these teams. They're slowing down a tiny bit. Overtime's always a scary situation. You know, it's the golden goal rules. The next goal wins it. But it's kind of punishing both teams. They're not able to get the same drives they were, and I think they just need to maybe get a little out of their heads and just go for it.
Turbo to the far side has to follow it up himself. He does. Dogu, good read off the wall, but gets demoed out. This could be a scoring opportunity for Turbo. Out of boost. Leaves that for Vogan. Vogan trying to get the read. Just misses it. Pashy way up in the air off the roof. Dogu going to have an easy cleanup unless Pashy gets a touch. That could be a pass to his teammate, but no one was there. Probably not expecting that second touch. Vogan clears it to the side as Jesse gets an actual clear to midfield. Get a little bit past that to follow it up. Dogu with a shot on net. That's going to be on target. Sicky just keeps it away. A shot from Vogan to roll up out to a teammate. Pashy losing that one. Oh! 3 Mockit members moving forward, leaving an open net for Jesse.
They had no idea Jesse was going to be here. All 3 of them confidently moving up, getting ready for the clear. Jesse got up so early, it popped up just a little too high for the defenders. They weren't prepared, and he ends up sinking it in, giving them game 2.
There we go. Winner is the blue team, the Flying Dutchman. We're now sitting at a 1-1 in this series of 5. So Flying Dutchman, again, these games super close.
They're doing exactly what I thought they would. They're putting themselves all on the field. They're playing the games that they're comfortable with. We don't see anyone with any dominant control. They're alternating control pretty readily. We'll see some really good passing plays at one team, and then a really good passing plays at the other. They're like passing it back and forth. It's almost like they're trying to give us a fun game.
There we go. I mean, compared to yesterday when we saw a lot of shots from NA, but there's always one team that was just dominating the shots. This is very, very close. I mean, a 7 for Flying Dutchman is the most we're seeing in this game. Still fairly low on shots, but both teams, great team plays. I'm loving what they're doing. They're all quick to the ball. It's this fast EU play that we love seeing.
And a lot of contesting. I mentioned it mid-game. At the midfield, you'll see a lot of times people will just contest, just to get in the way. They don't want a nice hard hit to have to counter hit. They're getting in the way, they're bodying the ball, they're forcing a pinch that's a little unpredictable. That way no one really has full control for like a good half second. Everyone has to wait. Where's this going to go? You can, and there's actually tactics to try and put 50, so 50-50s are when 2 players get to the ball at the same time. There's a lot of tactics to put them in your favor more often than not. You can orient your car in certain ways, you can try and delay the hit so your second touch. There's all sorts of ways to do it. There's still a lot of factor up in the air because you never know how the other player's going to approach it, but there's a lot more of that happening this game than I've seen in a while.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving these matches now. Hope Chad is too. I'm sure they are. This is some exciting stuff. We'll see in game number 3 who's going to take it. We're tied up between the Flying Dutchman and Mockit EU. Both teams trying to get as many points as possible. Just secure themselves a good spot on that standings board. Jesse trying to get an early goal. This is a little bit past that one. Flying Dutchman breaking out early off that kickoff. Another shot from Vogan, leaving Mockit to try to defend that goal as much as possible. Now Siki, a shot of his own, blocked out by Dogu. The push forward from Jesse, neutral 50-50, but Pashi just stays in front of that ball, getting that chip out to midfield now. Mockit moving forward. Jesse, good block to the side. It'll leave Siki in an awkward spot. We're going to have Mockit try to defend now as Flying Dutchman try to make another attack. Very, very strong early game from Flying Dutchman as they keep pushing forward, not allowing any shots on net, but there could be one. Oh, that was a little bit awkward.
That is a very good statement for that. An interesting touchback here, some defensive miscommunication. Dogu wanted to go for it. He thought someone else was going to get the touch. And then Jesse thought, everyone thought it, I think that was Pashi flying across. They all thought he was going to get the touch, and when he didn't, it was just that split-second decision. He didn't have time to recover.
Is that some next-level mind games from Pashi?
Yeah.
We'll see if he can do it again. Another shot from Pashi. Almost going. Dogu just desperately keeping that out, and then Vogan having to struggle to keep that one out as well. But finally gets that clear down. Maybe they can recuperate here, but another shot early on as they're still trying to recuperate. Finally, Vogan and Jesse in a good spot to make this move out of their own end. There's a stop from Turbo. Jesse just keeps it out, but Dogu also going up for that. That's dangerous off the backboard. Good scoring opportunity from Mockit. Siki trying to get a little bit of a backside touch on that. Just misses wide of the net. Vogan with a good control of that. Gets stolen away by Turbo. Dogu back has to get a touch to the side, but misses. Turbo with a slow roller in the air.
Turbo just read Vogan's dribble, and he won it very promisingly. You notice he tried to read where the ball was going to be, but I think Dogu just thought he had that.
Got a lot of air time.
He took a little bit of time on it. Either he ran at a boost or he just was a little confident on the touch. Either way, he should have honestly had that save.
I think he was going for a very specific touch, and because of that, just barely grazed by it, and unfortunately resulted in a goal for Mockit. Now Flying Dutchman down 2-0 in just over a minute and a half of gameplay gone through on this match so far. Siki, good block to the side, gets them boosted up. Now see if we can make an attack here, but Vogan coming in super fast. Keeps that in the corner. Mockit starting to move forward. They got a little aggressive there, but Jesse putting it out to Dogu. Dogu with a soft touch. Couldn't quite finish off that play. Turbo Pulsa all boosted up himself. Tries to put that up in the air. Oh, and Pashi comes across to finish it.
No one was prepared, including myself.
Wow.
I saw Turbo going for it. I'm like, he's going to try and get a second touch, but this defender probably has it. Pashi coming in from the left side of the field.
Goodness.
Just beating out the defenders, putting it in the... Yeah, it almost like hugged the corner of the goal. The best placement he could have possibly had. Incredible.
He's like, this corner looks perfectly fitted for this ball. I'm going to put it right there. He did it. What a placement from Pashi. Put them up 3-0. Already just under 2 minutes of gameplay, and they're already up 3 goals on the Flying Dutchman to see if they can get on their own. The Dutchman trying to put on an attack themselves off the backboard. Siki's going to easily win that one. Jesse's going to have to get this one clean off the wall. A very dangerous spot. If he touches this wrong, could be bad, and he does touch it wrong. That's going to be out, but no Mockit there. Maybe expecting the second touch. And that's going to be a touch there for Flying Dutchman as they almost put that on target. Vogan off the backboard. 50-51 by Turbo. Pashy's going to pick it up off the ground, and this is a bad situation, but no mind games are going to work for Pashy on that one. Turbo intercepted by Jesse. There's a shot off the backboard. Can a Mockit player finish it up? Almost 50-50 in favor of Flying Dutchman. They're going to have to get out of their own end if they want to tie this one up, approaching the 2-minute mark with 3 goals down.
A lot of contesting even on defense. Smart moves. We just saw Jesse get in the way of a potential pass and then actually pinched out in their favor. A lot of just quick play coming out of both these teams.
Oh, Turbo! Getting that one. I didn't even see the angle on that one, but that was nuts. Now they're up 4-0.
Yeah, he came in screaming from the side. Jesse tried to push it out. Turbo got the angle.
Oh, there it is.
Again, I think it was Dogu in net coming in just a little too antsy, a little too quick. I think he may have side flipped when he meant to just do a neutral second jump, and he wasn't able to get the height on that ball.
I think I thought he would have had it.
Yeah.
And that's why I was a little off on that, but Jesse getting one off the kickoff. Now they're back to only 3 down.
Are these those goal-scoring havens that Gibbs was talking about? Jesse getting the kickoff goal, pinches off the side, and then
no, the self-goal.
Turbo trying to contest it to stop it.
He just wants all the goals.
He just wants to score as many as possible. He doesn't care what goal is scored on.
Whatever. I got a goal. I'm on the highlight reel. Jesse now 1v1 situation, a little bit too wide on that. But Flying Dutchman still have possession. Jesse can get this pass out, but just underneath it, it's going to leave that Sicky down to Turbo Pulsa. But Turbo not up in time, so Dogu steals that away, can get another 50-50 win. He can't. Vogan there to support him off the backboard. Could be a situation to score for Flying Dutchman. Almost dropping that into the slot, but Turbo keeps it away. Trying to get that second touch, but misses it. His teammates there to support, and now he's on the attack. Up the wall, getting a good boost grab, but that goes way too far to bring a scoring opportunity for them. Flying Dutchman has a chance to break out, but that's going to drop. Turbo just missing that one. Try to get a nice little touch. Jesse, soft one, keeps that to himself to roll it up the wall. Throws it off of Pashy, actually. And now Vogan has a chance to throw it off the backboard. This is a sticky situation for Mockit. The demo as Dogu comes in hard, trying to get a goal for Flying Dutchman, approaching that final minute of gameplay. 3 goals down. This is going to be a very hard fight back for Flying Dutchman.
I think it's very possible for them to do, but like you said, 3 goals in 1 minute is not going to be an easy feat against this Mockit squad. But the aggressive position for Mockit right now, it seems to be putting the Flying Dutchman a little off kilt. There's always somebody cheating up. There's always somebody ready, and they're being patient. I saw Pashy actually not go for certain balls, stay on the ground, keep his composure, and he was able to contest the ball only a few seconds later.
Precisely. That touch back to midfield from Mockit keeps that ball at bay, trying to kill some time. Good pass back to Vogan, and Vogan finishes it. Very good patience from him to read that.
Still showing they have the skill to beat out this defense. Jesse takes his time, gets the patience, wanted to take that a little bit higher, but Vogan was there to bail him out, and the defender didn't know which player to read, and Vogan was able to put it right around him.
Very close. They did get the touch, but still gets popped in the top corner. Now only a 2-goal deficit for Flying Dutchman in the last 30 seconds. We'll see if they can do it. Pull with another one, but it's going to be hard as we've seen them very, very close match the past few games. But there's a shot from Jesse. The pressure is on Dogu, just a little bit wide. Tried to go for a very short side shot, but went a little bit too short of the post. And now Pashy trying to take it out. Vogan. The pressure is on. Someone needs to challenge this if they want another scoring opportunity. Dogu keeps that in the orange end. Vogan, the pass to center, but that's right over to Sicky as they kill that play. And now we're 4 seconds left. I don't think it's going to be possible for Flying Dutchman as Mockit takes game number 3 to put him up 2-1 in this series of 5.
Nice coordination, guys. That was pretty nice. Everyone just launches off into space, lands back at the same time.
That's my favorite celebration.
That's actually pretty cool. A lot of control in Mockit for the good chunk of this game, but towards the end, we saw Flying Dutchman sink 2 goals in when they were down by 4. It was 4-0. They sunk 2. They started to catch up. They didn't have enough time, but I think they really started to gather themselves a little bit more. They had a little more composure as it was going, but Mockit's aggression can be overwhelming. They just need to make sure that on defense, I saw a few times Flying Dutchman, 2 guys would go up for a ball. Yeah. There was that weird first goal where no one really knew what to do and it just kind of slipped through. If they can eliminate that, I think they can. It'll look a little more like the first 2 games.
I think both teams are playing very strong on the communication front. It's just Flying Dutchman, it made a couple more slip-ups, which it resulted in a couple more goals for Mockit. That's where they need to fix up coming into game number 4 if they want to keep this once again close. Still doing a good job fighting. They still have a chance to walk away with a couple more games. But it's just, Turbo Great amount of pressure, and Pashy, that goal though, I'm still loving that.
Yeah.
That was so quick to get up to that.
Yeah, I mean, Turbo was a great pickup. He was not on this team for Qualifier 1. Turbo was on Kapow for Qualifier 1 and did exceptionally well as an individual. Mockit has since picked him up, and it seems to be working really well in the favor. You know, Gibbs said they did really well, and they struggled a bit. They seem to be doing pretty strong. You know, they have their moments of laps, but I think every team is going to have that here and there. They're still getting used to each other, but overall, you know, I think it was a great pickup for them.
Game number 4. We'll see if Flying Dutchman can even this one up again to get us a 2-2 in the series, but Mockit at this time is up 2-1 in the series, trying to extend that lead, get as many points as possible. And the Flying Dutchman just impressing me with how well they're playing. We'll see. Get a goal off early off as they're on the attack. Jesse, good boost steal. It's going to allow his team to, whoa, what is going on there? I have a lot of orange on my screen.
Yeah, it's slightly confusing. I think someone's got an interesting paint job.
Oh, it's those tags again. That's what's confusing me. There we go. We'll see. Turbo Pulse getting a play started up for his teammates. Not quite going to happen. Back into their end. Pashy now off the corner. Gets a pass out, and that touch from Turbo. Still keeping the play going on for Mockit, but Dogu tried to keep that away. They couldn't quite. Shot on target from Pashy. Sicky keeping that one out. Or was that Sicky? The name tag is really messing me up.
This is really interesting, but hopefully it'll fix out of this goal reset. A good shot coming in that first one, pulling that defender out, forcing it in. You know, we talked about when is the opportune time to take shots. I know there's a goalie there. You know, you really have to weigh a lot of factors. If you're going to be able to force the goalie out and into a bad touch, you'll pull them out of net, and then you'll give yourself an opportunity just like we saw there.
Now we'll see if an early goal can come out. Jesse trying to stuff that one past, but Sicky gets up in the air pretty quick. Dogu now has to clean this off the wall. Could be a bad touch if an orange guy is there, and there he is. Turbo Pulsa off that touch off the wall, getting a second goal.
They're keeping it very strong early on, and this is what they did well last game. They had the lead really early on, and then they Flying Dutchman had to play catch up. We see Turbo doing the wiggle.
The wiggle
doing the
Sally.
wiggle. I think we all saw that earlier. But you don't want to put yourself in a catch-up situation, especially like this. Remember, every game counts. This is a series of 5, not a best of 5, so every single point matters.
Turbo grabbing a boost so we can get a good powerful touch on that to follow it up. Reads it a little bit high. Jesse keeps it lower, tries to push it forward, but there's another Mockit member to keep it, and a good pass out from Turbo to finish from Pashy. What a pass!
Turbo's been such an exceptional passer so far in this series. He goes up quick for it. He has to come off the opposite corner, puts it perfectly in front of Pashy. Like, that couldn't have been an easier job for Pashy to make. He had the whole net to shoot from. He just took his spot. He had all the time in the world. That was incredible.
Great. He was going up, but he got the ball going down. Great pass from him. Jesse now to finish this. He can't. Sicky just reads that with a nice little touch. But Turbo in the bad spot. Here's Vogan can clean that one up. Now only a 2-goal differential.
Putting on the pressure to Mockit. They can break through it. They just need to do this more consistently. Dogu puts it up high after Jesse takes that first 50. Turbo wasn't able to reset net enough. He had to go for a risky touch. But that's what you got to do, break down these defense.
Now, just into a minute and a half, and we're going to see 4 goals. Once again, that goal haven they were talking about before. But Jesse, that was a weird spot for Turbo. Jesse just a little bit wide of that. Couldn't get it finished, but there's Vogan trying once again to get another one. Now Dogu trying to get a touch on Pashy. Pashy very smart to jump over that. Must have been looking behind. And I love how they do that so quick to be able to look behind them.
Oh, yeah.
In such a split second. Avoiding that demo. There's a shot there from Pashy. Gonna get a bad touch on that, puts it to the side. Turbo just trying to get another play started up, but gives that to Dogu. Dogu to Jesse. Jesse losing the 50-50. Sicky putting that back into play for them. See if Vogan get it out. Once again, a touch into the center. This could be a bad situation there as Turbo gets a good touch himself. Gonna try to read this off the wall. Just a little bit over it, giving Vogan a little bit more time to get that out of their own end. And now Flying Dutchman trying to move forward. But the pressure at midfield is very strong from Mockit, and they keep that ball in play, keeping the attack on, approaching that halfway mark of this game.
Mockit having a heavy midfield presence means that the Flying Dutchmen need to work as a team to clear this out. They need to go 2 by 2, just like this. It was a pass to the mid. A second player came and cleared it over that guy that was hanging in the midfield.
Dogu off the crossbar, and the finish from Jesse! And there it is. Now we're only 1 goal down for Flying Dutchman.
So many goals already. Halfway through, we have 5 goals scored. This first touch from Dogu drew the defender out just enough. Pashy had to try and get it, but it was the perfect post touch. It comes off just too far for Pashy to get it, and just close enough for Jesse to beat him in time. That's the exact kind of passes that are going to beat almost any defense.
That's 2 now. They've gotten off that backboard. They need to keep that up, and they can even this one up. See if Flying Dutchman can do it, but Vogan just taking his time off the wall, trying to get past Pashy. You know that's a daunting thing to have in front of you, is that Pashy. And he doesn't get it past, and now Turbo can try to push that into the attack for Mockit. Pashy, good touch to the wall, but loses control. Vogan's going to be able to pick this one up. There he goes, flying through the air. A second touch over Sicky. That's actually in a good spot for them if someone could challenge, but Turbo up in the air and no one there to challenge it. Now Jesse, the last defender. Good touch from Pashy. Can Sicky finish it? Vogan just getting a good touch out to Jesse. Jesse with the cherry pick. Can he get it over at the last defender? A little bit of a misflip on that one. Causes him to lose control, but there's Vogan. A little bit wide on the shot. And now the pressure on from Flying Dutchman. They need to keep this going towards the net. That's going to drop in a slot for Jesse. Almost just a little bit wide. They're trying to even this one up. Still a minute 30. They can do this. Pashy with a couple of mind games that didn't work as Dogu puts himself straight into that.
It was a good contest by Dogu, knowing he had to shut down Pashy early on. You want to get on Pashy before he gets that ball in his hood.
Turbo.
These demos. Is that 2 demos back to back?
Yes.
He just took out 2/3 of Flying Dutchman.
Turbo's been very, very aggressive, and there's a potential shot, scoring opportunity for Turbo. Got there a little bit late. And the Flying Dutchman can contest that one. Now here's a play potential started up from Vogan. Still has control. Jesse to support. There's the read. Oh, almost got it off of that Mockit defender. But back to midfield. Dogu's going to have to get that back. In control of them. Loses the 50-50, and the shot on net just wide off the post. Mockit trying to extend their lead. Coming in the final minute of gameplay. They know that the Flying Dutchmen are going to get aggressive. They have to if they want to even this up. Jesse going to get this. A little bit in a weird spot, and Sicky keeps that away from the net. Now Vogan trying to set up another play. Dogu a little bit late to that. Pashy pushes that deep into the blue end. Now Jesse, good pinch off the wall. Maybe set up a play for them, but he couldn't quite reach that one. Sicky up, and Turbo as well. But there's, Jesse with a little bit of a bad touch, gives the possession back to Turbo as he throws that across for Pashy. Now they're going to try to get a play started up there of their own. Jesse catches off the ground. Good shot. Going to go off the backboard unless Sicky misses it. And he does, but no one can clean it up. There's Dogu. Once again with another backboard. Someone's going to have to finish this. Turbo, very good touch, but Jesse back on target. They're doing their best. This could be a scoring opportunity if, Dogu to Vogan, and Vogan gets a bad touch to put it back into their own net, and this could be it unless they can keep it up. We've seen it before, but that's going to drop. Sicky ain't going to let that continue on.
Yeah, smart on Sicky to let that die out. He probably did not want to see that bounce. We've already seen so many close opportunities at the 0 second. Such a close game again, but Flying Dutchman having to keep playing catch up. They're always down by, for the last 2 games, they've been down by over 2 or more goals right off the bat, and they had to and they started to take control towards the end again.
Yeah,
they get a lot of goals in a row without letting any more come out of Mockit. You know, I think it was 3-0, and they ended up scoring 2 goals, almost an opportunity for a third. There was a couple of really close chances. Something happens in the beginning, whether either Mockit comes out super strong and then kind of relaxes when they have the lead, or vice versa. But Flying Dutchman just needs to try to read it a little better, per se. I mean, it's so hard to say. There's so many factors that have been coming into play.
Well, if you look at the shots coming out of Flying Dutchman, they put on, as you mentioned near the end, a heck of a ton of pressure, and they started to really show up near the end. I think they need to start doing that because they weren't giving up any real bad defensive malfunctions or anything at the end. They just put more pressure on, and that's what they needed to get more scoring opportunities. They kept up on the pace of the game, but getting the shots on net and on target are what they need to do earlier on in the game, I think, to pull away with another one. But now we're seeing Mockit up in the series even further now, 3-1. Game 5, do you think the Flying Dutchman can do it?
I think they definitely got a good chance, but you got to interrupt this thing that Turbo and Pashy have going for them. Turbo's been having incredible passes. Pashy's been shooting from the wonkiest of angles. I know some people really can't read what some people can do with the redirects or coming from the corners. I know he's caught several goals off guard. They just got to be careful. So if they can just interrupt that, I think Flying Dutchman can take control because they've shown many times that they can control this game.
Game number 5. Mockit up 3-1 to Flying Dutchman. See if they can run away with another point, or Flying Dutchman can get a second point themselves. That's all they can do at this point. Jesse, good touch to the air, but Dogu couldn't get there on a good angle. Turbo puts it to the side and tries to run this one up the wall, but Vogan, is going to fly just past that. Turbo reads it correctly, though. Out to Sicky. Sicky with a shot, but knows that not going to go on target, so he runs aside. At least gets the boost from the Flying Dutchman. That's out front, though. Sicky couldn't beat Jesse. Jesse, good touch to keep that away from the attackers. On Mockit, there's a shot on net. Vogan reading that touch from Pashy, but just a little bit wide on it. Couldn't continue on that play. And now they're going to have to try to start again as Mockit pushes back down into the Flying Dutchman's end. Now Vogan with a good touch to set up Dogu, but Turbo beats him to it. It's going to roll out in front of the net. Jesse gets a bad touch. That could be actually to a Mockit guy, and it is, but Pashy gets stuffed out to the midfield. And Dogu with a shot on net. Sicky just reaching that one to keep it away. Jesse with a bad read again off the wall there. It's going to leave Sicky an opportunity to set up a play. A completely neutral 50-50, and that shot just wide of the net. And Mockit couldn't clean it up.
So close. These guys are doing a good job of following each other up, but a little bit slow at times. They're backing off more than I was used to seeing in the first 2 games. We saw a lot more midfield 50-50s, and now both teams are kind of dropping back, letting the other team kind of do their thing until they interrupt it, which is a good tactic at times, to deliberately play some defense to interrupt. But right now, it seems to be that Flying Dutchman probably... Oh, Pashy! Flying through. No one was prepared for it. I don't know. I couldn't tell there's anybody in net. We had a not-so-great touch. Then who was that? Turbo puts it up for Pashy. He gets up so high for that. The defender thought he had a little bit more time, but again, Pashy excels at quick touch aerials. Honestly, there's not many things he can't do.
Very, very, very fine touch from Pashy to just drop that in past the defender. And now he's trying to take out Jesse, passing that to Turbo. Very good pass, but Dogu with a second touch. Vogan trying to read that bounce, but a little bit preemptive on that, goes a little too far past it. Good 50-50 there for Flying Dutchman, gives him a little more time to recuperate. Turbo trying to intercept that. Just back to midfield, let his defenders recuperate. Jesse with a shot, but it's a nice, straight, easy one. Gonna allow both those defenders to get an easy save. Pashy just leaving that for Turbo. Jesse just tries to get in the way. Now Turbo has a chance to set up a play. Neutral 50-50 for Jesse to clear that out to Dogu, but no one gonna be able to follow that one up, so Pashy's gonna have some time to play this one himself. Can he follow it up? He tries to get the touch, and he bumps out Jesse instead.
The physical touches out of Pashy we've seen. He loves going for demos, but it's actually working in his favor now. He gets up underneath it. He wants to go for the second touch, but he realizes he might not be able to, so he just goes for Jesse instead. He just slams him out of the net. Brutal. And Jesse, all he could do was just wait for that ball to come. He was not in the best position to try and go and contest that. Plus, he was scared Pashy was going to get the second touch. Pashy did a great job of letting him. He gave himself a bunch of options, and he took the right one.
Nice little body bump there. Sets him up 2-0. Halfway mark now. Flying Dutchman gonna have to turn this one around. Dogu with a shot. A little bit of a pinch there. Sicky getting in front of that. An Octane hitbox with a nice touch to the side. Mockit on the attack now. If someone can follow that up, but no one there, so Dogu's gonna try to get a nice high chip to follow that one up, but quite get it back in his reach. Now Jesse on the backtrack. Can't put this out in front of the net. That could be bad as Sicky almost took control. Vogan, good pass up. Jesse's there for a pass, but sees Pashy there and leaves it for him. Just tries to get back instead. Turbo almost getting physical on Vogan. Vogan to Dogu. Dogu just gets up in time to stop Pashy with another shot. Jesse out to midfield. Second touch himself. Vogan is up for that, but getting beat out by Sicky. And Mockit doing a very good job of getting these touches in the air before Flying Dutchman.
Take a look at how often it looks like they're about to have an open shot on net, and then someone just comes flying from the corner to defend it. We don't talk about it much, but how much skill that takes to predict the speed of the ball, where the ball's going, the speed of your car, the aerial of your car. So many factors come into play, and they do it so gracefully. It's nothing for them, but...
Oh, that would have been a sick play. The back pass to the pass on that forecheck. Very, very good play from them, but a little bit wide. We'll see if Pashy can get another win on that one, but he loses it. Jesse has time to get that bounce. Trying to get in the way is Pashy, just trying to get physical. They're up. All they need to do is maintain a lead. They don't even have to score. Just get in the way of any plays, offensive plays from Flying Dutchman, and that's all you need to do. Dogu up the wall. Can he get a touch on that? Loses that one. Sicky trying to push it forward, but Vogan trying to get a play out for his teammates. And that's going to go back to midfield. Dogu's going to have to get a pass over to his teammate. Jesse trying to get up for this one, but I don't know where he's going to put that one. Vogan, sorry, to clean that one up. But now Mockit back on the attack. This could be bad. 44 seconds left for 2 goals for Flying Dutchman. Looks like they're getting beaten out on pressure. Into these early touches, they have to get 2 goals quick. There's a touch from Jesse, and that's it. Right into the net, and now it's only 1 goal differential for Flying Dutchman.
With 30 seconds, it's so possible. That was not the best touch from Turbo. He actually centered it for the Flying Dutchman. Jesse had to recorrect that so much, knowing I think there might have been a bump in net.
Vogan, yeah, got the bump.
Vogan slammed the guy, I think, trying to get vengeance for the Pashy touch. But it was a great play because Jesse had to recorrect. He wasn't going to be able to aim it the way he wanted, so just give him a wide open net. It's going to go in.
That's all you have to do. Otherwise, could have been a save, and now 1 goal. 30 seconds left. Can they do it? Dogu going to put that a little bit too wide. Someone's going to be there, need there to be pressuring that. Jesse missed it on Pashy, trying to take that down his entire field by himself, and almost does so, but the last defender finally stops him from doing that. Now Jesse's going to have to get this read off the wall. He does. The back pass. Can someone be up for that? No, they're not. Pashy keeps that moving to the side. Dogu off the backboard. Pashy's going to connect with that. They have to get a play off of this. Vogan out to the front. Jesse with the shot a little bit wide, and that's going to kill it. And Mockit EU takes it 4-1 against the Flying Dutchman, and it was oh so close for Flying Dutchman this entire series.
There was quite a lot of points that they just pulled out here. 4-1 is Mockit is very, very happy coming out of this. But the Flying Dutchman gave them a fight. Every game was close. It always looked like it was about to go really in favor of Mockit, and then towards the end of the game, they'd sink 1, 2 more goals. And then there was always that 0-second mark where we're like, can they tie it up? Can they put this in overtime? Just a little bit short. It took them a little bit sometimes to ramp.
But I'm honestly surprised it wasn't as close score-wise final as it was. A 4-1 for Mockit. We're going to actually see what the analysts have to say, if they thought it would be that close as well, or if they knew that blowout was going to happen. I'm going to send it right back over to the desk. Axel Tass, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. What a treat of a match I think that was. You know, on paper, it's a 4-1, but at the end of the day, like 4 out of 5 of those games were literally just 1 goal apart.
Well,
Not even to mention one of them was in overtime, and then in the first game, again, that epic 0-second goal.
Yeah, well, you look at that, and the only reason why that one game that wasn't a difference is because Jesse and their other defender had a mistake. They both went to go to the save, and Jesse's like, wait, oh, wait, you got it. And he moved away, so it was a giveaway goal. So other than that, it was definitely within 1 goal every single game. So that 4-1 doesn't tell the full story.
Yeah, it was a very close series. Yeah, it's 4-1, but as you said, 1 goal games throughout. Just a couple little misplays or the bumps from Mockit that really gave him the win.
And again, these are the best Rocket League players in the world, and that was truly shown in Game 1 as we go through the highlights. Pashy, I'll let the clip speak for itself here. This was just incredible.
Well, this one, yeah, was from Turbo, actually, with a double touch aerial. Great placement, too, on the shot.
Yeah, you saw Turbo really step it up, but then eventually you started to see Pasha get a little bit jealous, and you can see it, like, as he starts, he's like, okay, Turbo, get out of here, man.
What
but that
a
overtime
pass.
goal, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But this is also like a misplay from Jesse, like, and Vogan. Vogan goes up, he couldn't reach it, and Jesse, all he had to do was tip it, but he didn't jump early enough, not thinking Pasha was going to be there. But then again, the pass and plays from Mockit, and Pasha just flying in for those top
Imagine what like Vogan's thinking is sees Pashy like whiz past like to put that in the top right.
But then like Vogan comes back with another goal. The Flying Dutchman were in this series for sure, and then this play was just madness, like with the name tags broken, but so close to a goal to start that game for the Flying Dutchman. That would have really helped them.
Yeah, momentum swing definitely working that in the favor of Mockit, and they just kept piling them on. And that's not to like discredit Flying Dutchman. I mean, they really battled it out, and it came down to you saw how many goals, but how do you protect against a goal like that when Pashy takes a goal in and he's like, well, okay, I can't score this if you're in the way, so let's just remove you from the play altogether.
Let's just move you,
like,
yeah.
And he did that through the entire series. Like, both teams did such a good job of defensive to offensive rotation. Like, they pushed and transitioned super well. But then Pashy and the rest of this Mockit team, Turbo did a lot too with those 2 demos. They bumped like absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And again, these 2 teams are both very much in consideration for our top 4. Mockit EU doing really well for themselves. Getting 4 points against the Flying Dutchman, like that alone, I think, is certainly a great start to the day for them. But of course, we're just getting started here at twitch.tv/Rocket League with the Rocket League Championship Series. Our match that is next is going to be Flipside, who's essentially our #1 seed, against Shoot and Goal. So still a lot of awesome Rocket League coming your direction here in the Europe qualifier group stages #2. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with more Rocket League. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone from Burbank, California. You're watching twitch.tv/Rocket League and the Rocket League Championship Series. My name is Alex Axel Tosh Rodriguez, joined on the desk right now by Gibbs and Carpet. Having a good day so far, commentating some EU action, Carpet.
Always exciting. Always exciting. That last game, very, very close, even though the series total might not have shown it, but I think that was as close as most series can get.
Yeah, that was a big win though for Mock EU, getting a 4-1.
Getting 4 points this early on against a team that's pretty close to them in the rankings is a very solid win.
We've already seen some awesome highlights as well. These are essentially the best players in the world we're seeing today in these EU group stages. That being said, let's take a look at some results that we've seen so far. Again, we have a lot of matches going on, guys. 8 teams in this group. They're all playing each other. We have some matches on stream, some matches off stream. Gibbs, any matches that are jumping out to you?
So we saw 0 5-0s for North America. We already have 2, both not broadcasted, so good job. We didn't get any of the 5-0s. But Supersonic Avengers and Weedham Girls are showing up like against the teams that we thought would be near the bottom, like Shoot and Goal and Comrade Gaming, but we get to see Shoot and Goal now and see how they do.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up next on the stream for you guys is going to be Shoot and Goal versus Flipside Tactics. Now, Flipside, kind of infamous for just how good they are. They were the team that came out on top in the last qualifier for the Rocket League Championship Series for EU, and they're kind of the team to beat at this point. Expectations for this matchup?
This is Flipside's first game, and they're notorious for like just waking up and going for it, so not warming up a lot. So this might be Shoot and Goal's best opportunity to beat them, but Shoot and Goal also just beat them 3-2 in Gfinity the other day. One of those games was a 2-on-3, but it's still 2-2 is a really good set for them.
Yeah, they had the opportunity, but they did just come off of a 0-5 loss.
Yeah, that's
so there's a good chance that could be in their heads. But Flipside Tactics, we know the skill they have, but like you said, they have times when they just take a little bit to ramp up. We've seen some games where it's like, come on, we know you're capable of it. It really depends on how quickly they show, and if Shoot and Goal can squeak out a few early wins, they've got a chance of having some good points here.
Let's take a look at the rosters for these two teams. Gibbs, I'm going to go to you here. Who's the player to watch here in general?
For Flipside, it's just a 3-headed behemoth. Like, all 3 of these guys can score goals. They averaged 0.94 for Mike Rules, 0.97 for Cooksier, and 1.06 for Marky Duda in the last group stage, and the league average was 0.74. So all 3 of these guys know how to score, but they all share that fame. They all get their opportunities.
Yeah, and with Shoot and Goal, last time we saw them, Chaussette came out really strong. I expect to see him touching the ball a lot, getting a lot of really good shots in. He shows a lot of just slow control as well. Got a lot of good dribbles last time we saw him, popping up the ball for his teammates. But either way, those 3 guys, they need to work together to beat this behemoth.
Yeah.
And I guess it's safe to say it would be a pretty massive upset if Shoot and Goal were to come out and get 3 or more points, I might even argue. But before we get into the game, let's do predictions. Gibbs?
I don't usually predict 5-0s, but I think Flipside actually woke up early today. I think they're ready. Like Mike Rules actually went to bed on time, hopefully. Who knows with Mike Rules? You never know. I'm going to give a 5-0 to Flipside. Like, Shoot and Goal might take some games, but I think Flipside, they usually show up when it matters, and they'll show up here.
I think that recently in Gfinity that they've taken some wins, they might come in here with confidence.
Yeah.
I think they'll at least get the one. I think it's going to go 4-1 to Mockit. I think overall they just have a lot more to offer.
Maybe Flipside.
Or Flipside, sorry, apologies. Flipside, 4-1 to Flipside. But I think they're going to come with a little more confidence, Shoot and Goal, since they know that they've been able to take some games off them very recently.
So, Flipside, one of the best teams in the world, certainly one of the favorites to advance to the international final in Hollywood, August 6th and 7th. We think they're going to do pretty well, but without any further ado, let's throw it over to James Bott and Wave for the commentary.
Thanks so much, Axel. I am Wave Punk, joined here by James Bott. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How you doing, Wave?
I'm doing pretty good. This has been an exciting day already, and today we have Shoot and Goal versus Flipside. Gibbs is calling the 5-0. I think in many people's minds, rightly so, this is Flipside's series to lose.
Yes, that is true. Flipside, they are a top team. They won the online finals. They didn't finish number 1 in groups, so they don't always tend to take every series incredibly seriously. They are, and if you watch their streams, they're laid back. They like to have fun. So they do what they need to do. And right now, their goal, definitely get top 4, make the online final.
Absolutely.
And then they'll really bring it there. But Shoot and Goal, they've proven that they can take games off of Flipside. So for them, this is an incredibly important series because they're fighting for every single point, trying to make the online finals themselves to have any hope of making it to the international final.
Absolutely. They're going to be coming off of, they just got 5-0 by either Supersonic or Weedham Girls.
Supersonic Avengers.
So you know that they're going to be hurting for those wins right now. They've had a series to warm up already. What do they need to do to take it to Flipside?
Really, they're just going to have to keep playing hard the whole time and fight for every single point. Don't let that, if they get crushed in game 1, don't let it affect their mentality going into game 2.
We'll be getting into game number 1 here with Flipside in the blue and Shoot and Goal in the orange. Game on DFH. We'll get into it here for match number 3. Decently neutral kickoff, going to go in favor of Flipside. Have them going up on the wall. Looks like that's Mike Rules here. Be moving up now. Chaussette. All 3 players for Shoot and Goal in the corner there, as the ball's going to be crossing over to the far side of the field. Fanati's going to be coming up to try and pick this one out and see if he can send this one over to Flipside territory.
Yeah, and just a note, the players do have different names, but it's Cooksier in the Batmobile, the one who put that shot on net and actually gets the goal. So this is Cooksier in his infamous Batmobile, just beating out the goal. You could see Chassette, he was the last player to have a hope of making the block, missed out on it. Cookser getting the goal.
And you saw Killer rotating out a little bit early there, and saw the other player not able to come from the corner and quite get to there in time, but that's going to be the first goal on the board for Flipside with 4:33 left to go. Cookser with ball control again, sends it into the corner. See what they're able to do, if they're able to push this one out. Chassette wrapping that one around the edge. We're going to see them sending that ball straight on the net. That was a shot from Mike, blocked by Fanatis. Now, Dude, going to be able to send this one towards the net again. They're just sending shots, long shots, straight onto net from their own half.
Well, I think the more important thing to note is that Marky Duda's rocking the Marauder. This is the first time we've seen a car from the latest DLC in here, and Marky Duda rocking it.
DLC out in Europe right now, so they are going to be rocking those cars today. It's going to be kind of cool. Chassette pushing this car around. Mike picks it up from him and able to send it towards the net. Killer blocks it, pops it up, gives his teammates time to rotate in, but Mike's able to take another shot. It goes off the post, and there's the follow-up, able to make it 2 points up.
Yes, and there we have it. Mike Rules getting this goal. Going under the name, oh wait, no, it was Cooks here who got it. I think, no, actually it was a pinch together, and it's gonna give credit. But we're actually going to go to a quick break, guys. We're going to sort out the naming situation very quickly just to make the viewing experience a little bit better. Cheeky names. And cheeky if there's one thing Flipside is known for, it's being cheeky. Am I not right?
You called it beforehand. They like to be laid back. They like to play the jokes on their own streams. Maybe carried it a little bit too much over here, but we're going to get that going here very quickly.
Yep, so we'll get the players back in here in just a moment. But Flipside, they really... they started off strong, and I think, honestly, we will see more of that as this next game continues, but Flipside coming out and doing what they're doing. This is a golden opportunity for Shooting Goal, though. They got down on that early lead, but fortunately, the game having to get restarted due to naming, but we will get that sorted out very quickly here. But
which was interesting to see the Flipside. They played the names for the cheeky thing. That's going to end up hurting them. They were up by 2-0, and now they've given Shooting Goal a taste of what they're going to be doing.
If I know Flipside very well, they probably think it's hilarious. So we don't get to see chat right now, but I'm assuming that it is just a row or a column of just pink cheekies.
Pink
going
cheekies,
all the way.
some fail fishes in there, maybe some too, just depending on where you're going on that.
A couple not like this, perhaps.
Oh my gosh. These guys. Well, it's been a crazy start here to the second match, or the third match of the day. We saw them coming out and striking early, and I was saying it was interesting. We were seeing them taking a lot of shots from the midfield, trying to just shoot from their own side. What do you think about that tactic of not getting in the box, just taking these long shots and shooting at the Shooting Goal team?
Well, what they're trying to do is just force the team to make mistakes, and if you have a well-placed shot, even if it's not going to be a goal, you force the goalie to come out, and you might get a goal on the rebound. Flipside was looking good. They were getting to the ball first, keeping the pressure on, and I would expect to see them to continue doing that. But this could be an opportunity for Shooting Goal to come in and steal one back, especially after having to restart.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how they respond now that they've gotten a little bit of getting to see Flipside, got to see what they're up against, and then they get to get a completely clean slate, start it over, and we'll see what they're able to do here. They weren't able to get the ball up and onto the offense very often, and we're going to hopefully see them be able to convert that a little bit more often, get Shooting Goal back up and into Flipside territory.
And like Carpet and Gibbs and Axel said, Shooting Goal was able to get 2 games off of Flipside, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them come out and maybe use this moment to their advantage.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as we get this match restarted, which will be starting ever so momentarily, who's going to be moving forward here. Fanatis, Chausset, Killer number 7. He was Killer now. Is this the same player?
I'm not sure if it is
the
same player. Yeah, I know it's Killer no, but I don't know if it's Killer number 7.
That's not the same dude we saw in Crown of Jewels back in the day.
It could, yeah, there is a Killer number 7. It might be the same player, but he is a PlayStation player, which is pretty interesting. So it might be the same player. I'm not sure.
Well, we will be getting this match going here. Get this match going for all you lovely folks at home. The restart is coming, and we will have this match number 3 going.
Yep, absolutely. And hopefully we'll have something readable here. It does look like they have the names that they should. And Marky actually switched off of his Marauder, going back to the Octane. So we'll see if that helps him out.
Back to his old tried and true ways. Cooks are passing that one up to Marky, who's just hanging back, letting the shooting goal players do what they want with that one. It's going to go wide of the goal. And now Fanatis going to try and push this one out, back up into Flipside territory. Gets it into the goal, gets it past Cookster. The ball's going to loft around. Killer now coming around, trying to get the shot, but he's not going to get it past Marky.
Yep, still Flipside starting off this one a little bit slower, and this is a chance if Killer can get a good pop, and he does. So.
Oh, Fanatis trying to get the angle there. A good touch from Mike, keeping it out of goal, but this one's still in a scary opportunity for shooting goal. They have an opportunity there. Fanatis going to back pass to Killer now, who sends it into the corner. Cookser now going to push it all the way back to shooting goal territory. Fanatis waiting for this one. Going to back pass to Chauset, who's going to try and push it out of his territory. Mike going to pass it over to the other corner. And here comes Marky Duda. They're just moving it from corner to corner, keeping this pressure up strong.
Yeah, right now both teams trying to just maintain possession. No real opportunities or shots on net that have been too dangerous so far. But Flipside having a lot slower start this game than that first one.
Yeah, I hope they're not like bummed out by their joke falling flat on the admin's ears, but hopefully they continue to play strong and take it to shooting goal. They have another Cookser making a kind of a backward save there. Not the sort of save you want to have to make, but it works out for him. Marky following this one along, going to shoot this one into shooting goal territory. Goes into the corner. Mike does not get the touch, but Marky gets the finish. There's the first point on the board for Flipside.
Yeah, this goal got set up because you see Marky puts it down into the corner, was going to try to get this, or Mike actually faked that second hit. I don't know if he intended to do it, but it popped out perfectly for Marky.
Absolutely.
Because Mike was in that position, the defender in net had to wait and see if he was going to get the hit. And being in that position alone, even though he didn't hit it, still helped Marky be in a position to get that goal.
There's Marky with another shot onto the crossbar. Mike Rules comes in for the finish, but goes just a little bit wide. Fanatis going to put that one up to Chauset, who's going to try and push this one around. Ball at midfield. Nice touch from Killer, sends it up. Here's Mike going to push that one into the box, and you get the finish. No, Chauset interrupts it and sends it into the corner. Now Fanatis going to try and rotate this one onto the offense.
And a good decision there by Fanatis to pass that over to the side, broken up by Cookser, but a heads-up team play instead of just mindlessly shooting on net, going for that pass.
Oh, what a pass and play there. Just as you were talking about the passing, Mike to Cookser to make it 2.
Yeah, and this is something we see a lot out of EU, is just the selfless play. Mike, he knew that he wasn't going to be able to get a good shot and just put it right over to Cookser, and Cookser with the goal. Fantastic passing play from Flipside, and they get their 2 goals back in relatively quickly in this restarted game.
2:53 to go. Cookser and company up by 2 here over shooting goal. Shooting goal yet to get a point on the board. They have been creating some good aggression on the offense. That shot from Chauset going to go wide. Marky putting it into the corner, following along with Killer, who's just actually going to leave that one and stay up in an aggressive position, try to get a bully onto the goalie. There's Cookser making a shot. Chauset with a great save, putting it off to the side. Now Killer following this one around, going to try and set it up for his teammates. Pops it out and in front of the goal, but Marky reads it and pops it back into the corner.
Good pressure coming out from shooting goal right here.
But that was a great setup from Fanatis, but Cookser, like you're saying there, blocking out in goal.
Yeah, Cookser, everybody knows that he's one of the world's greatest keepers, so
yes,
it's a tough challenge to get it by Cooks.
2 minutes left to go. Game number 1 of match number 3. Marky Duda going to send that one onto the far wall. Oh, and it's going to pop out. Can he get there? Try to go for the zone on the Fanatis, but Cookser with a follow-up sends it there. Marky with the third touch to make it 3-0.
Yeah, Marky Duda bailing out Cooks right here. This net was wide open after Fanatis did not get the greatest hit. Cooks did put it off to the side. Maybe Fanatis could have blocked it. It was a close call, but regardless, Marky there waiting for it off of that post there, putting it back in, and now Flipside looking pretty confident in this game 1.
Looking very, very strong. Shooting goal yet to get on the board. Cookser with such amazing ball control, carrying that one off the wall and turning it into a dribble. Now Fanatis going to send that one onto the far wall as Marky passes it up and into shooting goal territory. See Chauset pushing this one back out. A little bit of back and forth between these 2 teams, letting each other do what they want with the shots. Cookser hanging back in goal, and now he's going to be coming out and take the shot. Putting it up the middle of the field. Mike down to Marky. Nice touches there from this Flipside squad. It's going to go wide. Killer's going to be able to wait for this one. Lets Fanatis take the shot onto net, and there's an interesting touch there from Chauset, but does not go the direction he was hoping for. And that ball's going to end up in the corner with Cookser.
Yeah, really, Flipside had a great opportunity there. That was essentially a 3-on-1, but they just couldn't get control of the ball to make the pass quick enough, and a good recovery from shooting goal.
I mean, Marky Duda pushing this ball all over the field, just doing what he wants with it, making it look easy. They're going up onto the wall. Final minute of gameplay. Shoot and Goal needs 3 to force overtime. This is quite the comeback they've got set up for them. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull it off, especially with Marky doing stuff like that. Make it 4-0.
Well, just the patience here. Even Mike was waiting for it, and he just saw Chassette come up and just get that hit. Marky was waiting for it and just got it past the last defender. Flipside, this is a route right here.
Yeah, they're doing very well. At this point, Shoot and Goal just needs to start thinking about game number 2, start moving on, not spend too much time worrying about this loss, thinking about what they can do to take it to Flipside. They've done it before. We talked about that in the previous Gfinity. We'll see if they are able to do it again here in the RLCS.
They'll have to play much better this time. Flipside has been making a lot less mistakes, been utilizing the passing plays a lot more. We have seen some flashes of brilliance come out for Shoot and Goal, but it just hasn't paid off, and they're really going to have to start playing a lot better if they hope to get a few points off the flip side.
I saw a flip side there with 2 players up on the wall and 1 in goal. It's interesting, but it worked out for them. The Spider-Man saves. They were trying to Shoot and Goal, trying to wrap that ball around the corner, and Flipside just responded by sending 2 people up on the wall to interfere with it. Final countdown happening here. At this point, any goals are just consolatory goals or nails in the coffin. It's going to be over. This first game going to be going over to Flipside, but it's a good series so far. Hopefully, Shoot and Goal is able to recover well in game number 2.
More than nails in the coffin, I would say that was roses on the grave.
The
coffin was already buried at that point. But
this is just laying down the sod on top.
Yeah. But fantastic dancing from Cooks. He really knows how to celebrate. But Flipside, just outclassing Shoot and Goal there. Shoot and Goal, they did have some moments where I was happy or pleased with their play, going for some passes into the mid, but really they weren't threatening Flipside that much. Flipside so solid on defense, pretty much no defensive lapses.
Right.
And we did see some defensive lapses on the half of Shoot and Goal. You know, being in that, they've left that last offender against 2 or more Flipside offenders.
Right.
Going in, and Flipside, they're going to make it very difficult for you to make that save, especially with how passing they have that passing mentality.
Yeah, no, the pass plays is just the best, strongest way right now in Rocket League to break through a defense. If you can just, because you have to position yourself with a specific zone in mind, and so if you can just put it into a different area and let someone else take the shot, it's so strong. And just like you talked about, I mean, Cookser being such a strong defensive player, they shut out Shoot and Goal in this first game. Really strong stuff coming out on the defense, especially at the midfield from Flipside.
Yeah, and also Marky helping out on offense, getting that hat trick. So we'll see if they can keep it up. I would expect this to be more of the same, but you never know. Flipside, it's always questionable whether Mike and Marky went to bed early enough and have enough real-life boost to make it through.
Sure.
But looking good so far.
We've seen a number of series in this group stages where a team comes out and blows a team out in the first game, and then the second game it's so much more even. So Shoot and Goal definitely has it in them. They've made it this far. They've made it to the top 8 teams in Europe. We'll see if they are able to take it to Flipside right now. Fanatis with ball control pops it down to the midfield, leaves it for his teammate to shoot. Shauset taking the shot there, but it's going to go high. Cooks are able to make the block. Now Killer coming up from the back. Marky tries to get the touch, but another touch from Southside sends it up onto the wall. He's going to try and carry this one off, set it up for our teammates who have rotated out. Now Fanatis sending it onto the backboard. It's going to drop, actually. Marky just barely getting the last touch onto that one. That was quite a drop shot from Chauset.
Yeah, Flipside still remaining strong on defense, getting those hits. That was a pretty sticky situation, but Marky came out on top.
Marky doing what he does best now. Marky and Mike in the corner, going to try and press this one out and into Shoot and Goal territory. They're getting it past one, but can't get it past Fanatis. And Chauset going to bluff that one up onto the backboard. Who can follow up? Here's Fanatis trying to get the angle, but Mike Rules able to send that one wide. There's Chauset again, keeping that midfield defense strong for Shoot and Goal. Mike Rules comes up. The contention is going to send it onto the wall. Cooks are able to pass it out. Shoot and Goal territory. He's got to run. Can he get the carry? What a touch from Cookser. My goodness.
Cooks, the aerial expert. I love watching him play. Look at this. Off the wall, passing to himself, just getting his plank mobile there to get that second hit. Passing to himself off the wall, getting that goal. Cooks, I love his flair when he scores.
So cool. And you just got to be terrifying as a defender, seeing Cooks coming through the air with that Batmobile with the ball, knowing what he can do. 1-0 in favor of Flipside with 3:49 left to go. Cooks are coming out of goal. Killer gets it past him. Now Fanatis tries to take a shot. Mike at a back pass up to Cookser. The ball is kind of moving around. Fanatis taking a shot. It's going to go a little bit wide. Can anyone follow up on this one? There comes Killer, but it's not going to make the shot. And they're going to be seeing this ball kind of moving back out to the middle and seeing Flipside get set up on defense.
Flipside still has just been shutting down the attacks, not really letting anything get going for Shoot and Goal. That was an opportunity there. That net was open, and I didn't see who took the shot, but if that was on target, it would have been in. So that was the best opportunity Shooting Goal's had so far.
Yeah, a team like with a name like Shooting Goal, I would expect accuracy to be their strength. So hopefully they're going to be able to put some great shots onto target. Killer going to try and pick this one up, gets it past one, gets it onto the backboard, and here comes Chauset, going to loft that up in front of the goal. Cookser doesn't, he goes for the block. No one actually took the shot, so it's just going to kind of pop back down. Now Mike going to be able to dribble this one around and get it set up. It's going to hit the ceiling and fall down. Here comes Mike. That was a nice shot, but not going to happen. Marky's falling back, able to continue to press that out, but Fanatis going to counter that one, push it back into Flipside territory. Now Cookser popping it out. A lot of just ball moving around the field. No one really taking some great shots at this point. A lot of people making good reads and able to shut down offensives before they happen on both sides.
Well, really, if you watch the way that Flipside likes to play, and it's been like this for a long time, you've got Mike and Marky on the front line just forcing the issue, trying to generate opportunities, and a lot of times that ball will get popped up in the air, and Cooks goes for it on the attack. And that's been paying off very well for them in this series.
And that's part of what makes Cookser such a strong defensive player. They do run that 2-1 setup where you got two guys up on offense, one guy kind of in that third dunk position, but who can also fall back onto defense. You see Cookser and Flipside run that a lot. Cookser usually filling into that third role, and so that's what makes him such a, he has so much practice on defense for being so far back all the time. We'll see if he's able to set this one up. He's so strong in the air. A good touch from Chauset sends that one away from goal. 1:54 left, and still Flipside up by 1. Shooting Goal has yet to get on the board.
Yeah, that was a good back pass. Didn't really pay off, but it still kept the possession in Flipside's half just a little bit longer. But yeah, Cookser is a predator.
Yeah, he likes to prowl that midline. There's a nice shot. Oh, it looked like Killer kind of blocked the shot from Chauset. There was a Flipside player right there, so probably wasn't going to go in either way, but that's unfortunate. Shooting Goal has yet to get on the board in this series. 1:28 left to go. They've got their work cut out for them. They just need 1 point to force overtime to equalize this game, but Flipside is pressing on the offense. Great offensive pressure.
Yeah, that was actually an intentional hit. What he was trying to do was prevent Cooks from getting a good clear into the corner. He was trying to just keep possession and allow his teammates to get to the ball first. So a heads-up play, a lot of times that works out. Right there, it didn't, but that's what the intention was.
Chauset passing this one up to Fanatis, who tries to take a shot. Final minute of gameplay. Shooting Goal needs 1. Marky's going to try and make it 2. Shot goes just wide. Fanatis able to send this one into the corner. 2 players for Shooting Goal currently in the corner. Chauset lurking out of goal, going to try and creep up. They need to play aggressive to get this point on the board. 45 seconds left as Killer sets that one around. Cookser's not set up in goal, but he's able to keep it in the corner. Marky getting set up on the defense. Killer's going to try and back pass this one, but Cookser gets it over the top, and now Mike rules with ball control, going to send it all the way into Shooting Goal territory. It's lofted up. Killer's going to play it off the wall, see if he can carry this out. 30 seconds left in the game. Chauset believes it and just kind of pops it up for Fanatis, but this pressure from Flipside is so strong. They're keeping this ball very, very far up into Shooting Goal territory, not even allowing them to creep out at all. Fanatis is able to clear that one into the corner, but Marky's waiting for him. He's going to get it past Marky. Now Cooks are going to be able to pop that one out. No one really home on defense. Marky, what a save from Marky right there in front of the box. Chauset pops it over. Fanatis has an opportunity, but Cookser shuts it down and sends it all the way back into orange corner. Marky going to dribble this one around, try and get one more for good measure, make it an impossible comeback at this point.
Yeah.
Well done.
The nail in the coffin by Marky, but really, you see that bump from Mike too, just taking out Killer. But Flipside, you saw there, they were so solid on the defensive side, just getting to the ball first, preventing those shots time and time again. Even though this one was a very close game in terms of scoreline, Flipside really was the dominant defensive team.
Yeah, very, very, very strong. Yeah, they scored that goal they needed and then just kept their goal clean. They have now shut out Shooting Goal for 2 games in a row.
Oh, man, look at that. A super cop by Killer No. We like to say that. Cops like donuts. He's got a whole row of them right there. 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 saves, 0 shots. So Killer and really all of Shooting Goal there, they were struggling to get offense going. But and that was because of the flip side, getting to the ball first. You see they're not afraid to do the back passes. They're just keeping the possession for themselves, keeping that ball in a spot that where Shooting Goal really can't do much with it.
Right, yeah. They don't need to take lots of shots on net. If you have the lead, you can just maintain ball control, run that clock down. That's going to give you the win right there. So it's very, very interesting setup. And it was some good. We saw some good midfield defense coming out from Shooting Goal, keeping that ball from getting too close to the goal. We only had 3 shots from Flipside. It wasn't like this a massive offensive showing, but they were keeping that ball in their own control, and Flipside just maintaining total control of this game.
Yeah, and I also noticed that Mike also, though, had the super cop. So
he
might
might see a cop buddy flick with Mike and Killer. It's coming up here pretty soon. But yeah, shoot and goal, they kept that one a lot closer. They did have some opportunities to score. There was that wide open net where they weren't able to get the shot on target. So they are having very limited opportunities, but they're still getting them. If they can get those in, their defense was sure enough to where they kept Flipside to just 2 goals, but they're going to have to start making those goals happen when given the chance.
Oh man, there's an early opportunity. That ball right in front of the net. Cooks are going to punish hard, send it in, 1-0 for Flipside.
Yeah, Cooks, the Predator, just waiting. You see Mike got that touch off the post, and then Marky actually should have gotten that goal, but Cooks there, why not? You know, he likes to score, he likes goals. The Italian Stallion, Cooks here, just riding that one.
Italian Stallion. Man, you know, we were just on Manfield, and it was a lovely day, and now a storm has broken out. I don't know how this happens. The weather in this world is very strange. A nice setup from Mike. Cookser goes for it, but a great interference from Chauset, sending it into the corner, keeping that lead from extending. Fanatis going to hit that. All 3 players for shooting goal stacked up. Cookser plays it off his back legs, and here comes Mike for the finish.
So Cooks, even though Mike got that one in, look at Cooks. Marky pops it right up in the air. Cooks hitting it off his Batmo bum right to Mike, who finishes it off. That is a classic Flipside team play. Everyone getting a touch on it there, contributing to that second goal.
And you got to hurt for shooting goal. That entire play was possible because they were all 3 stacked up right there on the post. No defensive presence. They have to have a better position than that if they want to be able to take it to Flipside. Marky going to try and, or Mike going to try and pass that one around. Chauset going to hit it up to Fanatis, who's going to try and push this one up. Marky interrupts it and is going to immediately counterplay. What a play there. Such a good shot from Cookser.
Yeah, Flipside, that they're just taking over this series. Marky got that block, and you saw 2 players committed up too far. Killer was going to go try to get boost, realized that he was out of position after that Marky block, and Cooks put it in. But you saw there 2 players going for that same ball. Marky just beat both of them. Putting Killer in such a tough spot.
That's 3-0 within the first minute from Flipside, really putting the burn on in this game. Mike going to leave this one and has played the mind game with Chauset. Killer going to be able to get the read. Marky goes for another shot. Another great hit from Killer, keeping it out of goal. Chauset going to try and dribble this one up. They have yet to get a point in the series. If they could just get any points on the board, that would be a strong victory for them and something that they could start to build a victory on top of. Hopefully they could get out of their own corner at this point. All 3 players stacked up in the corner. Again, very tight rotations. That's leaving them very wide open in a lot of places. Cooks are able to send that one up to midfield. Mike has an opportunity, but Fanatis going to beat him to it. Send it back into the blue.
Good
Killer
play.
with a nice shot. Marky couldn't get the angle. There's the point they needed.
So Marky, he just got lost in the net. But look at this play. Killer was waiting on that wall. Beautiful pass from Fanatis. Marky getting messed up. He was on the wall, on that post. There's that little curve. He got messed up, but really got to give kudos to Shoot and Goal for making that play happen. I love seeing those passes into the corner or onto the wall where you've got your teammate and he just knocks it right back on net. Great play by Shoot and Goal.
Absolutely. That was an impressive goal no matter who you are, and that is something that will hopefully be a huge morale booster to these guys. They're able to make shots like that onto a team like Flipside, and hopefully they'll be able to build some momentum and make a competitive game here. Fanatis going to set that one up. Killer rotated a little bit too far, but the ball is left at mid. As Chauset comes up from the side, he's going to try and shoot, but Mike able to clear it away and get that ball back into Shoot and Goal territory. Cookster's alone in the corner with the ball. See if he can get the shot here. Killer pops it up, but here comes Mike. Oh, Mike whiffs, leaves that one alone. Cook's just keeping the pressure up. These angles they're able to get the shots at. Chauset is very far back in the goal. That's 2 shots onto the crossbar. Flipside going just a little bit high on their accuracy, but my goodness, this offensive aggression is amazing.
Yeah, Marky was just hanging out in front of the net for the longest time with hardly any boost. Like a kid in the candy shop. And finally getting his sweets here with that goal. Just coming in, and you see they're winning that ball right there. Fanatis wanted to get that hit, but Mike just put it on a silver platter for Marky. And Flipside, they are running away with this one yet again. Right now, I'm thinking Gibbs' prediction is looking pretty solid.
Chauset's got ball control. He's got to run. He's going to try and dribble it past Cookser, but Cookser zones him off to the side. They're not going to be able to get a second point on the board. But yeah, like you were saying, this is really looking rough for Shoot and Goal. Hopefully they'll be able to mount some sort of comeback. Take some time to think about it because this game is already over and we're barely past halftime.
Yeah, 6 shots now for Mike, and now his second goal here. Just getting in and, you know, no defense. Shoot and Goal falling apart right now.
right there in front of the goal so often. Marky putting in another point. We might have a Brazil here in game number 3.
Well, we might. I mean, we're on track to almost having a double Brazil here. Marky just hitting it off the wall to himself. Fanatiz getting beat there. He should have had that save, but Marky just gets by. Right now, shoot and goal, they are crumbling like cornbread.
Yeah, at this point, they need to take their time. They need to think, hole up on defense, get your defensive rotations figured out, and spend that time talking about what can we do differently, because what is Flipside doing so strong? Here's another shot. They're going to try and create it. Marky's got it set up. Mike goes for the shot, just denying the Brazil. So close right now. We're being very, very close. Only 2 minutes left in this game. My goodness, just Flipside has got such a crazy run on this.
Yeah, still shoot and goal winless right now.
Oh,
yeah,
so close.
That's
well done.
that quality of shot is not going to get by the defense. That was going far too slow. And now pressure coming out, but really shoot and goal not getting any wins so far in this RLCS group stage. That has to be weighing on them.
Man, the turnaround there from Mike was very impressive. They were putting on a clinic of classic aerial moves. Cooks are going to try and get this past Fanatiz. A good interference from Fanatiz, keeping that out of goal. 1:35 left to go. Still 6-1 in favor of Flipside. Fanatiz going to try and create a shot, but Cookser denies it and sends it far up. Some good interference coming out from the midfield defense of shoot and goal. There's an opportunity from Chalset, but Mike just coming from the backfield. Just not an angle most people would ever be able to hit anything from. Getting the save. They have an open goal. Here's an opportunity. Fanatiz takes the shot, but Mike denies another one. They are just, I wonder if they're almost like leaving him open just to create these amazing shots.
Flipside is just a brick wall right now. They are playing with so much confidence. You saw Mike coming out of the backfield, just getting to that ball first. Flipside is playing at another level right now compared to shoot and goal.
Now, this might be the Brazil right here. There you go. Mike puts the 7th point on the board. They only got 1 minute to hold on. This has been quite the blowout.
Yeah, you see Mike to Cooks, and Mike just reads it off the backboard. Killer had his opportunity to make the save, but in the end, Mike is going to Brazil.
Yeah, Mike read him so well there. Like he went up, he could have hit it a little bit harder, a little bit sooner, but he saw Killer coming in, took his time, and let Killer just move and rotate himself out of the way and give that Brazil on the board. 44 seconds left in game number 3. Flipside poised to take the series 3-0 at this point. We will play the remaining 2 games for the sake of the series that everyone has to play a total of 35 games. Every point matters. So there's 2 more games we got here for shoot and goal to make a comeback and get some points on the board. If they can pull off 1 game, I would consider it a huge victory for them.
Yeah, you never know. And look at again, Marky with goal number 8. This is the Flipside show right now. But really, shoot and goal needs to just ignore this. They need to just get their bearings because, like we said, this isn't a series. You're not trying to win a series. Every game is for 1 point.
Absolutely.
You're trying to climb the ladder. Every single point important when you're trying to climb that ladder because you don't know come next weekend if you're going to be in or out based on 1 point. So you can't let this 8-1 get you down. You have to come right back in game 4 and try to get every single point possible.
Absolutely. That's the hard thing to understand about the series of 5. It's like you're playing 5 games in a row, but the previous 3 games literally don't matter. The next 2 games are just as important as the first 3 games. And the fact that you lost the last 3 doesn't matter at this point. You got to try and mount your comeback and see if shoot and goal can possibly take this. But right now, Flipside is looking so dominant.
Yeah, I would be shaking in my boots right now if I know. Look at the number of 17 shots.
That's insane.
Coming out from Flipside. Just an incredibly massive amount of shots. It was kind of like watching a T-Rex play with their food a little bit in that series.
That was we saw a stat on the Did You Know screen in between the breaks that said that the series, the leading shot total was 17, and they just matched it. I think it might have been Flipside that had that leading shot total against Mockit, or it was the other way around. I don't remember which one it was. But yeah, so they're up there on the top. That is the most aggressive game we have witnessed so far.
And just if you're just tuning in, maybe you found Rocket League just recently, you're getting introduced to the scene, you're like, wow, that was a blowout. Well, Flipside is, for the longest time, and even still now, considered to be the best team in the entire world. Shoot and goal, that French side, relatively new on the scene.
Absolutely.
They're starting to come on and try to prove themselves, but Flipside really is an amazing team. Like the best team in the world, arguably. They won. People will think generally EU is the stronger region, and they won the online finals for the EU region in Qualifier 1. And with a showing like this, they are very, very scary.
Yes, they would do this to many teams, and the fact that Shoot and Goal is even here speaks to how strong Shoot and Goal is as a squad. So it's not a surprise that Flipside is taking this to them, but Shoot and Goal, they have what it takes to win these games, and if they are able to get a win on the board, they should take it and pin it and take it home, because that is going to be quite the prize to have. Showset trying to take the shot there. Marky going to get that one out. Now Cooks are going to pick this ball up and try to push it back into Shoot and Goal territory. Game number 4, we've moved on to Beckwith Park.
Yeah, and a good start so far from Shoot and Goal, coming out playing without fear so far, but they'll have to keep this up for another 4.5 minutes.
Yes, they've kept most of the ball control on their side. This is a good change for Shoot and Goal. Fanati's going to try and set that one up. Mike Rule's going to read it in the corner, and Killer going to rotate in to keep the pressure strong. Fanati's on the wall, setting it up again. They're shutting down any rotations or any transitions.
Oh, what
and
a play!
Showset going to put it on. This is the first lead the Showset and Shoot and Goal have had in the series.
Yes, Fanati's gets that block, and then Cook's trying to make the play, but just, you see he actually hit it right over into Showset, but Showset positioned himself well for that play and had the mechanical control to air roll into that ball to put it on target. So a good start for Shoot and Goal. They'll have to just keep this up. In game 2, I believe it was a much closer game, so they do have the defensive ability to keep Flipside on their heels, but they'll really have to throw everything they have at Flipside in this game.
Yep, they need to figure out what they did on that first kickoff, because they were able to maintain ball control, but now in kickoff number 2, they have given it all up, and it's been the Flipside show again. That ball open on net. Fanati's able to take the shot. Maybe a bit of an overcommitment from Flipside. We got 2-0 in favor of Shoot and Goal.
Yeah, right now, after that game, I would be very confident if I was Flipside, but this time they just over-rotated, too many people downfield, and Fanati's gets that open net. 2 goals in a minute. You got to be happy if you're Shooting Goal, but still, we've seen the scoring power from Flipside as right there. Oh!
Wow, it goes just a little bit high. Killer putting it into the corner, relieving the pressure. That was a very scary moment for Shooting Goal. But like you were saying, they've gotten those 2 goals. Now they need to be happy with those and hang on for dear life, because here comes Flipside. There's Mike Rules with the first point.
Yeah, so again, you can't rest on your laurels. You got to keep going. Cooks, do you see that? He passes it to Mike. Mike doesn't even let that hit the ground. And then they just work together. Somehow Mike was able to get that one in, but just great passing from Flipside. They play as a unit so well.
Amazing stuff. There's Mike winning the kickoff, gets a pass, 1 and 2. My goodness, just as it looked like Shooting Goal had a prayer, Mike ties the game up in like 4 seconds.
Yeah, I guess the 1 and the 3 in his name stands for a specialist in 1v3, because he just took them out by himself on that faceoff with no boost whatsoever.
Holy cow. Mike showing why they are the strongest team in the world at the moment, immediately taking this game, taking that lead away from Shooting Goal and tying it up. 3:30 to go in the game. Shooting Goal trying to get back on the offensive. Showset not going to touch that one. Marky going up and to play it back up to the wall, up to midfield, and now to pick it up himself. A great pass. Now he's going to be moving to the corner. Up here with Cookser. Going to cross in front of the goal. Not going to touch any posts, though. Not going to quite cross in. So Mike crosses it laterally across the field again. Now Cookser going to try and create some pressure.
Still, Flipside, again, they went down 2-0, but immediately got it back, and it seemed like they were hardly trying. So Flipside still cruising. This one is closer. Shooting Goal need to just buckle down at this point.
Marky Dudok gets it past 1, past 2. Killer going to pop it up and kill the momentum, leave the ball on their offense for just a moment, but they don't really have any setup to do anything with it, and Cookser's able to push it out to midfield. Ball sitting there now. Marky able to put it up and into the corner. It's going to be lofted up. Showset's going to follow along. Killer set up in goal for Shooting Goal. Now they're trying to push this out. Cookser goes for the interference. Showset just winning and being very patient with his touches. Marky's able to clear it away and follow along with it and create a transition. There's Fanatis down on the board. Killer number 7, last line of defense. It's going to pop off the top bar and go in. There's the lead for Flipside.
Yeah, the crossbar down shot from Cooks. Look at this. Killer was in a position to make the save, but Cooks just put it beautifully right off the crossbar and down. That one is unsavable. And Flipside, now that they went down 2-0 early, but have come roaring back with these 3 goals. And really, Flipside, they really do seem like they are playing on a completely other level compared to Shooting Goal.
Cookser 97 trying to press that out of his own half. Mike Rule's going to win the 1v1 with Killer. Now Cookser passing it up onto the ceiling and back down into the corner. Three players very aggressively positioned for Flipside. Now they're going to back off, let Fanatis take this shot here. Killer going to pass that one up. We'll see if Shalsek can come up from the backfield. But Mike's going to beat him to it and have a drop on the net. Fanatis keeps it out of goal. Killer puts it into the corner. And Marky's going to be falling back, let Cookser pick up ball control. See if he can get it past Fanatis there. And going to get it around Shalsek. No, Shalsek reads the hit well. Passes up to Fanatis, who's got to run onto the goal. It was an opportunity, but a good rotation from Flipside, going to keep that one out.
Flipside's still doing such a solid job. They are so patient on the defensive side, and they make good decisions. And look at Marky.
Oh, these passing plays, they just keep on hurting shooting goal.
Yeah, Cook's winning that 1v1 and just right back on the wall, launching it out into the middle where Marky was waiting. And that placement,
so perfect.
Yeah, if he didn't put that where he put it, it would have been a save. So Marky getting another goal. He has been a scoring machine so far. Really all of Flipside, just a goal-generating monster.
Yeah, they have very much been sharing the offensive roles all the way around. Such a good team, such a solid team, just giving us such a great example of why we consider them to be the best team in the world at the moment. Killer trying to pop this one up in the corner. 1:20 left to go. They're down by 2. It's a possible comeback, but if they were able to make a comeback at all, that would be quite the impressive feat given how this series has gone. Fanatis going to send that one around the corner. Marky Dudal papping it back down. Cooks are going to follow it. Him and Marky moving up on the Marky stayed on the wall that entire time and created a pass. Fanatis able to push it off to the corner. That was a very interesting setup from Marky. Now moving back into the center. Marky's in a position where he can get the shot. He pops it, tries to shoot it behind the goalies, but all three in goal. One of them was going to get the foot on it and push it back out.
Still, just look at the pressure. Flipside always getting to the ball first. And you can see Shoot and Goal wants to get the touch, but they just get beat out by a hair every time.
An uncharacteristic miss from Mike is going to not make it 5-2 just yet. 38 seconds to go. Chauset trying to create an opportunity for his team, but Marky's got to run onto the goal. He goes for the read, but Fanatis able to get it past him. Cookster's going to get the follow-up and send it onto the backboard. Fanatis misses that touch. We see the Flipside's giving them the space, though, to do what they want at this point. They just need the game to end.
And you saw there just Killer not even trying to keep possession, just hitting it down, Shoot and Goal. They seem like they just want to get through this series because Flipside is just having their way.
There's Cooks are going to put one more on for good measure. You saw, I think it was Mike or Marky in the corner just bullying all the goals. It was Mike in the corner just bullies all the goals until they have no position. Cooks are able to take a shot, make the score margin 3.
Yeah, Fanatis had a chance at it, but Cooks are just using the side of his Batmobile to put it in. And at this point, there is salt, lemon juice, and lime juice just being squeezed in the wound of Shoot and Goal.
Oh man, that hurts. It hurts just to think about. 5 seconds left. This game is over. So what do you think, is there anything that Shoot and Goal that is obvious to you that like Shoot and Goal should really, really change up going into game number 5?
Right now, I wish I had an answer for you, but it just seems like they are getting outclassed.
Right.
And that's understandable because Flipside, this is the team that they have been together, playing together longer than any other team in Rocket League. And the fact that they're still number 1 in EU is mind-boggling.
Absolutely.
So they and some people will argue Weedham Girls is better, or even Supersonic Avengers has a shot. Flipside really has proven time and time again that they're at the top.
Absolutely.
So it's even though Shoot and Goal is getting beaten pretty heavy-handedly, you can't knock them too much because Flipside really is just that good.
We said at the top of the series, this was Flipside's series to lose, and they have taken full control of it and just moved on. And we talk in Rocket League, there's a problem with roster shuffling and with players very much mixing it up and moving all over the place. It's not necessarily a problem. It's just like a fact of how the series works or how the scene works. Flipside doesn't do that. Like you said, they have stuck together and they have slowly just gotten better over time to where people were talking about them like, oh, they're a pretty good team, and now nobody can not talk about them. They are at the top.
And it's funny too because Flipside, they really don't communicate a lot, like especially even Cooks, like he'll almost never say anything, but they play with so much anticipation of what each other's going to do, like that a lot of times they don't even need to talk. And Rocket League is so fast paced that a lot of times you don't even have an opportunity to say something, but if you're just so comfortable with how your team plays, then you're looking for them to make that pass.
Absolutely.
You're looking for them to hit it back to you, and you get comfortable with them, and that's what Flipside really is. That is the way they're playing, and it shows.
As we talk a lot about synergy and how well teams will synergize together. When you've played together as long as Flipside does, synergy is maybe your strongest ally. They don't even have to communicate. But here's another opportunity. Shalsep putting Shoot and Goal up on the board. This is the second game in a row they've had the first goal.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep it up. But a huge block from Killer. And you see Chauset getting there just in time off the pass from Fanatis, but Killer getting that block in. in Flipside's half set that up, so they had to keep the pressure on here. But still, we saw them go up 2-0 last game, and they weren't able to hold on. They'll have to shore up their defense. They want to take this one down.
That was a great early goal from Shooting Goal. We'll see if they're able to hold on. Flipside is pressing back onto the offense. Killer going to send this one off the wall. Pop it down. Fanatise with the follow-up, but Mike gets it past him. Cooks are going to pop it up. Now Chaussette, last line of defense, clears it onto the side. Good play from Chaussette, but the follow-up from Marky ties the game.
Just constant pressure coming out from Flipside. You see Cooks getting that ball into a spot where Chaussette had to make a play, and he couldn't get enough on it because he was in a spot where, you know, he had to jump and just get whatever hit he could, and Marky was there to put it on net. It wasn't even that strong of a shot, but they are so fast, so quick to the ball that putting that pressure on net will eventually lead to a goal, and Flipside scores yet again, not letting that lead remain for very long at all for Shooting Goal.
Marky Duda pressing this one back into Shooting Goal territory. Mike Rules hanging back, looking for an opportunity, but he's not going to get the touch. He leaves Chaussette alone with the ball. You see Marky Duda having to fall back very quickly. Mike going to send that one to the corner. Now Cooks are going to pick it up off of the bounce and try and press it back out. Interruption from Fanatise, sends that ball lofted up into the air, but Marky Duda able to come up over the top. Chaussette keeps it in the corner. And now we're going to have Mike Rules pressing that one out, see if anyone can rotate in time. Cookser goes for it, but the ball went onto the wall. Now Fanatise with ball control, sends it onto the far wall. It's a good pass from Fanatise, but a good interception from Flipside, going to keep that one out.
Yeah, now we can see the offense coming out from Flipside. That win there from Marky, but now Shooting Goal, they're holding strong, but there's a lot of time left in this game.
Marky Duda waiting patiently with ball control, driving up to the far wall. Seeing all of Shooting Goal kind of set up. He just gets it past his two overcommit. Chaussette with a good touch. It was a solid touch. If he hadn't gotten that touch, he would have definitely had a goal for Flipside. But the ball just sitting in front of the goal is a very, very interesting position. I'm not sure why Flipside isn't pressuring more.
Well, they are keeping the pressure up. You saw Marky even taking out two players
out
of the mix.
There it
just
goes.
The Marky and Mike combo. Cook's waiting in the back, waiting to get called in. Well, he's not even needed right here. You can see Marky just being a hassle. Mike and Marky, such aggressive players, leading to that goal. They just 2v3'd the defense from Shooting Goal. They didn't even need Cooks.
2v3'd and took the lead here in game number 5. They are set to prove Gibbs right. At this point, they can just hold on for 3 more minutes and keep Shooting Goal from taking an amazing game number 5. Cooks are going to push this one out of his own half. Mike Rules needed to get another touch to get it across that midfield line. Cooks are back passes into the corner, try and set it up for himself along with the boost. And now Mike is trying to push this one out. This has been some good pressure coming out from Shooting Goal. They have opportunities to score if they can just get it through this impenetrable defense from Flipside.
Yeah, the defense so hard to get by, but
so close.
But also the offensive pressure. Mike and Marky have been doing such a good job at just being a nuisance, preventing the clears from Shooting Goal.
I will say that they are taking shots on net. Shooting Goal is taking shots on the Flipside's net, and we're seeing a lot of overcommitment from Flipside, which is something, if they can keep this up, if they can continue to make shots, they will be able to score and tie this game back up. We had 2 goals there where at least 2 people, if not all 3 people, went up for it. Marky Duda able to clear that one away. Chaussette to be able to pass to Killer and see if Killer can get this one across. It's locked in front of the goal, but Fanati's not going to get there before Marky Duda. And Duda's going to be able to pass that to Mike. Now they're going to be able to move this back into Shooting Goal territory.
Yeah, you could even see there, that was 3 passes there before the ball even touched the ground. Flipside works together so well.
So well, 1:48 left to go. Flipside up by 1 in game 5. Chaussette getting it past 1 and 2 to tie the game. What a play from Chaussette.
Has shown us time and time again that he can score against this Flipside defense. And you see him just driving around Cooks and flinging it past Marky for the tie. Great play by Chaussette, but will it be enough to keep them in it, or will Flipside come roaring back and get another goal to close this series out?
They have a chance. This is the best chance they've had yet. A tie game with only 1:30 left to go. They can get 1 more point on the board. They might be able to make this a 4-1, which would be a huge thing for Shooting Goal at this point. They're trying to push this one out of their own half. Fanati's going to go for the Spider-Man clear, send it up. Chaussette going to be following up. Not going to get the touch as Cookser's able to interrupt it. There's the ball just lofted in their own territory. Some interesting passing coming out from Shooting Goal right now, and Flipside's able to read it and push this one up. Marky getting a demo, but Fanati's able to get the clear, send it up into the corner. Now Mike Rules popping that one out to the midfield. Marky's kind of backwards in goal. Oh man, if Killer's shot had been a little bit more accurate, that would have been the lead.
Yeah, that was the golden opportunity. Killer just couldn't put it on net.
Final minute of gameplay. Tie game in game number 5 between Flipside and Shoot and Goal. Cooks are trying to get that one in, but Chalset with the interference. Good defense, holding on strong and try and create this win. Fanati set up in goal for Shoot and Goal. Mike Rule is going to be missing that one. Now, Marky Duda coming up from the back, putting it into the corner. Fanatis misses, and Killer is able to pop that one out. But all of the save from Set, keeping it out, keeping them clean. They might be able to quit overtime, or they might be able to put it away right now. The shot from Fanatis, the save from Mike Rules, keeping it out. But shouts out with another one. The pressure is strong.
Goodness.
No one's there. There's the shot from Killer, and they take the lead.
Oh my goodness, what a turn of events. Mike got the bump to make the pressure happen on the other end, but then Shoot and Goal comes back shot after shot. Then the demo making the rotations impossible for Flipside, and Killer taking the lead for Shoot and Goal with less than 30 seconds left to go.
30 seconds, and Flipside needs to tie to take this win off of Shoot and Goal. Chalset leaving that ball at midfield. See Markaduda on the prowl, waiting for this opportunity. Gets it off the backboard, and here comes Mike to finish and tie the game. Mike Rules, Flipside, they're waking up. They're realizing they have an opportunity to lose this game 5, and they're turning up the heat.
Less than 50 seconds later, you see Marky just waited patiently, and Fanatis gets beaten by Mike. Flipside refuses to be defeated, tying it up, and now we are so close to going into our first overtime of the series.
15 seconds. Marky Duda pops this one up. Cookser's already up for it to try and get the angle. He passes over, and there's the shot from Mike. This team play, this is why we love Flipside.
Flipside just emotionally abusing Shoot and Goal. Cookser with that pass to Mike, and Mike finishes it off. Heartbreak for Shoot and Goal, who's looking for their first win, but Flipside, they have no mercy. They will beat you down.
That was insane how fast they gave them the lead, and in 30 seconds they took it back with amazing team plays from Marky to Mike and Mikey to Flipside. Final second of gameplay, Mike's just trying to kill this one. You had players already leaving the match before the ball hit the ground. That's 5-0 for Flipside.
Yeah, you could see Flipside, Cook's just dancing. Marky and Mike, they're just staying there. They're cool as a cucumber.
They're done.
But really, Flipside, that was the Flipside show. Shoot and Goal, they were just trying to fend off that assault from Flipside. Flipside looked fantastic in this series. Just unbelievable plays, even in that game. 27 seconds left, down by 1, and they come back and scored 2 goals. Yeah. And that last pass from Cooks to Mike, beautiful play.
Amazing plays. And none of them was just like one player stepping up and being like, all right, I got this, guys. No, they're like, oh, we as a group, let's step up and let's win this game. Take it 5-0. Just when you thought Shoot and Goal had a prayer, they shut them down so hard. Yeah, they're laying that sod on top of the grave. They got a lawnmower on top of it already.
Rip.
Holy cow.
Yeah, RLCS rip.
Man, they really took it to them there. But Flipside giving us an exhibition of why they are at the top of the leaderboard right now. Amazing stuff from this squad. We'll be passing it back over to the analyst desk. Axel Toss, back to you.
Thanks, guys. Honestly, about what we expected a little bit. There were some bright moments here and there from Shoot and Goal, especially from Chalset, I think, personally. But overall, Flipside showing just why a lot of people are considering them one of the best teams in the world.
Flipside, what is there to say? I'm speechless. Like, there's nothing to say. Flipside just went off. Mike and Marky, especially with the passes, was insane.
For 20 seconds, I thought my prediction was going to be right.
For
20 seconds.
Exactly 20 seconds.
But that just proves how insanely, like, when they need to turn on, in 20 seconds, they scored, like, 2 goals. Yeah. To not only tie it up, but then to win. Not even putting into overtime. Incredible.
Let's go through the highlights here of that match between Flipside and Shoot and Goal.
And we started off with just the passing from Flipside. Like, if you give them time on the offensive side, they will pass instead of shoot, and that's what Flipside does the best in the world.
But then you can see solo plays. Cook's taking it and showing the advantage he has in the aerial plays. They can do it all. Yeah,
those wall aerials from Cook's, you have to be really careful in there. But Shoot and Goal did have some highlights with Killar right here with a great shot off the wall. Great pass, too, from Fanatis, and Marky he was flying around the net a bit. Still great plays. Like, Shoot and Goal is here for a reason.
Yeah, definitely. But you can see not only they're good on offense, some of these saves right here coming out of Flipside, they always get there just in time, but they time it so perfectly. They know exactly how the ball is going to position themselves.
And that 1v3 by Mike was rough for Shoot and Goal. You have to know Mike has barely any boost. You don't have to dive for saves there. But it was just the pressure, the constant pressure from Flipside that probably tilted Shoot and Goal a bit and made them make more mistakes than needed.
And Chalset still showing up, though, getting this dribble around 2 Flipside defenders, which is not easy to do. And we see how skilled Flipside is. So to beat them in a solo situation is incredible.
Yeah, that was great by Shooting Gold to be in that game, because it's game 5, you're down 4-0. 3 of those were just like blowouts, basically. But they played well in game 5. They just barely couldn't sneak it out because Mike and Marky were like, nah, you know, we want the 5-0. We went to bed early, so we won it.
Now, I got to ask you guys, obviously such a dominating performance there from Flipside. We are going to see them a little bit later. That's going to be our last game on the stream here. It's going to be Flipside versus Supersonic Avengers, which should be good. But I got to ask you guys, what makes Flipside so good? For anyone watching at home or any teams looking to try to get to the ranks, to get to that level of Flipside, how do they do it? What's their key to being so good?
The main thing is all 3 can score. Plus, when they have free time, they use it really, really well. They always go for the pass instead of the shot. That's a little bit easier. And those one-timer shots are so hard to defend.
Oh yeah, and they'll utilize space so well. They're always in the position they need to be. They can read not only all their teammates, but they know exactly where the opponents are. They know exactly, like, it's hard to just say like what they do right, because they do almost everything right all the time. But look at it's the passing plays. They will almost always, even if they have a decent opportunity in net, they know their teammate has a better one, and they'll always tap it over to him instead. And then he might even know that his teammate has an even better one. One more tap for just that. You're never going to block that many, just like...
That's crazy.
I can't even speak on it half the
Sure.
time. It's kind of insane.
This does mark the halfway point of our broadcast today. Still 3 matches to go on stream. Of course, there's plenty of matches happening off stream as well. Up next here is going to be Supersonic Avengers, the first time we're going to see them today, which is exciting, against We Dem Girls, and also the first time we're going to see them too. So still plenty of awesome Rocket League action coming your way here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. You're watching the Rocket League Championship Series. Stay tuned. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We are midway through our coverage of the European group stages for qualifier number 2. We're trying to find out the top 4 teams from North America, which is on Saturdays, and the top 4 teams from Europe, who are going to be advancing to the international final in Hollywood. My name is Axel Tosh, joined here by James Bott and Carpet. How you guys doing?
Oh, I'm doing swell. How you doing, Carpet?
Pretty fantastic day so far, James. Thank you for asking.
Of course, we've had so many awesome matches so far. The last one was a little bit one-sided with Flipside taking out Shooting Goal. Coming up, we have Supersonic Avengers versus We Dem Girls as we show you guys the rosters for these 2 teams. What do you guys think about this matchup?
Well, this is actually 2 undefeated teams in the group stage going head-to-head right now. We Dem Girls a 5-0 in their matchup, and then Supersonic Avengers 5-0 in Shooting Goal in their first matchup. So one of these guys is going to walk away. Well, they might both walk away with their records tarnished.
We didn't get to see Supersonic Avengers in qualifier 1 in the group stages, so I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table. And we haven't gotten the joy seeing We Dem Girls. You know, they're a team that's contested Flipside a lot in the last few months. They've actually kind of taken them from the top ranking several times. They've done a really good job. They have a little different of a play style. But either way, both these teams they're going to be going head-to-head. These are going to be one of their tougher matchups today.
Safe to say both of these teams are definitely in contention for that top 4. We Dem Girls obviously more so because of the points they obtain, but 2 very elite teams. In the European region, when you have elite teams, like these are literally the best players in the world on the pitch. This is really exciting to watch for our purposes. But we're about to get into the game, so I want to get predictions from you guys. Who do you think is going to take it?
Well, on paper, We Dem Girls is the best team. They score the most goals a game, scored the most goals in the last RLCS, so they are ferocious. And also, we had the opportunity to talk to Doomsy, me and Gibbs on our DFH locker room, and Doomsy was saying they have a lot of problems with We Dem Girls. So I'm going to say it's going to be a 3-2 in favor of We Dem Girls.
I'd have to agree. You know, the tough part is I haven't been able to see Supersonic Avengers at this stage. Teams tend to perform a little bit different when there's a lot at stake. They tend to bring their A game a lot of times, or sometimes the opposite. They don't. They cave under pressure. I think they're going to do really well, but I do think We Dem Girls overall is going to have the advantage. I think I got to actually agree with you on this. As much as I like contesting with you as well, you and Gibbs, just the worst. But yeah, 3-2 as well in favor of We Dem Girls.
Awesome. Well, should be a close game. Should be a great game with plenty of highlights and top plays. Without any further ado, let's go to this matchup. Take it away, Leaf and Lowen.
Thank you, Axel Sauce. We are down on the field, and this is a match I've been looking forward to. As soon as I saw that schedule, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a good one. Supersonic Avengers and We Dem Girls going to be great.
Yeah, I expect to battle out of this. And I like how James actually brought it up. Despite them being on DFH with Doomsy and saying that we have troubles against Freedom Girls, he still gives it a 3-2 because it shows how strong both these teams are.
Yeah, I mean, like Supersonic again. We missed them in the last qualifier, but I think they have a lot to prove. They have a lot. We need some points here, guys. We got to get some points. They're probably shooting for the top right now. They need it. So I mean, I'm thinking it's gonna be very, very close.
Yeah, I expect that to be soon. You saw both of them just getting a 5-0 in the standings, and that's going to help it tremendously. But now that they're both doing that, it's really going to come down to between these two teams who comes out ahead in each one. All games definitely matter, but especially for these two, for the heck that Supersonic Avengers needs to get up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be close. Now, do you agree with those predictions from the desk? Or do you think it's going to go one-sided?
Weedham Girls is just tried and true. Like, they just keep showing up. They've been contesting Flipside so well for that number 1, number 2. So I expect them to do that, but you just don't know.
Well, we're going to get into game number 1 of Supersonic Avengers, Weedham Girls. This is going to be a great one, guys. Buckle up, because this is going to be fast already off the bat. Looks like Weedham Girls trying to get a play started up. They want that early goal, but Supersonic contesting that at midfield, trying to set up a play of their own. Already making a push back into that orange end. ELMP, the last one to take the shot. Maestro off the backboard. We know Weedham Girls love those backboard passes.
Yeah, you got to be careful with how quick they get up into the air, but don't count out the Supersonic Avengers team. They're just as equally matched when it comes to that. But their ground game, in my opinion, is going to lean a little bit more towards this Supersonic Avengers team.
Snasky on the wall gets beaten out there by Weedham Girls. ELMP tries to take that away cheekily is what I was trying to say, and just gets a little rollout. Teammates couldn't capitalize too much, but now finally they make a push. ELMP off the backboard. Remco, good touch, very good clear off that backboard to the midfield, but Doomsy contesting that one, keeps that in the corner. Snasky trying to get a corner touch, the pass out, and there's a touch from ELMP. Couldn't quite finish that on target as Remco challenged him up in the air. Now Greasy making a move out. Maestro to take a shot on net, but Snasky, nice easy toss to the side as his team recuperates. And they make a push back towards the orange end.
Good hustle on both sides, and you see Doomsy playing the entire field, showing why he's such an important player in this team. He goes up for demo. Oh my gosh, I almost sneaked by. Yeah, he goes up for demos like after his first touch up top. He goes and tries to get a demo on goalie and leave the net open, but then immediately hustles back. You can even hear the wheels making that noise of him power sliding into the net.
There's a long shot across. Remco's going to pick it up and put it on net. We'll see if pressure can come out from Weedham Girls. Good boost steal from Maestro. The pass nicely out to Greasy. Greasy's going to set that one down, though, and maybe get a second pass out to his teammate, but stolen away is ELMP, but Remco tried to put that one in, capitalizing on that drop.
Good credit going to Greasy there as well. He recognizes that there was 2 people in net. Why even? Oh, no!
Okay! That was a dangerous spot for the ball to be in. A little bit of a pass out there. It goes in.
Yeah, just like I was saying. So Greasy originally had that shot opportunity when he settled it, but instead he brought it up to the wall and played it back in, keeping and maintaining the pressure that they have on this offensive pressure. And then they decide, okay, you know what, let's take another chance and put it back in, and that's what allowed that goal to happen.
It was actually a Supersonic Avenger that put that one in themselves, but I mean, not much you can do, but another shot. Wow, the placement on that, just barely keeping that one out was SA. See if they can retaliate with a goal of their own. A little bit weak on the formation there as that ball goes back into their own ends. Maestro off the backboard, a shot coming out from Greasy, but super, super wide on that. We'll see if they can just keep possession, or if SA is going to be able to make a move, keeping that away. Maestro now picks it up. Snasky taking that away from him. A demo on Snasky is going to allow Remco and Co to move in and get a play start of their own. Greasy with the back pass, stopped out at midfield. Doomsy way deep getting that boost. Going to leave his teammates having to fight back. Keep that at midfield. Finally, he makes it back. No play developing for Weedham Girls yet.
The big difference you're going to see out of some of these top-level teams is that the way that they pass and the way that they play, they don't always go for the direct approach.
Remco.
But Remco going with the direct approach right there. Look at him get up for this. Pass coming out, played off the backboard, like we say, using that corner hit and getting up first and putting that in the back of the net. That Aerial was trying to contest it. It just got right around him.
That was such a good read on that corner bounce. Sometimes those can be tricky. There's a couple angles they come out at and nailed it into the net to put them up 2-0, 2 minutes left. And Weedham Girls is up. Just by 2 goals, Supersonic Avengers can still come away with this. Both these teams walked away with a 5-0 actually earlier, so we know that they have very close skills. But Greasy with another shot off the crossbar, and these guys are starting to put it to SA.
Man, you look at the rotations coming out. Maestro's going to get the touch over 2 players. Right behind him, another player, Greasy, waiting for it and puts it in. Even if Greasy would have missed that and would have bounced out, they had yet another player behind that ready to put it in yet again. And that cycle just keeps happening, and it's what makes this Weedham Girls team so dangerous.
They're so strong on the offense and so quick to the air. Remco has to get a good touch on that. Could have been bad, but that's what's putting them ahead. 3-0 now, minute 40 left. 3 goals SA now has to recuperate if they want to tie this one up. A shot almost from Maestro. He puts out the backboard again. The intentional pass.
Oh my
and Remco
goodness.
to finish it. Look at that backboard pass.
Ball coming up. Greasy gets it off the wall here. But Maestro recognizing, hey, there's some defense away. Let's put it up again and leave our 3rd man back to come in and take this shot. And such good awareness.
He stole 2 defenders out of the net by that, just splitting them apart with that second backboard pass.
That's the beauty that you have when you have a teammate that you trust. So even though the shot wasn't there, he's like, you know what, we could probably beat another one here. And using that to their advantage, that's something that a veteran team will do, and it's very dangerous and really tough to play defense against.
Greasy stealing that away to at least keep a little bit of possession. Challenging that himself. Actually sets up his teammate Maestro off the backboard. And Remco with another shot. That's going to go a little bit wide. Doomsy takes it away. ELMP to support. We'll see if they can move that up the field if he can get a good enough control. But Maestro takes that off the top of him. And there's Snasky and ELMP with a bit of a pinch. That's going to go off the backboard. Remco sends it right back to midfield. Snasky off the corner leaves that out for Greasy. Now Greasy puts that on target. Maestro waiting for a drop here, but Doomsy puts it the other way. Greasy just going to get boost and leaving Remco back. Remco does connect with it, and that's out in front of the net. Maestro just tries to keep it there. And now that's a bump on Maestro from Remco. Almost a bad situation as Doomsy tries to capitalize on that open net there.
Good job at Doomsy recognizing that there was an open net, but probably should have played it a little bit slower. Oh my gosh, that's like good defense rotation coming out from ELMP.
Now we'll see if Greasy, now way under that one. ELMP gets a connect on that, but Remco, one guy to beat. Doomsy sends it up to ELMP. He's ready for a shot there, but Greasy taking him completely out of the equation. That ball rolls right back down into Supersonic Avengers, and Maestro trying to at least just drop that into the slot, but he can't quite connect with that. Now Doomsy up for a shot on target. Doomsy, nice shot.
That's why they are able to get those 5-0s. This ball going up way high for ELMP, and Doomsy with zero hesitation gets up and plays it in the opposite direction to put it into the net. Just got to be a little bit of a momentum swing. Obviously very tough to come back with 14 seconds left, looking forward into the next game. What do you think they need to do to get back in?
Honestly, at this point, this one's over, but get into the next game, do that. Put that pressure on. I mean, they're a good team. They're a great team, and they're showing it. They're keeping up. Sure, it's a 4-1, 4-2 now, as I said that. But
good, man.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close, and I think you just have to stick to the game, get to that ball in the air, contest those backward passes, man.
Yeah, you know what this Weedham Girls team is used to, and we even pointed out earlier, like they like to use the backboard. It's just they bait it a little bit. Like that ball hits the backboard, and they're like, okay, now it's going to drop down. We're going to save it. Just kidding. We're going to play it right back up and hit it again, and they do it so well.
We're going to see if they can get another one just to bring it a little bit close. But as you mentioned, that momentum swing and getting a couple goals at the end is going to be very good for their mentality. I mean, coming down to the end of the match, you don't want to end up with only 1 goal or 0 goals. 2 goals brings it a lot closer match for the second game. If they can keep that in their mind, hey, we did good, we played strong, let's just win the next one.
Yeah, you look at the difference though. Look how many shots this Weedham Girls team has. And to contest that, I mean, you see that the team for Supersonic Avengers did a good job in saving in a majority of them, but you don't want that. You should be contesting those at the midfield to keep out the pressure that they have. And that's so tough to do. I say it like as if it's easy against Weedham Girls.
It's just Weedham Girls.
Yeah, right? They only work the field almost as the best team, and it's like it's a tough challenge, but I know Supersonic Avengers has it in them. I'm curious to see if they can bounce back.
I honestly think they can. I think that 3-2 prediction from the desk is going to be very, very accurate. Right. Supersonic has a lot to prove here, as I mentioned before. They're going to come to the second one strong, and as I said, get those backboard passes away from Weedham Girls, because that's what they're known for, and that's what they're doing to Supersonic right now.
Yeah, you know Doomsy is going to be up there close. Now I just need somebody else on that team to step it up and apply some of that pressure. I mean, the first initial contest is there, but that's something that Europe does very well, is the 50-50s between the two, as I was saying earlier during the Comrade game, is they will notice a shot and they're like, you know what, I'm probably not going to win that anyway. Let me just reposition and put myself in a place where they're going to hit the ball to put it back in. That's something Weedham Girls does very, very well. Now to see if Supersonic Avengers can match it.
We're going to see in game number 2, Weedham girls taking the first one in this series of 5. Already a shot off the backboard and the finish. Wow.
Wow, 10 seconds, and we see it here. Quick getting up by Maestro. He actually ends up working out his favor as Greasy's behind him. But Doomsy barely missing that, and just the punish coming from this Weedham girls team. It's going to be an onslaught, man.
Man, I used to call that the Remco, but now it's just the Weedham girls, how good they are at recorrecting themselves in the air. Absolutely incredible shot from Greasy as he follows that one through off the crossbar. Now they're going to try to set up another one, but Doomsy takes away that opportunity. Off the side, Snasky has to get this out, but flies way over that as Remco puts it deep into the supersonic zone. ELMP trying to put it back into the Weedham girls' end. Now Snasky and ELMP set up for a passing play. Greasy intercepts that one nicely. The second touch as well. Gets that out to Maestro. Maestro going to leave that for Greasy as he has a better opportunity to get a pass out to center. Nice touch from Maestro to try to keep that moving towards the middle. But it doesn't quite go where he needed. And Greasy whiffing on that one. He's Maestro, but that pressure is nuts on that rotation from Weedham girls.
Yeah, rotation especially like there. Playing that across the net so close to the angle that they were looking for, but it's back and forth. In the possession game, you see already starting in favor of Weedham girls with this ball being on the side of Supersonic Avengers for so long.
Remco once again trying to keep that in the corner. Maestro just being a nuisance. There's Greasy up for the shot, but that's going to go far to the side. Maestro now has to move it back out, at least let his teammates recuperate into their end on that defensive end, and now deep into Supersonic. Once we go again, Greasy bullying his way through. That'll leave the Maestro with a pass out to himself. Can he get the touch on net? He does!
That save!
The save though! ELMP and Remco couldn't finish it off, and it's still only a 1-goal lead.
Wow, what a good job from Supersonic Avengers, showing that they can stay in this game. That save is so crucial, but it doesn't matter as this Weedham girls rotation just keeps punishing them. One shot goes up. Immediately 2 players right below waiting to contest it, and Maestro looks like he's going to take it himself, but look at Remco bumping this defense out of the way to secure that goal.
He's gonna have that bump award at the end with over 100 as he's just in there playing aggressive, leaving wide open net for his teammate. 2-0. Weedham girls sits up on Supersonic Avengers. We'll see if Supersonic can pull it back. We know that they can. Snasky out to LMP. Now they're on the attack. We'll see if they can keep the pressure on. If Weedham girls can break out, great pass to Maestro, but he misses that. Greasy takes a shot instead. The communication's so strong, and now they're getting another attack on, and it just goes by the last defender, Maestro getting the touch.
Tough place to be as for ELMP. When that ball's up against the wall, you have 1 of 2 options. Try to rotate and hope someone behind you is going to get it, and there might have been a call coming in, but what he probably should have done is jumped into it, try to get a pinch off the wall. Dangerous no matter what, but when it's in that situation, you need to take that hit.
A little bit far out of the net, puts it into his own, but Maestro takes it. Oh, ELMP almost gets that by the last defenders. A little flick may have done it. Flick of the wrist would have done it, but a shot from Doomsy, the power shot.
Doomsy coming in strong. Ball being contested down here. You see ELMP trying to, kind of spectate it out and see if there's anything you can do, rotating back. But Snasky getting up with the help of Doomsy to put that into the back of the net. Good power on that shot of 106 kilometers.
Now we're only looking at a 2-goal deficit, and that's what we saw them end off on the last one, but they were gaining momentum at that point, and this could be the point we see Supersonic turn it around. We're just about hitting the halfway mark. It's Snasky just a little bit off on that shot, but they still have an opportunity to keep that moving forward. Touch from Maestro keeps that into their end though, but Doomsy missing the challenge. Greasy sends that forward, also getting the boost. That's going to be troublesome for Supersonic as Maestro tries to just put that in himself. Couldn't quite get it on target.
Man, while Snasky appeared out of nowhere on that one and slammed onto the ball. It was actually scary with the trapping in front of the net, but luckily he's able to push it out. But be careful with these pass plays.
Here we go.
Good job on ELMP.
Yeah, very good defense to recognize where others going. That's scary when you have a pass play like that coming at you and they have such control.
Oh man, I would not want to be in that position.
No, not at all, but they handled it well, and now they still have a chance to get 2 goals themselves. Snasky winning that one out, but gives it right over to Weedham girls. That's an open net. That's dangerous. Maestro missing, though, off the crossbar, and no one there to finish it up on that third in. Now, once again, Snasky can get this out, just throws that deep in, trying to get a play set up for themselves, but no one to contest it, and they're going right back into their own end, a little bit hesitant on the attack. Now Doomsy has to get up for this. Someone has to support him. That's going to be off the backboard. Maestro, good touch over to Remco. They set that one up very nicely. And Snasky now going to drop down if someone's there to challenge it, but Greasy says, here, I'll do it for you.
Yeah, that ball took kind of a weird touch off the ceiling here as we finally see Snasky starting to come in and contest these. And as that ball hits that weird angle, I don't think Greasy expected to come down that quick. Hits top of his car and goes in the back of the net.
Now we're looking at only a 1-goal differential. Weedham girls still playing very, very strong and showing that they can have this, but Supersonic starting to creep up on them, approaching that final minute of gameplay. We'll see if Weedham girls can extend their lead or if Supersonic can catch up, but there's a shot. Doomsy reading that soft lob, but Remco
Oh my gosh, the defense.
once again getting stopped.
Man, that ball getting punished into that net, but the defense coming up clutch for Supersonic to keep themselves in it with a minute left.
In it with a minute, and here is that minute. Here's a shot from Doomsy, a little bit soft, puts it to the side. Here's a follow-up from himself, but out to midfield. No Supersonic there, and that's going to be an open net. The threading the needle is Greasy.
Yeah, there's some real pace on that ball. Ball taking yet another ceiling bounce, and he tries to place it perfectly down. I don't know if he got a touch on that or not, but the fact that Greasy is sitting there waiting, probably taking advantage of using player cam and seeing where the indicator is for that ball and just punishing that into it. Jumping right as the ball hits the ground, kind of like right above, gives it that power with that nose.
Power. Yeah, there's a shot. Doomsy just wide. They're trying still their hardest to pull this back, but Weedham girls up 2 goals with 40 seconds left. This is going to be a very, very hard fight now for Supersonic. The bump from Maestro on Doomsy. We'll see if they can get a play started up out of their end. Supersonic getting caught once again in their own end. And now maybe break it out if ELMP can win this. But Maestro on the pressure, and this could be a goal right now for Remco as defense gets caught out of place.
Yeah, unfortunate touch for Supersonic Avengers. Doomsy tried to play that into the corner. Unfortunately, it passes back in the middle and leaves a good leave for this Weedham girls team. Shot on net doesn't work, but the kind of the aftermath of it right in front of the net waiting for Remco.
Now there it is, a 5-2 lead, 3-goal lead for Weedham girls with 30 seconds left. Now they're starting to come out. They're looking beautiful. When I see them on the field, they are just so strong. And watching them play, they're always a step ahead, sometimes 2, and it's incredible to see. 10 seconds left. Supersonic still trying at least to get some points on the scoreboard, but it looks like it's going to be over in game number 2 for them as Weedham girls takes it, and I'm going to curse it here. 5. Yeah, it's 6-2.
You always do it, man.
I always do. Well, that's our job to curse it, right?
No. Yeah, and it's tough to see too when you're playing defense on this Supersonic Avengers team, and you see how well that Weedham girls plays together. You know, a lot of players would probably try to go for something that they're going to take an individual dribble, but they're always passing the ball. It's very unselfish play, and it's what makes them so good. But Supersonic Avengers has that capability as well, and you just haven't seen it yet.
No, that's absolutely right. I mean, we know it's there. We know the potential, and it has been coming out in little bursts where they are playing. I love that one. That's my favorite. They all just disappeared. But it has come out in bursts, and we've seen Supersonic make some moves, but they're getting completely zoned out from taking any shots. We have 3 shots total to 16. That's nuts. That's almost approaching the record.
Right. That's tough because they are making the saves. It's just a matter of, you see the only goal really coming out from the help was Snasky and Doomsy. Doomsy came flying in for goal. The other one took a weird bounce off and hit the top of Greasy, I think it was, when it went in. And that's just not enough. You need to put more shots on net against this Weedham girls team. Force them to rotate it out of their defense rather than them clearly taking that transition. Like the ball, as soon as it hits them on the defensive side, they find a way as a team to push it up as a group and then just punish you for it over and over again.
They've been pacing right. They've been playing to the pace. They just have not had the power behind it, and that's what they need to do. As you just said, shots on target, and that's all they got to do. They've had it close the first half of the game and just kind of fell apart at the last. Maybe they're thinking about the next game. Okay, guys, what do we got to do? Because this is the point where we could be down on points. That's not what you want. This is where a team's going to pull ahead in points, especially with both of them getting 5-0s. But game number 3, Weedham girls up 2-0 on Supersonic Avengers in game number 3. We'll see who can get the first goal between these two teams.
Yeah, only one man back. Careful.
Oh, Greasy.
Man, they are such high flyers in this game. Weedham girls, like, using that backboard to full advantage. But when that pinch works in the middle, like, I expect to see somebody up, and they try to send 2, just not quick enough. And Greasy, yet again, being up there. Like, this guy is so good.
The whole thing, they're all good, but like, he's just been showing up. That is for sure. Maestro off the wall, putting that already off potentially the backboarder in net. Snasky had to make a quick move on that one. That was very dangerous. Remco and Maestro, very good communication on who should take that one. Very good communication. We'll see though if they can keep a play coming out of that. They can't. They sit at midfield. Finally, Remco gets control to Maestro. Maestro puts that to the far side. See, trying to get that boost, but Greasy to follow in. ELMP finally getting a clear out for Supersonic Avengers.
Yeah, I want to see Supersonic Avengers actually play a little bit more aggressive and take it to them. Like, they may give up some big clears and not cause a goal for it, but I think the pressure is what they really need to do. This Weedham Girls team is just out-rotating with the pressure, especially when you see, like, Greasy flying in like he has been. They need to get up. Like,
Oh, that's a shot from Remco to the far side. Maestro couldn't finish it, though.
Like, why was there 2 people in net on that? I'm not completely sure. I feel someone needs to just get up and get in the way because they're allowing all this freeform to come through.
Good touch from Snasky, but no one to follow it up. Doomsy may have been wanting to be there to push that out. Now they're stuck once again in an awkward situation in front of the net. Remco to finish it off the crossbar, just a little bit too high. And there's Snasky waiting for that third shot from Maestro.
I'm honestly surprised that wasn't a goal because you see that so many times from Weedham Girls where that little extra pass up top is perfect for Remco, but not able to put it in. Now it's a matter of playing some defense, but expect them to push it out right away.
There's a good touch from Remco to keep that from going in front of the net. You see Greasy waiting, just waiting as Maestro also backs up. There's a good touch from him and a good play. They already tried to set up there. As I said, a step ahead of the game. We saw Flipside also doing that, but now Weedham Girls showing why they're going to try to run away with a very convincing lead on this one, but only 1 goal up. Supersonic has a chance. We'll see if it turns into game number 2 or if it's going to be a very close one. 3 minutes left. That's going to go in front of Supersonic's nets with Maestro with a shot. What a save from ELMP, and they keep it out. It's on the line. No! Wow, that was super close.
Man, they had a chance to save that one, but such a tough situation. Maestro puts a shot on net and that clutch save by ELMP, but then you see Doomsy trying to get behind it and clear it out, ends up bouncing it back in. Unfortunate touch, but still good effort.
Very, very desperate saves were made. Very close, good attempt, but that went in, putting Weedham Girls up 2-0. Approaching that halfway mark. Greasy off the corner, out to Maestro. Good awareness of where that's going to go. Greasy stealing that away. Up to Maestro. Maestro can get a shot here. Oh, ELMP, what a very, very good read on that shot.
Yeah, very good follow coming up from him to keep that ball out of the way. Otherwise, expected a ball placed right in the front of the net. Definitely not where Supersonic Avengers want that ball to be.
Back down into Weedham Girls' zone, but Remco way up on the wall, knows where that's going to be. Good touches all together from Weedham Girls. Off the backboard, Greasy is ready for this one. A little bit short of that, but the follow-up from Remco off the backboard. Can a third be in to challenge that? They're going to leave that for ELMP as Doomsy falls up. The demo from Doomsy. Greasy, though, with the back shot just barely wide of that, but that's still going, and no one touches it. That was from a long time ago.
What a bunch of nice dudes. Like, just leaving that for Maestro. Maestro plays it up super high, and I expected him to come in and get that shot, but they just leave it, and then he's like, nah, no, you can have it.
They felt bad because of that demo. Like, hey, you got demoed, we'll give you a goal.
I don't think it works like that, but we'll pretend.
3-0 now for Weedham Girls. See if Supersonic can pull back, but Weedham Girls looking so on right now.
Like, you see how fast they turn around from that. Like, that ball gets put back, and they immediately power slide back into position, and then just move up as a striking force. And they're so punishing with it, but I'm glad to see Supersonic. They're really starting to put some pressure and put some shots on net. It's just a matter of there needs to be somebody right there to come in and take a hit on that.
A lot of shots coming out from Weedham Girls. Seeing a little bit more we saw from last time from Supersonic, and they're getting very close, and there's one from ELMP, but 2 defenders stop that easy. Remco already up, and you see Weedham Girls going up for these balls in any situation. They're there to challenge it. Doomsy over to Snasky. Snasky, the redirect. ELMP puts that the wrong way, but at least they can maybe contest this and keep it in Weedham Girls' zone, but that carried right over top of ELMP. Now Snasky has to make a move to get that out in front. Loses that to Greasy. Maestro and Greasy maybe going to get a play started up here. That's already off the backboard. There's the waiting Greasy, stuffed out by ELMP. Now they got to make a move with Greasy back. Only 2 defenders. This is their opportunity, but they give away ball possession. Remco drops to Maestro. Maestro up very quick once again. Snasky out of the play. Doomsy with the shot, and there it is. Only 2 goals down in the final minute of gameplay.
So far, every single intentional goal from Supersonic Avengers has been on plays like this. One of their players gets the first touch, and then there's another player waiting shortly after for it. Other than that, Weedham Girls has always beat them to the ball. All they need to do is get that second touch. I think that's enough to push them over, and they just haven't done it consistently.
See if they can get another goal early on. They have to do this if they want enough time to get that third goal, but Greasy trying to take that opportunity away from them. There's a shot, potentially ELMP. Very good read to get that stop. Now they need to move it out, though. See if they can get that off the wall. 30 seconds left. Maestro Moving up on that one, loses on the touch. Doomsy to push forward, but a little bit too late on that. Leaves it for Greasy. Maestro back to the center. Greasy to challenge, but that's on target. Remco already waiting way back there to put it right back into Supersonic's end. 16 seconds left. Ugh.
Yeah, well placed inside. These guys need to show up, but these sets and these placements are insane from Weedham Girls. Just not able to put it in the back of the net on that one. But Supersonic Avengers, they're starting to look a little bit cleaner. It's just they're getting outpaced so much by this Weedham Girls team. I would be scared watching this game from afar.
Yeah.
For the other teams, like I'm good. Like
we'll stay away from this. Yeah, this is tough. Once again, I still love that. The Supersonic Avengers are getting some opportunities. There are opportunities where they can score, but unfortunately, I've seen way more whiffs than I'd like to see. You see them just going for these really fine touches to get the ball at really great angles and just grazing by the ball and not getting the touches they need. And I feel like that's what they need to start recuperating on.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit too much defense for my liking, to where you see Weedham Girls is controlling the pace in every form of this game. And the couple times that they don't, that's when Supersonic Adventures has been scoring, where they're controlling where the ball's going to go rather than waiting for it to happen and then trying to match it. They need to be the ones that force Weedham Girls to match them, and they just haven't done that yet, other than those 2 goals that they had that were with intent.
Just a little bit too late to some of those 50-50s, and they're getting stuck in their own end. 100 million shots coming out from Weedham Girls. And that's tough to deal with if you're trying to break out of your own end and you're just constant pressure on you. Right. How are you supposed to get out?
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating, too, to be back and having to save it over and over again. But you see the capability for this team. It's just a matter of putting it into purpose. Like, they have the right idea where they break it down and they're starting to contest, and you see slight glimpses of it. It's just they need to do it more consistently. They need to make sure that Weedham Girls is starting to have to rush to things because they look just so calm and collected right now. They need to break that.
So, as you mentioned, now we're coming into game 4. Weedham Girls up 3-0 in the series. Supersonic trying to get at least 2 points out of this series, and they need to do that if they want to stay slightly relevant. This is a very tough thing for them on the leaderboards. Everyone fighting to keep them out of making it to the live finals. And they need to get as many points as possible. Come into game at number 4, 30 seconds in, both teams trying to make a move. No goal scored yet, which makes sense, but Remco trying to finally set up a play for his team to get an early goal. We'll see if they can do that. Off the backboard, Snasky putting that in a weird spot, does keep control of it, needs to follow that up. He does, and wins it. Very good control from Snasky, but can he get a play start up for his team? Can't quite get on the ball, out of boost. Remco takes that away, but that's in front of the net. That's dangerous. ELMP does get control of that. Greasy takes it back, but ELMP with a good chip. Someone needs to follow, but up there is Maestro to keep that away from going off the backboard in an unfavorable position. Snasky missing that, leaves it for Doomsy, as they are making a push, sitting around midfield, doing a very good job of keeping some pressure on, and almost a shot from ELMP off that backboard, doing much better than we've seen in other games.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic things coming out from ELMP there. I'd expect him to dribble that touch, but he put it right back on the net. Luckily, he got that chip back in. But Greasy just showing why you can't take a direct approach anymore on these guys. You need to have a team play to bring it out, and so far they just haven't done that. But they are showing sights of it. Like, when they work as a unit, it's very tough to beat them.
They are on the attack, and they're keeping Weedham Girls on their heels. Good demo from Snasky, almost allowing Doomsy to move forward, but Maestro, pushes forward and finally gets out of their own end. And there's a shot, no, from Greasy. Supersonic putting in the work, but finally, one shot is all that Weedham Girls needs.
Right, and it was a good job. Like, he waited patiently to put it back up, but putting it in the middle when he's got 2 players back on defense just sitting and waiting for it, that's an easy shot for Greasy.
Defense.
Yeah.
They were nowhere in net.
Nice air quotes, man.
Now, we'll see, though, if they can pull it back. They've been doing a good start, very good start, but it's so hard. Even when they were putting the pressure on, they were getting stopped out from every shot. Nothing dropping in the slot. And it's so hard playing against Weedham Girls because even when you're on the attack with the drop here, can someone follow it up? That could be a scoring opportunity.
Oh my gosh.
But Remco just keeping that one out. ELMP trying to keep that play alive. We'll see if they can get another scoring opportunity here. Someone needs to touch this. Snasky, a little bit of a weird spot. Can't follow it up. Greasy with an easy push to the side. Does chase that one down now. Maestro with a good touch and a good clear. He's going to try to follow this up. ELMP, the last one back, needs to push this one out. No one getting control of that except Supersonic. Finally keeping that attack from going anywhere close to their net. But on the attack now is Weedham Girls. And now they have to move back to defense as Supersonic putting on, as I said before, some good pressure and starting to show up in game number 4.
Yeah, when that ball was up and then they hit it back down, and you saw Doomsy trying to rotate back in, Those are the glimpses that I'm talking about. But then as soon as that ball was up in the air, ELMP just sat below it and watched. Like, rotate back out and have your teammate come in for a hit. And even if he misses it, at least you're back there to push it back in at the midfield. And they're just sitting there kind of watching. And those are the glimpses that I wish they would really take into consideration, because with those touches, someone should be here waiting for it. And ELMP is rotating back, trying to get a good windup on it, but he puts it into where no one is. Maybe dribble it a little bit. Take some time with it, man.
Snasky, ELMP trying to go back to Snasky. Doomsy with the shot.
That shot.
There's the cleanup that they needed to tie this game up 1-1. 2 minutes left.
Now, despite me picking them apart, gonna be mean, look how well they're spreading out on the field. Doomsy waiting for that initial touch. It takes a soft touch, and then he's there to follow it up again. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say, is that first one may not do it, but the second guy needs to be there to do so. And that's how they've scored every single goal.
And they've just been showing up. Maybe this is one of their favorite maps, and they're like, hey guys, we finally do it. That background track is sick. Let's go. Getting pumped up. They're finally pacing up to Weedham Girls. We'll see if they can keep the pressure on here, but Maestro, good control. Pushes that to the side, leaving that for Remco, just getting some boost, just in case, getting a jump up. But Remco gets left open to a shot by Supersonic, but they couldn't follow through and capitalize on that. Translate to a goal, but now they're going to try again as Maestro up in the air. Remco and Greasy ready to set up a play, getting that past ELMP. This could be the opportunity they need. Remco going to follow it himself. There could be a third up for the air to challenge this, but ELMP is going to have the opportunity to push that back down himself. That's going to be out front. A shot could come out from Supersonic. Way wide. Doomsy just tries to keep possession of it. A back pass going a little bit too hard off that corner. Puts it out of reach of his teammates. ELMP finally getting back on the ball there. Remco to the side. We see Doomsy trying to roll that around the wall, but Greasy already meeting that one friendly up on the wall. As Weedham Girls just keeping off the attack from Supersonic, trying to find that one opportunity to break out and get a goal to win this one in game number 4. We'll see if they can do that now with 30 seconds remaining, or Supersonic can get a shot off here. Maestro just keeps that to the side.
Yeah, they're in a really good position now with 20 seconds left.
Oh, that's on target though. Remco, good push to the side.
Yeah, with 18 seconds left now, I mean, they're in a good position. I mean, being tied, this is a chance for them to secure some of these points. And so far, they've been doing a good job on offense. This ball is being contested at the middle now and being put back in. It's just a matter of finally putting it on net, and they've been getting so close. But Weedham Girls defense starting to step up as well.
And this could be a shot on net, Maestro!
Goodness.
The 0-second goal. I saw that developing. I'm like, there's no way. Greasy to Maestro to win it at 0 seconds.
Man, you see that ball played up on the wall, and I thought he was going to try to carry it up and then use that backboard. But for him to just quickly take a shot and give it a chance, Weedham Girls, what are you doing? Like, Jesus.
And I don't know. It's like almost as if Supersonic's like, all right, guys, it's overtime. Let's get our mind into this next kickoff. But you can't give up. 0 seconds does not mean the game is over. And Weedham Girls just showed that to Supersonic Avengers and winning that one. 0 seconds.
Okay, now look at the difference between this game and how close it was. 5 shots, 3 shots, 2 shots. Completely flipping what they've been doing. They only had 3 saves, while in the past they've had like 10 plus. They're completely changing, and that's why that game was able to stay so close. If they can keep that up and put some of those shots on net, it's forcing Weedham Girls to play a little bit on their back foot. And that's something that Weedham Girls has been doing the entire beginning of this series. Obviously, that last goal by Maestro, credit to him. That was a beautiful shot. But other than that, like, that was an ideal series. They had the chance to take it.
To me, Weedham Girls is coming out, at least today, looking as a stronger team, and Supersonic is it's a hard fight. You saw it, even when they were putting the pressure on, they were attacking. Almost look at the shots, absolutely insane. They were putting the pressure on the whole time and attacking, but even then, they were getting stopped out from getting any goals into the net, and look how close it was. They are going to have to fight very, very hard in this last one to even get a point. It's not going to be easy for Supersonic Avengers.
Hey, now's the time to do it. You have a chance to get another point, especially against these top 2 teams. Now's when it matters the most.
We're going to jump into the game as we go on to kickoff. Game number 5 with the Weedham Girls looking to take the 5-0. Another 5-0 for them. Supersonic Avengers just trying to get a point. And it looks like to be an uphill battle for them. A shot already from Maestro on target.
Oh my goodness, Remco.
And the early goal.
Man, Remco, you're such a nuisance here. Like, ball going up, takes a bounce out, follows it up, and hits Snasky out of the way. He's like, yeah, nope, that's a goal.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Such, like, making the opportunity like extend after the play, noticing like, okay, where can I be, what can I do to further my advantage, and doing everything he can to secure it.
We're gonna see early goal on for Weedham Girls. Only 10 seconds into the match. See if Supersonic can retaliate on that one quick and answer that first goal. They're trying to right now. Good pass up. Doomsy needs to read this right before Greasy gets a touch. Takes out Greasy, but Greasy does win out on that 50-50. Maestro, good touch out to the front. ELMP is going to have to chip that one down. He does. Greasy right back to midfield, though. Now Doomsy needs to make the challenge, and they're starting to connect in the air. Getting some ping pong going on. Both teams try to feel each other out. Get an attack going on. Once again, the ping pong shot. Snasky can get the redirect.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, what a redirect.
The difference, and I was actually trying to count the touches between both teams there, and within every touch, there was within two. One of the other players hit it, but when he passed it back on that, they got 3 touches in a row and it led to a goal.
Absolutely incredible goal from Supersonic. I want to see that Supersonic for the rest of the game. That was great. They made the touch they need to. Coming from the other side of the ball. There's Snasky tying it up in the first minute of gameplay. We'll see if they can carry on that momentum. Another shot from Snasky to the far side where Remco was waiting. So no goal is going to come out of that one. Still could be a scoring opportunity, but there is a Weedham Girls defender to put it back to midfield. Snasky picking that one up off the ground. He's feeling this now. He's trying to move forward. ELMP, see if he can get a good touch on that. Loses that one, but Doomsy to follow it up as Weedham Girls is going to have to make a push out. Maestro missing that, but Greasy supporting him. Back to midfield. Good pressure from Supersonic to keep that from going into their own end, preventing a play from starting. They're going to have to get a good touch here. Doomsy, very good clear back to midfield. May allow his team to break out. Finally, ELMP gets it to midfield, needs to win this, but loses it to Maestro. That's going to go off the backboard. Snasky just trying to get a clear, any clear they can get to move into Weedham Girls' end.
Yeah, talk about how they need to contest at midfield, and that's exactly what brings this back and forth action. Now, if they can, either team can translate it into possession. So the ball gets hit to mid, put back in, hit to mid, put back in. Eventually, we got a longer clear. Now you need somebody to follow it up. So they're putting in the effort. It's just a matter of being able to capitalize on it. And so far, it's actually in favor of Supersonic Avengers.
Snasky got a little ambitious with that one hit near mid there, but he missed it. Hoping to get another one of those beautiful goals he got just before. We'll see this roll up. This could be a good opportunity, but Remco's probably going to get the touch. There's a touch from ELMP, the pass out front. Snasky was ready for that, but a little bit too late. Doomsy going to try to angle this one into the net. That's on target.
Oh,
Remco
wow.
just getting a nose on that to keep it out.
Doomsy getting up way high for that and able to take a perfect touch inside, and they're going to get it.
Snasky with the second goal.
We talk about possession control, and look at this pressure coming out. So that pass, even though it's cleared out pretty well, Snasky already waiting for it and puts it back in. Even better that it's on net, and Doomsy not hitting that. I thought he was actually going to block that, but he's rotating out to deny boost. So they're trying to cover every aspect of this Weedham Girls side.
I said it at the beginning, this is the Supersonic I wanted to see. They're getting those fine touches, putting the ball on target. ELMP, can he get this pass? Oh my goodness, no one to follow it up though. Remco almost putting it in his own net. Very, very close opportunity for Supersonic to extend their lead to 3-1. They're still trying right now. That's gonna go off the backboard. Can somebody there to pressure it? That's an open net if someone get on it. Way too wide, ELMP almost. Snasky trying to put this up. Again, the wall, Doomsy trying to contest, but they lose out Maestro. That goes off Snasky towards the net, ELMP just keeping that out. We'll see if Doomsy can get away. Remco keeping the pressure on. That's going to be in Supersonic's end, but they are going to try to break out early, trying to go to the far side. Smart play, but Maestro reads that one. Greasy couldn't get the touch he needed. That's going back towards the net, and that's almost going to go in, but a little bit too low. Remco with an easy toss right back down into Supersonic's end.
Yeah, you see it back and forth, and this Supersonic Avengers team is starting to wake up and really fight this battle in the mid-game, and they're winning it so well, but don't expect Weedham Girls to fall shy anytime soon. You know they're going to have something to respond with.
Snasky getting that one past Remco, trying to set up another play, wins out the 50-50. That's going in front of the net. ELMP tries to get a piece of that, but Greasy just gets in his way enough. Now Greasy trying to keep that up so his team can recuperate. Smart play, get boosted up, and now he's going to follow it up himself as ELMP missed that off the wall. Doomsy missed that as well, but Snasky, good touch from him. Snasky is just going in, see if he can get a play start up. Good pass out front, but Doomsy was there to challenge it. Fortunately for him, a Weedham Girls defender was there first, as they are trying to get another play, doing a very, very good job of getting this ball towards the net and getting some plays developing. Supersonic trying to hold onto this lead. Final minute of gameplay. We're going to hopefully, from Weedham Girls, see some very, very aggressive play from them to tie this one up if they don't want to lose that last point and get the 5-0. But that's going to be off the backboard. Snasky is up for that. Just a little bit short as Remco gets the touch. Back out in front of the net. Snasky just trying to keep control of that. Still in. We'll see if Doomsy can pull up on this. That shot's on target, but Maestro in a good spot to keep that out.
Yeah, really tough decision based upon what he wants to do there. Obviously taking it and playing it in the middle of
off
the team.
The backboard, is that an open net shot? No, no one there can contest.
Yeah, playing it to their teammates really well here. You see Supersonic starting to come alive, and with 2 players up, Maestro being smart, we actually call that the Gibbs save, where you sit way back in net so you can get some momentum to come up and hit that out.
Greasy off the wall to Maestro, the shot on net. Oh no, just a little bit wide. Oh no! Too close. They couldn't do it, and they're just trying. 7 seconds left. Can they do it? They're on the attack. Doomsy steals that one away. 2 posts. How unfortunate for them, but that shot on target. Oh my goodness, Snasky. What a clutch save to keep them a point. And finally, Supersonic Avengers takes a point off of Weedham Girls. Oh my goodness, what a final game.
What a redeeming game for the
Yes.
Supersonic Avengers team, showing us what they are truly capable of. And I'm sorry it took them that many games to come in and show it, but once they got the hang of it, you saw they were totally on the upswing. Who knows where that could have gone if they had to play again. But back and forth between this team, Supersonic Avengers showing they deserve to be here, just a little bit too late.
I mean, and that, as I said it twice now, I'm going to say it for a third time, that is the Supersonic I know and we all know to see. Right. And it's unfortunate, as you mentioned, that it showed up a little bit too late in the series. So they lose that one 4-1. I mean, they still won a point, so they can pull away with that. At least they got a point off of it. I love that last game. That was absolutely great. And hopefully we'll see them do great in the rest of the series, stay at the top. As we mentioned, Supersonic has to do really good. But we're going to toss it back to Desk and see what they thought about that. Axel Toss, do you think that'd be that close?
I defer to you guys as far as Supersonic Avengers. Like, the beginning, it didn't seem like anything was going to happen, but they came through. It looks like they figured some stuff out, made it a lot closer. Like the first 2 games, like the first game was 13-3 in favor of Weedham Girls as far as the shots are concerned. I feel like Weedham Girls really proving why they're considered one of the best out there, bar none. Absolutely amazing play. But then it was nice to see Supersonic Avengers kind of come back and play closer games. I gotta say though, that's gotta be one of the hardest fought points we've seen so far in RLCS.
Absolutely. Weedham Girls was just too good. They are so quick to the ball, and Supersonic Avengers really struggles with teams that just throw everything towards the ball, and we saw just Weedham Girls dominate the whole way through. Even that Game 4, that 0-second goal from Maestro, we almost saw another one in Game 5, but yeah, Weedham Girls looked fantastic.
What's really cool about that team is they're very clinical, they're very simple. You don't see any crazy freestyles out of them, they're not orienting their cars in wild ways. They're taking the hit they need. They're getting the most ridiculous angles, like that 0-second goal. That angle was insane. No one on Supersonic Avengers was prepared for that shot. Their passes off the backboard, their reads, they're just so clinical, and and they're fast. So it's so hard to counter them.
Excellent plays all around. Let's take a look at the highlights from that series to see what you guys were talking about there.
Yeah, Remco, again, off the backboard is the Weedham Girls specialty, and you saw him off that pass just going for it and getting that goal.
He gets so high for them as well. There's no hesitation. He knows exactly where it's going to be, exactly when he shows up for it.
Yeah, but then Snasky actually came up huge on the defensive side of the ball. You see that save right there. It did eventually, I believe, lead to a goal, but Snasky in multiple games coming up big on defense.
He had quite a lot of saves just in general, but the problem was a lot of times they put themselves out of position to have to make that save. As risky as some of these saves were, a lot of times very shortly after, we'd see them concede a goal to Weedham Girls.
Yeah, but then again, Snasky, Doomsy coming up, and Doomsy and Snasky paired up really well to get these goals. But there's that game winner that you saw, that 0-second goal from Maestro, just heartbreaking loss for Supersonic Avengers.
And that redirect from Snasky.
Oh man.
They finally did start to show up towards the end. We could tell that they gathered themselves a little more. They were finally able to deal with it, and this heartbreaking attempt.
Well, Supersonic, they sure had to fight for it, but Snasky, just the brick wall. Look at that, just getting up to get that touch, keeping Supersonic Avengers alive and able to get 1 point. Again, they're not playing against Weedham Girls. They're not trying to beat Weedham Girls. What they're trying to do is, over the course of these 2 weekends, to make the top 4. So that they can get into the online final. So the fact that they were able to rebound and get that final point is huge, because every single point, especially with EU in that top 4, is going to be really critical. And they have Flipside tactics later today, Supersonic Avengers. So they're going to have to really bring their A game and get every single point possible.
And on the other side of the spectrum, Weedham Girls now in a very good place. They came second place, qualifier 1. They now have 9 points under their belt after these 2 series. They started with a 5-0, now a 4-1. They're sitting pretty right now.
And one last thing before we get to the break. Double the shots. Weedham Girls had double the shots of Supersonic Avengers, and also Maestro single-handedly had the same amount of goals as the entire Supersonic Avengers team. Maestro scored 8, and then 8 were scored by Supersonic Avengers, 4 on behalf of Doomsy, and then 4 on Snasky. ELMP was a little bit missing in that series, but Weedham Girls, And Flipside, that series is going to be mind-blowing. It's going to be awesome.
Unfortunately, we have to wait a week to see that one, but that'll be in the lineup next Sunday, 9 a.m. early in the morning. But still plenty of matches coming your way here at the Rocket League Championship Series. Up next, we have the Flying Dutchman versus Aeriality, both of which we saw earlier in the day, so we will see some familiar faces. Guys, stay tuned. Still awesome, awesome, awesome Rocket League action coming your way. We'll be right back. Greetings everyone from Burbank, California. You're watching twitch.tv/Rocket League and the Rocket League Championship Series. It's all about Europe today. We're doing the group stages to find out who are going to be the top 4 to advance to the final in Hollywood, August 6th and 7th. My name is Axel Toss. I'm here on the desk with, of course, Gibbs and Lawler. How you guys doing?
Wow, that hurts.
Doing pretty
Excuse me.
good. I mean, you almost called him a Canadian.
I know.
That hurts.
That's rough.
Canadians are really nice,
Did I do it?
and Wisconsin is not that far from Canada. So
But we don't want to be the same. Get Udi here. Did I do it? Am I leaf now?
you got to mention syrup
Oh.
or poutines, and then you're there. But I want to go over the schedule and the standings, guys, because we've had a lot of matches here today, a lot on stream, but also a lot off stream, because this is round robin, 8 teams, and these guys are all playing each other, so that's a lot of Rocket League for us. It's amazing. Gibbs, your thoughts?
So far, we've only had 1-3-2 out of all the series in Europe. Weedham Girls really showing up with that 5-0 over Comrade Gaming.
Of course, the next 4 matches we're going to show on the screen here, 5 through 8, as we continue through the day. We got one 5-0 in there, we got a 4-0, and a couple 4-1s.
Yeah, you're looking at the difference between these two teams. The one that we just saw, like Supersonic Avengers started going on the upswing, but I'm curious to see how that series for match 8 ends up with Flipside and Comrade, especially with how Aeriality has to play next. They need points badly.
Of course, the overall theme here, Flipside Tactics and Weedham Girls just pretty much destroying everyone. Honestly, we mentioned it before, can't wait to see them match up against each other. Of course, that's going to be happening next week. Again, half the matches are this week, half the matches next week, both North America and Europe, Saturday and Sunday. So we've booked our weekends, you guys book your weekends. Make sure you're here at twitch.tv/Rocket League to check out all the action. Of course, the next match we're going to see on the stream is going to be the Flying Dutchman versus Aeriality, both of which we saw earlier today, and both of which actually lost their matches.
Yeah, Flying Dutchman, their game was a little bit closer, plus they were playing Mockit, who I think is a lot stronger than Comrade. So Flying Dutchman are looking pretty good in this matchup, but they could be really low on morale.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because Flying Dutchman, those games are actually pretty close. But for Aeriality, like, they had a really strong performance, and I think it was game 2, where they came out like guns blazing and they were doing really well, and then they flipped it back again. So if they can show up like they did in that game 2, they might have a chance. But between these two teams, who knows?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the rosters. Of course, Flipside Tactic, or excuse me, the Flying Dutchman, have the better chance here between these two, obviously, to advance to the top 4, considering how well they did in the first qualifier. Aeriality, not so much. Having lost a little bit today and then coming in with no points, it's going to be harder for them. But if Aeriality can pull some miracle and get a 5-0, who knows what happens? Yeah,
I want to see Dogu do a little bit more. He didn't really do much in that Mockit series, plus his defensive mistakes really cost them. He needs to step it up if the Flying Dutchman want a 4-1 or a 5-0 versus Aeriality.
Yeah, and then on the other side with Aeriality, like we saw K-Dop step it up. In the few plays that they were doing well, it was usually K-Dop, but on the back end, Pixel played a lot of defense. If they can rotate and get Continuum in there to help out K-Dop, they might have a pretty good chance.
Cool. Well, without any further ado, I think it's about time to watch some more Rocket League. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the match is going to be Wave and Carpet over at the broadcasting booth. Take it away, guys.
Thanks so much, Axel. I'm Wave Punk, joined here by Findable Carpet, the wonderful beard in the flesh. How you doing, man?
Good.
Yeah?
It's been an interesting day.
It has been an interesting day.
I love watching both Weedham Girls and Flipside and Supersonic. Honestly,
we've gotten to see a lot of good matches, a lot of interesting matches all over the place. We've had some good 3-2s, we've had some 5-0s, some 4-1s. It's been all over the place. We got a matchup now with Aeriality, the Flying Dutchman. Aeriality's been losing today, but so has Flying Dutchman. They both have been won forward by Mockit. They both lost 4-1 against Mockit, so that's something they got in common there.
They're both in about the same position. One team has 3 points, but they played an extra series. Another team only has 1, so they're both trying to outdo each other at this moment. They need to really fight for this. There's a chance that the Flying Dutchman can now come ahead. They have played 1 less series.
Yes.
But if they do really well here, then they can actually put themselves in a really good place.
We will be getting into match number 1 on DFH. We got the Flying Dutchman, Vogan, Dogu, Jesse. Aeriality's got K-Dop, Continuum, and Pixel. We're going to have the Flying Dutchman in the blue with Aeriality in the orange. We're getting underway here. Kickoff going to go in favor of the Flying Dutchman going towards Aeriality's corner. Continuum picks it up and pushes it all the way back out. Now Vogan going to try and get it past Continuum. Gets a nice touch, sends it right in front of the goal, and Dogu gets kind of a sloppy clear there. They're able to keep the pressure on. Jesse's going to try and push this one out. Pixel puts it out to the midfield, and here comes Dogu to press that one back in Aeriality territory. A line onto the goal, but Continuum puts it into the corner.
Coming up together, the Flying Dutchman probably should have had a little bit of a passing play. Looks like I think Dogu took a good shot towards net, but Vogan was right to his right. There's a good chance they could have maybe had a good passing play between the two of them.
Dogu pushing this one around. He's going to set it up. Jesse's coming to get the dunk, but it goes too high. Now Vogan with the shot, but K-Dop takes it from him, sends it on to net. That's the first point on the board for Aeriality.
Coming all the way from Aeriality's goal, we had a nice pass from Jesse, no follow-up. The teammate that wanted to come follow up was a little bit too low underneath, came up a little bit late, and K-Dop, seeing his opportunity, hits it towards net. No one rotated back for the Flying Dutchman.
4:20 left to go in this game with Aeriality up by 1. His first match of the series, ball in Flying Dutchman territory. Vogan going to try and set this one out, but K-Dop beats it to him and puts it up on the wall. Now Dogu going to wait out for K-Dop's touch, but K-Dop gets the touch and is able to cross it in front of the goal. No one there to put it away just yet. Continuum keeping that pressure up. Dogu backflips in goal, but there was no pressure from Aeriality, and they're not going to be punished just yet. Jesse needs to make this clear. He does. He gets it away from Pixel. Now Dogu's going to try and press this out. Aeriality has been creating some great pressure so far. There's Pixel continuing to set that one up. If a teammate can get there, they're going to leave that one. Vogan trying to get there, but now it's K-Dop with another shot. There's been some good accuracy. They are not able to get out of this right now. Aeriality is creating so much pressure.
Yeah, it's creating a lot of pressure, and the Flying Dutchmen are having some issues on defense. We just saw Jesse almost centered for his own net. He went up for a touch. He accidentally got a first touch. Then he went up to try and save it when really his teammate was better. So just a little more communication to tighten up that defense, and the Flying Dutchman can keep this.
Well, a fast rotation from Vogan. Dogu had an opportunity, but Continuum shuts it down, keeping it away. Jesse going to try and set this one up. He pops it over, and Pixel's able to clear it into the corner. 3:17 left to go. Flying Dutchman have yet to get on the board. Pixel's trying to push this one out. He has an opportunity to get this run here. Jesse takes it from him. K-Dop runs for the interference, but Jesse keeps it neutral. Now Vogan able to come up from the back. Pixel falling back. Continuum last line of defense. He gets it past him. Pixel's got to get this away. What a play by Pixel, keeping that one away from Dogu.
That was scary. Pixel put himself in the not the most optimal position on defense. He had to come from the side, barely get that block out, but the pinch almost went in. Thankfully, he was able to get behind that ball.
K-Dop putting that one around the corner. Vogan keeps it there. Jesse sets up behind him as Vogan pushes out. They're going to try and move this one up, get some points on the board. Vogan's touch gets kind of killed, so Jesse able to push this one out, gets it past Continuum and push it out into the midfield. K-Dop tries to go for the touch, but whiffs. Pixel falls back, realizing he's last line of defense. Gets the touch, is able to carry this one away, straight towards the goal. K-Dop's touch is a fake, and Jesse picks this one up to try and push it back. Continuum keeping the pressure on. Vogan plays it off the wall, taking it away from K-Dop. This has been some back and forth. K-Dop being that front line for a lot of these Aeriality plays. He's had some great shots on the net, but so far, the Flying Dutchmen have managed to hold them to just one.
Aeriality is having good contests in the midfield right now. They're winning a lot of 50s, taking it off the hoods of the Flying Dutchmen, and they're converting a lot of these plays into shots, which is why they're keeping control of this game.
Jesse picking up ball control in front of his own net, but K-Dop takes it from him and shoots. Dogu gets the stop, but Pixel gets the finish. That's 2-0 for Aeriality.
Dogu not facing the correct direction here. He was retreating for this defensive maneuver. K-Dop saw his opportunity. He knew Dogu might get that save, but there's no way he'd get a good touch on it. He was not on a good angle, and Pixel following up quickly to make sure that goal went in.
Reading your offense, reading your opponent's positioning is a huge thing when it comes down to knowing what shots to go for and what shots to wait for their touch on, and that was a great decision by Pixel there, putting his team up by 2. Dogu has an opportunity. Pixel getting the stop. Now Vogan going to try and dunk this one in, but that ball just continued to loft. There's Jesse with a shot, but an amazing stop from Pixel keeps it out. Continuum going to continue to carry this one up on the wall, but Dogu takes it from him, shoots it onto the top of the crossbar. Pixel waiting for the touch here from Jesse, who's going to pop it around the corner. Pixel backs up into goal as Vogan sets this one up. The last player, Dogu, coming up again, but he's not going to get the touch. Jesse able to pop that one around, and now K-Dop going to take this one away on a breakaway opportunity. He's going to get it past Dogu. A good play from Continuum, gets the demo onto Dogu, and there's 3-0 for Aeriality.
Simultaneous pass demo. K-Dop taps it over to Continuum, who gets the demo on Dogu just as he touches it towards net, and K-Dop finalizes it, just ensures that ball goes in net before anyone does. a very interesting interaction.
Oh, that was a wonderful replay there. We got a nice big boom on the screen. Couldn't see anything. But that was, man, this Aeriality squad really taking it to the Flying Dutchman right now. We'll see if the Flying Dutchmen are able to recover. 1 minute and 10 seconds left for them to mount the comeback. K-Dop's getting it past everybody. Leaves it in midfield for Pixel to take the shot. Man, this team play is so strong from Aeriality right now.
Disgusting touches from K-Dop. He sucks in these two defenders. He waits for that last touch and then sucks in just one more, touches it right, sacrifices his body as his car gets flung back into his own half, and Pixel able to shoot that on net, bringing this to a 4-0 lead.
Pixel putting a lot of speed on that ball too, keeping it away from the rotation from Dogu, keeping that ball up there. 4-0 for Aeriality. They have been so strong in this first game. We'll see what they're able to do as Dogu tries to press this one up. They need 4 goals in a minute. That's quite the comeback. Jesse's gonna put that one up. K-Dop gonna be able to follow this one over into Flying Dutchman territory. Dogu takes a shot, but Continuum hanging back. Jesse almost had the bump onto Continuum, but Continuum was able to get the touch before he got there.
Right now, Aeriality is just showing a bit more wide structure to their rotations, which is why they're keeping so much control. The Flying Dutchman's not able to clear it out of their half because it's just always being countered at the midfield by an Aeriality player.
Pixel going to try and push this one out of his own half. 30 seconds remaining. Jesse pops it around. Pixel puts it out to the midfield. Kind of a dangerous touch. And Vogan goes to punish, but Continuum with the beautiful Spider-Man save. Keeping that one out, earning himself a Savior medal. This Aeriality squad has been perfect this game. They're going to make it 5-0.
No way. This aerial pass, again, such awareness of where their teammates are. K-Dop comes off the wall, starts carrying this over to Continuum. He knows that Continuum's going to get there, so he stops going for the ball. He could have blocked that if he had continued on with that dribble. But instead of getting greedy, he realizes that he's already put the ball in a great place. He starts dropping, and Continuum comes. What an incredible passing play from Aeriality.
These guys are looking so good right now. Dogu goes up on the wall, but Pixel able to push that one over with 10 seconds left. This game is already over. Aeriality is going to be taking game number 1 of the series. The Flying Dutchmen have just been left stunned here, and unless we have some last-minute heroics, this is a shutout for Aeriality.
It seems like the Flying Dutchmen got very caught off guard this game. They were not prepared for the quick play from Aeriality. Maybe they watched last game and thought Aeriality might play a little bit of a slower paced game. But they're contesting everything. They're contesting so many balls. They're there at the midfield. They're not letting the Flying Dutchmen ever really assimilate into a play.
Have 8 shots to 9 shots. Very even offensive game here, but even on saves as well. But just the accuracy coming out from this Aeriality squad is made a huge difference, just completely shutting out the Flying Dutchman.
There wasn't a lot that the Flying Dutchman really was able to make. Like I said, their shots were almost identical, but not many of those shots amounted to much. There was a couple of really, really nice saves from Aeriality, but Aeriality was able to, it was 8 shots you said from Aeriality?
Right. Or 9.
9 with 5 goals? I mean, that's a really good turn rate. I mean, especially because they were, those passing plays, but from the aerial passing play to a few other things that they had, just impressive play overall from them. But they need to be able to keep this going into the next game because I know the Flying Dutchmen have the skill. They just seem to be a little caught off guard.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a team that we have seen play very well before. The Flying Dutchmen in the first online qualifier for the RLCS knocked Weedham girls into the losers bracket. These guys can play so well. So hopefully they'll be able to kind of get back onto that train and be able to take it to this Aeriality squad. But right now, Aeriality looking very, very strong in this series.
I can't disagree, honestly. I think that the Flying Dutchman can gather together. I've seen Vogan, Dogu, and Jesse pull off some insane stuff. It's just a matter of if they can gather their senses and try and beat Aeriality to these balls.
Who are we going to jump on board with first here in game number 2?
We're going to start with Jesse on board with me. I know he can pull it out. I've seen him do so much. All the spam chats of Lionel Jesse last time in the qualifier 1, he performed so well. I think if he pulls it together, he can give Flying Dutchman a few wins.
Game number 2, Pixel trying to press this ball up into Flying Dutchman territory, leaves the ball dead at midfield. We're seeing the Flying Dutchman players come out to try and push this one into Aeriality territory. Pixel on the wall, able to clear that one away. No one currently set up in goal for Aeriality, but Continuum comes on the rotation. There's an opportunity for Flying Dutchman if they're able to set this one up. It crosses wide over the goal. A good pinch there from Dogu, but he's not going to be able to set it up for a friend.
Keeping Aeriality slow-paced right now. They're staying in their half, making sure Aeriality can't really muster up a good play, which is what they kind of have to keep going. Don't let them get their groove on, or they're going to just start pounding on the goals like they did in game 1.
Oh, here they come. He just has to beat out Continuum, but he gets deleted by K-Dop. That player is going to be removed from the field.
So close. What a close opportunity. Again, we know they have the skill for it. It's just a matter of being able to continue the onslaught to just break down this defense.
Man, this name tag bug is hilarious. We have 2 Dogus on the field right now. I don't know which one's actually the real Dogu at this point, but Pixel so clearing that one away from his goal. K-Dop shooting that one down. And they're going to try and put this one out. There's Jesse, has been identified by the ticker up in the corner, making that save and setting it up for his teammates here. That's the Vogan is the other player. Dogu is the one in the blue and the orange octane. I guess they're both blue and orange. Guys, you guys are not making this easy for us. Pixel going to try and clear this one out of his own half. Very scoreless game so far right now. We had already seen goals by this point in game number 1. Much more even game in game number 2.
Also much more slow pace. They're being a little more passive. They understand that first game was a good one Aeriality took, and I expect them to come out a little faster paced, but they're not following up their
Oh, here's the finish. Vogan able to put the point on the board with the pass from Dogu.
Very, very solid textbook play here. Dogu hits it above the net, across, making it hard for any defender to read. That actually hits the top post, bounces right into Vogan's lap. Thankfully, he was there to follow up, but that is not an easy read to be. That is very fast-paced play.
Flying Dutchman showing us their strength here in game number 2. Going to try and tie up this series. There's a shot from K-Dop onto the backboard. Pixel is in a position where he could do something with it, but Dogan gets there first, and he's able to push that into Aeriality territory. K-Dop trying to get the reverse play. He pops it up to the midfield. Pixel waiting patiently back in goal, waiting to watch what he's going to do. There's the challenge, and now Pixel to try and rotate back as Continuum tries to push this one out. There's Pixel going to push that one all the way over into Flying Dutchman territory, but Vogan gets a nice touch, able to push it back. A bit of ping pong happening right now.
Whenever they're not following up balls, I mentioned a little earlier today, if you don't follow up your defensive passes, we're at this skill level and the kind of oppression that these teams put on, that you're not going to get a good clear. There's always going to be somebody to stop you. So whenever I notice that one of them just kind of gives it a good old smack, it always comes right back in their lap into their own half.
Right here at halftime, Flying Dutchman still up by 1. The ball in their box, and there's the shot from Pixel. They drew out the goalies. They haven't gotten it in yet. Man, that was such an unlucky touch. He had the shot. It was just barely inaccurate and goes off the post. K-Dop trying to set that one up again. It was a great play. They were able to draw out all the Flying Dutchman goalies, but they were not able to capitalize afterwards. Here comes Pixel over the top with a shot. Vogan clearing that one away. Good, solid defense from this Flying Dutchman squad.
Flying Dutchman, they need to make some good defense. And right now, they know they're 1 up. They want this win. They want to keep it at an even rate. You don't want to be coming back from 2 losses.
Man, Continuum trying to get a great play there, but Dogu read him so well, kept that out of play. Vogan now waiting in goal and try and get there with no one there set up. Jesse going to be the first one to clear that one into the corner, but Pixel with a follow-up to get the goal. There's the tie game.
This is the contest I'm talking about that's coming from Aeriality. He came up so quick for this. As soon as he knew he was coming up the wall, he came off that wall. I believe it actually pinched off of a Flying Dutchman defender, which is a little unfortunate on their side. Sometimes it just launches right into net. But either way, he was there quick for it. He read that ball so efficiently.
Tie game with 1:46 left to go. Jesse wins the kickoff. He's just got to get past Continuum. His shot goes wide. There's a follow-up from Dogu. They're going to take the lead right back.
His shot may have been wide, but it was actually the best shot he could have made. There was a defender coming across. Continuum probably would have saved Jesse's shot. So I believe intentionally he put it to the left of the net, forcing Continuum to attempt to make a save that actually wasn't a shot, and his teammate followed up.
Fantastic team plays there from the Flying Dutchman, showing why they are one of the strongest teams in the EU scene. Vogan going to try and set that one up, pop that away from his own goal. The ball very deep in Flying Dutchman territory. Continuum keeping the pressure up. It has an opportunity there, but Vogan clears it away.
Again, they're turning the pressure on. Now we see both teams.
Oh my goodness, Pixel punching that one in.
All 3 defenders just kind of sitting back on the Flying Dutchman. I think Dogu looked like he should have gone up for it. He ended up trying to rotate back and then changed his mind. It's that hesitation that's going to punish you at high-level Rocket League.
Pixel able to tie this game up with 1:23 left to go. Right here on kickoff, he's going to win that one just barely. Continuum comes for the follow-up. It's not going to get the shot as Vogan is able to save that one, but the follow-up from K-Dop goes just off the crossbar. Here comes Continuum putting it onto the backboard. He's going to pop off. Now Dogu able to follow that and push it over. But Pixel, midline defense, we've been talking about it all day. Very strong, keeping that from even getting close to his goal. Here's Continuum again, keeping these balls from getting anywhere near their own net. Final minute, tie game. Anyone can take this. K-Dop's trying to clear it out of his own half. He gets it past 2 players, but couldn't get it past Dogu. Now Vogan with an opportunity, open net. There's the lead for the Flying Dutchman.
A little bit of overcompensation, trying to turn this into an aggressive opportunity. K-Dop solo play up the side, and then I don't know why Pixel was up so far. We saw Continuum down the corner. There was probably a little bit of miscommunication, and Vogan just had an open, clear shot just right down the field.
51 seconds, Aeriality down by 1. They can do this. They had an amazing first game, and they've been right here toe-to-toe with the Flying Dutchman the whole time. 45 seconds to work with is all the time they could possibly want. And Needed to clear this out of their own half. There's K-Dop. He's gotten it past 2, but couldn't get it past Dogu again. Dogu, that last line of defense, stopping K-Dop once more. Pixel's able to get a shot, but Jesse on the rotation is going to be able to clear that one away. Now it's just Jesse and Continuum. Continuum in net has to get the read, but he's not going to happen. Vogu is more accurate.
This is that situation where when you put it off that back wall, take a look. Jesse puts it off the back wall. He goes over the second touch. Continuum can't do anything until Jesse makes the second touch because he doesn't know where it's going to be.
Right.
Unless he was going to go meet Jesse in the air, which was already too late, he had to wait. And Jesse waited to the last second, changed the trajectory of the ball, and there's no way Continuum was going to be able to read it.
Vogan trying to put the nails in the coffin of this game. Now they are up by 2. This is a significantly more difficult comeback for Aeriality. Continuum sets that one up. K-Dop's going to pop it out. It's lofted if Pixel can be there. Continuum puts it out. There's Pixel with the follow-up, and he's going to make it happen. They have 15 seconds to tie the game.
The counter plays, again, both these teams doing this exact kind of play successfully. Popping it off the side of the back wall, just getting up quick. Pixel reading that well before it came off that back wall, already up in the air. But somebody on defense should have been there to body that. It seemed like they're just a little miscommunicated.
15 seconds. Only down by 1. They have the time to work with. They've gotten the kickoff win. It's going towards the goal. Pixel puts it back into the corner. Dogu's able to clear it onto the wall. Final countdown happening. Here comes K-Dop from the back. He's not going to win the 1v1. Vogan's keeping the pressure on. Pixel gets caught up in goal. And Jesse's able to get the touch. If this hits the ground, it'll be over, but K-Dop's not going to let that happen. He's going to dribble this around, try to get it over for his teammate, but there it goes. He lost control of it in the air. Game 2 going to the Flying Dutchman.
This is a little opposite of what we just saw in the first game. There was a lot of control from the Flying Dutchman this time. They really just flipped it around. Aeriality seemed to slow down a little bit too much in the beginning. They should have come out guns blazing, kept the Flying Dutchman almost in fear, right? They took that first win pretty well. They had most of the control, but then they let the Flying Dutchman feel comfortable, and a lot of it is mentality.
Big difference. These are very similar scoreboards we have here. We have 10 shots to 8 shots, 3 goals to 4 goals, just 4 saves to 3 saves. The big difference is 2 saves on the sides of Aeriality, or I said 3 assists on each side, but 2 saves on Aeriality to 6 saves on the Flying Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman really making a stance in goal.
And that's a big part of it, being able to read a lot of these shots, trying to prevent the shots happening on net. You know, we've spoken on it so many times about how you want to stop the shots from happening, but at this high-level play, there's no way you're ever going to do that to every single shot.
Absolutely.
So if you're a great defender, if you're able to put yourself between the ball and the net, it's not just that, but it's the placement of your defensive touch. Putting it to the corner nicely. Don't let it hit the sidewall and come back into the middle. Don't hit it right back into the middle because then they're just going to take a shot. It's that graceful touch to the corner when there's just a shot flying at your net that these players are excelling at.
Absolutely. There's 2 sides to every coin. If you've got a lot of saves, if you have the same number of shots on each side and one side has more saves, well, that means either someone is shooting very, very well on one team and the other team's making a lot of great saves. We saw some excellent shots from the Flying Dutchman. Just perfect placement, getting that ball exactly where it needed to be, and they were able to take that game 2, tying up the series. Game 3, we're going to be moving on to Beckwith Park.
Little more quiet. But either way, I think both these teams are going to come out guns blazing right now.
Dogu trying to get that one. Continuum gets it, and they're going to be kind of neutral there as the ball just wafts at the middle of the field. There's a nice shot from Aeriality. K-Dop's able to get into the way of that one. Pixel made a shot, but it was going to go a little high. Now he's going to play that one on the wall, try and make a spot for Continuum to get in there. He continues just to play on his back heels, running some interference to allow his teammates to get set up on defense. And now Pixel and K-Dop are going to try and press out here.
Rotation is very important, but also knowing where your teams are. Continuum actually just had an opportunity to keep it in the half of Flying Dutchman, but Pixel, not knowing he was there when retreating, hit it away from his own teammate, and ended up centering it almost for his own, or for his opponents.
Continuum misses on that one. Dogu's shot goes high on the crossbar. K-Dop puts it up there again just to keep it away from the Flying Dutchman players. Now Pixel able to come out of goal and press this one up. He and K-Dop on the offensive to see if he can pass this one over to his teammates, but Dogu able to get the interference, keep that play from happening.
Both teams, again, coming out a little aggressive. They're playing calm. The first minute of the last game was a little calm as well. We've seen a couple shots, but nothing really assimilating just yet.
Dogu's shot going just a little bit high there. K-Dop able to push it over onto the edge. Continuum hanging back in goal for Aeriality, but K-Dop able to win the 1v1, and now Pixel with a shot onto net. Dogu's not, he got the stop there, and then they got a good clear. K-Dop had a follow-up, but isn't able to get it accurate on the net.
We're looking at the Flying Dutchman trying to slow it down. Vogan trying to carry this across the net, but he has to be careful about wasting a lot of boost when doing air dribbles. Yes, you usually confuse your opponents and they can't go for it because you've got full control, but you lose a lot of boost that way, and you might be better off just kind of hitting it over to a teammate.
Solid offensive passing for the Flying Dutchman, but they're not able to take a shot on net. K-Dop sets that one out in the middle. Now Continuum following up. continue to create the offensive for Aeriality. Vogan picking up ball control, but it gets taken by Pixel and pushed into the far blue corner. Dogu, last line of defense, goes up onto the wall and presses that with a great clear over into Aeriality territory, but K-Dop was waiting for him and is able to push it straight back.
We saw how quickly K-Dop just trapped that. We don't really talk about how skillful that takes.
Right.
Knowing exactly where to place yourself under the ball so it hits the perfect part of your car.
Oh my goodness.
Great
Speaking of
attempt.
perfect placement there, K-Dop in goal. Amazing stuff. Able to clear that one away. 2:45 left to go. Still scoreless here in game number 3. Series all tied up. Now we're having the Flying Dutchman taking a shot. Dogu's shot goes a little high. Pixel tries to get the block. It's not there. It's going to go high, but if anyone can follow up, not going to happen before K-Dop gets it into the corner. Jesse creating pressure, but he's not able to get a solid touch on it, and Pixel is able to clear it out to the midfield. Vogan over to Dogu, who tries to take a shot. Interference from Aeriality keeps it from going on target. Pixel able to clear that one around the corner, but it's not going to be going wide just yet. Continuum all set up in goal as the Flying Dutchman continue this long offensive.
The Flying Dutchman, as far as this RLCS goes, they're in the best position they can be. They came in 5th place qualifier 1, and they need to fight for these games because the 4th place team from qualifier 1 did not qualify for qualifier 2, so they need to do well. These games mean so much to them.
Pixel setting that one up. We still have a scoreless game after a blowout game number 1 and a very, very close, high-scoring game number 2. We are at 150 without either team being able to put one into the other team's net. Vogan picking up ball control at midfield, takes a shot that goes high again. Pixel with a solid clear into the corner, letting his team rotate in behind him. K-Dop puts it back into the corner, and Pixel follows it to try and press this one out and create an offensive transition. Continuing to try and push this one up alongside Pixel. Jesse's going to be able to block that one, though, and let his teammates rotate back in behind him.
You saw them just attack together. That's what they're doing really well right now. We see Aeriality do this time and time again. It's how they're getting it out of their half. They're actually following with each other. They might be a little close for comfort, but if they get those nice touches back and forth, you just completely ruin whoever's attacking you, and they're way out of position.
So in such solid defense from both sides, Vogan taking another shot, but continuing getting the block, keeping it out. K-Dop removes Jesse from the offensive position, but Dogu able to take a shot, got it past Pixel. There's the first point on the board for Flying Dutchman.
This beautiful touch from Vogan. All he wants to do is kill it, put it right in the middle for his teammate, and he touches it with his tires. For those of you who don't know, the tires are the weaker part of your car, so he gets it just perfectly to Dogu. No one on defense is going to beat Dogu to that, and all Dogu has to do is put it high and fast.
Final minute of gameplay approaching right as we have the first goal put on the board. Continuing to try and respond here. Vogan misses on the clear. Pixel had the dunk, but he wasn't able to get it around the post. Such an unlucky touch. It's the second time the Pixels missed a shot onto the post, but he finishes it there. Now we got a tie game.
He revenges his own miss.
That's right, he avenges himself.
This angle's very tight. Jesse tries to go for the clear, but him and Dogu end up bumping into each other. Pixel gets the tight angle. He notices, all right, well, there's 2 players in front of me.
Yep.
The third one, there's a good chance he's probably not like in the best position, so he takes the shot.
Excellent stuff there from Pixel, putting his team back on the board. Tie game here as we move forward. 45 seconds left. Game number 3. Series all tied up. Game all tied up. Very even series and very much fun to watch. Jesse going to put that one onto the wall to Vogan, who pops it back out to the midfield. Here comes Jesse continuing to create the pressure. Puts it onto the back wall. Pixel waits for the touch. Going to try and pop it up, but Jesse reads it well. Sends it on net. K-Dop with a excellent save. Keeping his team in the game right now. Continuing going to try and clear this one out. 23 seconds. Anyone can take this. K-Dop pushes it onto the back wall. Dogu goes for it, but he's not going to be there as Jesse's able to touch it and keep it from crossing in front of the goal. Vogan puts onto the far wall. 15 seconds as K-Dop tries to get the angle. He had an opportunity. His shot went just wide. Pixel continued to create it. Aeriality has all the ball control right now. Vogan able to send that one far away from his net, but K-Dop coming up from the back takes another shot on the net. Dogu with an excellent save. Pixel sends another one, but this one's going to die, and we're going to have overtime.
The rotations right there from Flying Dutchman was kind of unreal. There was always someone in net. We just saw about 5 or 6 shots come in one by one. They knew they weren't going to be able to turn it into an offensive opportunity, so they made sure their defensive rotations were tight, keep it tied game, and maybe take control in overtime.
Vogan taking a shot. K-Dop clearing into the corner. Of Pixel hanging back on defense for Aerialities. The ball gets cleared into Flying Dutchman territory. Dogu takes a shot. Pixel came out of net and has to make a kind of flying cross-field save. K-Dop got set up behind him and is going to be able to clear this one out and away. Now it's K-Dop and Pixel on a run. He's got to be Dogu. The pass from K-Dop to Pixel, but Pixel can't quite get the angle. Excellent play, though, from K-Dop, knowing where his teammate was. I'm going to try and continue to press this one in.
The idea of that play was perfect. He knew he didn't have a shot. All he had to do was suck a defender out. He waited till last second, tapped it to his teammate, who was unfortunately just a little bit too close, a little bit too far up, and wasn't able to get an angle.
Oh man, that was close there. Dogu had a shot and Jesse realized it was wide, went up to try and recorrect. He wasn't going to be able to get the touch this time. Continuing trying to press this one out. Very even overtime we got going on between these two teams. They've just been so back and forth. K-Dop earning himself a savior medal at this point. These guys have been very, very strong on defense on both sides.
Both sides have been, but at the same time, it's putting themselves in this kind of scary situations. They've been having to make some really close saves. Like you said, Pixel had to fly across from left to right side to get a save.
Oh, Jesse takes the shot. Pixel with a save. No! Oh, no! That's so unfortunate. K-Dop was there for the rotation, and the ball bounces off him and in.
Jesse took a great shot. He gets up early for this, pops it underneath his car, makes sure he gets the speed. There was someone waiting in net for it, and he didn't get the touch he wanted. He actually hit it underneath the ball, so it wasn't headed out. Sadly, the player that was rotating in to take his place in net wasn't prepared for the ball to just bounce right onto his hood, giving the victory to the Flying Dutchman.
It was really difficult because Pixel, he had that such a catch-22 where he's like, I'm here in net. He was very far back so he could get some momentum on the ball when he hits it out, but he has to take it off of whatever Jesse's going to throw at him. And Jesse was the one who scored that goal. And so he hits it into the corner. He wasn't able to clear it out of the goal. He hits it and it bounces around the corner and down, and you almost can't even slight K-Dop for coming in on the rotation there. He wasn't expecting that to come down at all. It was just a really, really hard hit. Good hit by Jesse to put it into place. That was really difficult for Pixel to clear there. Flying Dutchman going to take game 3.
What I do want to mention is the Flying Dutchman were in Qualifier 1. They came 5th place Qualifier 1. Aeriality is new to the group stages. They did not make it this far last time. So they're actually showing really, really well considering that the Flying Dutchman is kind of next in line to be the top 4.
Right.
So either way, I mean, both these teams playing their all. They have their moments where they're very aggressive and then moments where they're kind of dying down. And, playing defensive is a tactical decision sometimes.
Absolutely.
You want them to overcommit. You want them to take a few shots. Let them do what they think they're doing, and then you counterattack. Or they mess up once you get it past the defender, you're able to do a counterattack, or just turn it into your control.
Yep. No, we've had a very, very even series here. Aeriality really making a case for why they deserve to be in the RLCS. They had the blowout win in game number 1, and now they've had very, very neck-and-neck games in games 2 and 3. I'm excited to see where we go in game 4. Who are we going to jump on board with right off the bat here?
We're going to start with Continuum. I think he's been doing a lot of plays with his team. He's been having a lot of good touches. Overall, just kind of being a nuisance.
Man, Dogu just slamming that one in 5 seconds.
This kickoff goal, no one stayed in net. James is having another conniption yet again. Continuum thought he had that. He ended up backflipping, which stopped him from falling towards the ground. Almost had that off the back wall. Very close, but you
gotta.
I stopped
put someone in net.
I stopped myself.
It's okay, we can all be meme lords, it's all right. Dogu set up in goal as Pixel tries to get the angle on him, but he reads it well, able to clear it away. 1-0 for the Flying Dutchman here within the first minute. Continuum going to put this one up on the board and try and back pass it around, get it away from the Flying Dutchman and turn it into another offensive. Great kind of just rotation there. He just takes it all around the entire field like a big old merry-go-round and try and convert that one out. But the Flying Dutchman have read him well so far, not allowing them to convert just yet.
A lot of times, like you said, bringing it around the field, you're keeping control, though. Even though you're not being a direct threat. Oh!
Wow. Dogu should have had that one. That was a great pass from Jesse. Dogu had all the time in the world, but at this point he's going to miss, and it's still just going to be 1-0 in favor of the Flying Dutchman.
Still a very close game. Both teams showing that they have the skill to attack each other, but keeping control is going to be a key factor in this. They need to just make sure that they're the ones to touch the ball next.
Man, K-Dop to Pixel again. K-Dop playing so well on this team. He dribbled it all the way down the field, got it past 1, and then passes over to Pixel, but Pixel wasn't quite in the position he needed to be. Jesse with the mind games gets it past 2, but not past K-Dop. Here comes Dogu for the finish. They're able to get the blocks. Continuum and K-Dop both getting the touch on that ball to keep that one away. Excellent plays on the defense, especially from this K-Dop player, really holding on to his team and keeping his team in this game.
Well, yeah, Jesse just disgustingly mind-gamed the rest of his teammates. Yeah. He had no choice. Good hesitation on him, trying to make both of those defenders bite.
That's dangerous position right there. Dogu able to get the touch and kick it away from Pixel's touch. This is some really good threat. There's Continuum to finish it off and tie the game.
Tough situation on defense for the Flying Dutchman. Jesse found himself in net, but he wasn't facing where this ball was headed to. I think he thought that K-Dop was going to hit it off that backboard, but instead he just hits it right into the middle. Jesse wasn't in orientation to be able to get that in Continuum. All he really had to do was just redirect that towards net.
And that's why the pass play works so well to juke out the defense. If you have options like that, there's no way you can cover both, and you have to guess. At this point, Aeriality played that correctly, able to tie this game up. 3:18 left to go. Jesse going to take that hit, put it on the backboard. Vogan comes in for the follow-up, but it's going to go wide. Now K-Dop going to try and rotate this over. Gets it past Dogu. He's going to continue this one on. on. Jesse on his back heels has to get a stop to allow his teammates to rotate in. He's going to try and play that around the corner. There's Dogu and Vogan coming around. Vogan able to clear this one up to midfield. He puts it out and straight into the center. As K-Dop is going to try and get the interference here, but Vogan able to get it past him. Continuing goal is going to push this one out.
Vogan needs to be a little careful. I think he just went for the ball a little bit too much. He took the pass from a teammate and ended up taking the pass from another teammate. You know, it could also be the fact that his teammates should be calling him off the ball. A lot of factors come into play. But the Flying Dutchman, I think they've been gathering a lot of plays, but they need to make sure they spread out, touch to each other as opposed to try and get too many touches solo.
K-Dop has been so strong this game as the support and defensive player. He's been setting up amazing shots for his team and has a savior medal already in this game as we're crossing halftime. Continuum able to pop that one away, get a save for himself. Now they're going to be trying to push this one back out. K-Dop last line of defense again, going to be able to get up and into that one, get it away from Jesse before he could take a good shot. Now they're going to try and press this out. Pixel overshoots, but K-Dop patiently waits. He's just got to get it past Vogan, but Vogan playing very intelligently, able to put that one off to the side, give his teammates time to get set up on defense.
Two goalies coming out of the Flying Dutchman on this shot. It could end up being detrimental, and
it was.
It is.
You called it right there. You exactly saw what it was. The two players come out off of K-Dop's touch. You see Dogu and Jesse both coming out there, and Continuum able to pick this one up and shoot it in, giving the lead to the Flying Dutchman, or to the Aeriality.
Vogan almost had it. Maybe he could have gone back to net a little quicker, but either way, he shouldn't have been put in that position. There were two players in net. One should have stayed. Another should have cleared it out while letting the third player follow up with it.
158, Aeriality up by 1. Pixel sending that one down. Continuum coming in to finish. Dogu able to clear it into the corner. Pixel following up, waiting for Jesse's touch. Jesse gets it past him, takes it up to midfield. K-Dop's waiting for it. Can he get there? He does. My goodness, this K-Dop player. I feel like he could have been in a better position, but at this point, I'm not going to question him. He's making amazing saves.
A lot of times saving it for the moment where you're waiting for them to take a shot almost. You're sitting on the side of the net waiting for them to take a shot. Now you know where it's going. Now you can test yourself. If you go up a little bit too much, they could shoot it behind you or they can make it where it's tough to get.
Excellent stuff there from the Aeriality squad. They are up by 1 with 123 left to go in this game. Vogan waits for this ball. He's going to wait for it as it crosses midfield, gets it past 1, doesn't get it past K-Dop. Man, K-Dop has, I don't think they've gotten it past K-Dop on a mind game yet. This man is reading Flying Dutchman so well.
K-Dop is being patient. He's not letting them control the ball. He's attacking exactly when he sees the moment of them not being able to make any moves. That's the idea.
Oh, he's going to finish that one. You saw K-Dop to Pixel. Pixel goes just high, and K-Dop finishes.
I mean, again, K-Dop pushing that mid perfectly for his teammate. Pixel couldn't get the shot he wanted. It gets a little bit too high. And then instead of rotating back, K-Dop actually sees that he has an opportunity. He knows he's closer than Continuum. Continuum maybe called him out, let him know, like, I can't get to this. So K-Dop, instead of rotating back, he went again for another touch, putting it in the net.
Final minute of gameplay. The Flying Dutchmen are down by 2. They've been here before with Aeriality. Jesse sets that one up, and Dogu's able to finish it. Great team play by the Flying Dutchmen, keeping them in this one.
Jesse showing how good he is at controlling this ball. He sucks this player in. Jesse is an exceptional 1v1 player for those of you that don't know. I know it was a favorite playlist of his for quite a while. But and he shows it right there. He's great on the 1v1 situation. He knows exactly when you're going to bite. He knows how to control the ball. Just taking that up over the defender.
Yep, and props to Dogu for knowing where that was going to be and knowing that there was going to need to be another angle to finish that one off. Excellent play from the Flying Dutchman, keeping that one out. But here comes Aeriality again. They have an opportunity to put another point on the board. Pixel gets the dunk. It's going to go wide. But with 38 seconds left, the Flying Dutchmen have to score if they want to force overtime. Jesse's going to try and get this one, but Continuum gets it first. Sends it back into the corner. Vogan back in net. K-Dop pops that one around. Final 30 seconds as Vogan and Jesse move up the field. Here's Jesse in the 1v1 situation again. He gets it over Pixel and Dogu again. Jesse to Dogu ties the game.
Exactly what I'm talking about. Look at this control Jesse has. He pulls it to the left, pulls it to the right, then pops it up over Pixel, waits to suck him in. That entire dribble play was just to suck Pixel in. He brings it away from him. He's like, come here. He taunts him. He's like, come check this out. Never mind. It's right over your head. And his teammate comes and sinks it in to tie the game.
Amazing play. They ran the exact same play twice. And they were able to fool Aeriality 2 times in a row to make this a tie game with 15 seconds left. Amazing stuff from the Flying Dutchman. K-Dop again standing up in goal, able to clear that one away. Jesse in his own corner needs to pop this one out. Pixel going to try and finish it right now, but Vogan has other ideas and sends it into the corner. Final 3 seconds. Vogan has a run on it, but the interference from the Aeriality squad is going to send that one away. Here's Continuum. Oh, if Continuum could have touched that would have been an opportunity, but we have overtime.
We're getting very, very close. These teams are neck and neck right now in skill. They are performing each other in the exact ways they need to. They're taking their time when they need to. They're making the plays they need to. And overall, it's just been very neck and neck.
It's been excellent to watch the patience from K-Dop this whole game. He saw right there, he and Pixel were right in the same spot, but Pixel went up, K-Dop stayed on the ground, trusting his teammate to do what he needed to do. And now they're going to try and press this one out. He's going to try and set it up down in the midfield. Here comes Continuum to finish, but Jesse interrupts it and sends it into the corner. Vogan with a shot onto net, and there's the win for the Flying Dutchman.
This read by Jesse, I don't know what made him try and read this so quickly from K-Dop, but he ended up beating his own teammate, and they were communicating. And Vogan taking that tight angle from the side, it was flying across the net. He was over waiting for it. That was an interesting play to be countered attack on, but it ended up working in the favor of Flying Dutchman.
Man, you got to be hurting if you're Pixel right now. Those last 3 goals were all the Flying Dutchman juking him out of net, pulling him away, kind of getting him into a rough spot where he wasn't able to get the save. You know, so that's a really rough situation to be in there. But if he can recollect himself, take this forward into Game 5, they can easily make this a 3-2 series.
Aeriality's proven that they can hang.
Absolutely.
They can hang with the big guys. I mean, this was the 5th place team in qualifier 1. And I know I've said it a few times, but that's a big deal for Aeriality to be showing up so well. And they did really well earlier. They were able to pull 2 games out. So they're in a decent place, other than, but they both got 1 by Mockit.
Yeah.
So it just shows that these guys are going to be at a pretty similar level, and they've shown that just over the last 3 or 4 games, they're very, very close.
Absolutely, and there's something to be said for being able to take at least 2 games in every series. You'll be able to pull off, you'll be right there in the middle of the pack if you're able to get about that many wins. Every win you get is worth as much as any other win. Like there's no the 3-2 versus the 4-1 or whatever. Like that one win is just as valuable as any of the other games you played. So any game you can take here is important. I really, really hope that Aeriality can pull it off in this 5th game. Be really impressive to watch, or maybe the Flying Dutchmen are going to shut them down and make it a 4-1.
Yeah, Flying Dutchmen are in a very good place to try and make it to the online finals. They would really like to. So the more wins they can rack out, the closer they're going to be. So both these teams in a very detrimental place, and I'm not surprised that they're just throwing it on the field.
We're back on Manfield for game number 5, which is very, very interesting to watch after Aeriality got that just dominating 5-0 shutout in game number 1, that the Flying Dutchmen have been able to take 3 in a row. Aeriality, they are going to be out for blood, though, here in game number 5. We'll see what they're able to do. K-Dop sets that one up. Logan pushes it out. See if he's able to move this one down to the field for his team. And he's going to be rotating around. Nobody home on defense for Aeriality. And that's going to be the first point on the board for the Flying Dutchman.
Continuum was trying to rotate back. This got a little interrupted, but again, he was cheating up too high. That bounce was perfect. That bounce could not have gone any better for the Flying Dutchman. It hit the corner in the best place possible, and it just centered it up right for Dogu. Looks like he's allies with that corner.
4:47 left to go. 13 seconds is all it took for the Flying Dutchman to go up in this game. And here's another shot from Jesse straight downtown. Pixel able to put it into the corner. Continuum turns himself around and gets set up in goal as Pixel tries to push this one around. The Flying Dutchmen have had great offensive pressure already in this first minute of the game. We'll see if they're able to keep it up as Dogu pushes this one around the corner. K-Dop takes it from him, sends it down. Pixel set up in goal. We'll see who is able to push this one out if they're able to convert this over onto offense. K-Dop back passing to Pixel, who was not in goal. That was a very interesting touch from K-Dop, but so far it's not hurting him too bad.
That was terrifying. Yeah. I don't know what made him make that touch. I understand they wanted to keep control, but he actually shot it beautifully on his own net.
It was Pixel taking another shot onto the Flying Dutchman. That was the first offensive moment we've had for the Aeriality squad. We'll see if they're able to finish it. Vogan taking a shot. Pixel able to knock that one off to the side. Gogu coming up from around the corner, going to try and send another one onto net, but it's not happening just yet. Continuum going to get the drop on this one, send it over into Flying Dutchman territory. K-Dop off the wall, great angle, great shot, but Dogu reading it well, able to clear it away. Here's a scary out moment. Continuum rotating, over-rotates into goal. Oh, he's able to get the stop. Jesse follows up, though, and makes it 2-0.
This was just he just muscled it in. Jesse was having none of this. They really want this win. Dogu went up for the first touch, and then Jesse came down underneath it, muscled it right past Continuum, who wasn't able to get the save he wanted because, like you said, he over-rotated, he ended up hitting the wall, getting a little disfigured with his car, but man, Jesse just muscling that right through.
Excellent stuff from Jesse there. Pixel going to try and pick that one up, but goes a little bit high. Dogu sends this onto the back wall as Continuum sets up in goal. Dogu tries to interfere with Continuum in goal, which would have been a good play, but Continuum read him very well. Dogu's still trying to mess with Continuum in goal, but that creates kind of more of a 2v2 situation. Skate-Up tries to push this one out. Pixel now on the wall, going to wait for Vogan's touch. He waits for the read, goes for the touch, but Vogan gets it past him. They couldn't quite put it in there. Dogu's shot going just a little bit wide. Now Jesse taking another shot. K-Dop able to play that one well off off the wall. Vogan continuing to create the pressure. The Flying Dutchman have had all the ball control this game. There's a shot on the net. K-Dot misses, and Continuum has to get the clear himself. Gets it past one, but Vogan able to take another shot, putting it back on the net. Here comes Dogu trying to finish it. They couldn't get the angle, but Jesse with the third touch. Pixel with the interference, keeping him from being able to push that one into their goal. K-Dot going to try and push this one around, but so far Aeriality has yet to get on the board. He plays all the mind games. Can Pixel get there so close? K-Dot has been doing everything he can to make this happen, but his teammates have not been able to shoot on net for him.
It's very tough, though. The Flying Dutchmen are not giving them the best of opportunities. They are getting in the way. A lot of times when you see a defender coming at you, it makes you hesitate. Where can I put this? How can I shoot this on net that he's not going to get to it? And a lot of times that plays a big factor.
K-Dot trying to play that one out of the corner. Pixel pushes this one up. Now K-Dot pressing that one over the top of Dogu. Gets it around Jesse. Not going to happen. Jesse shuts it down. Pixel takes the shot, but Dogu is recovered and able to get the angle. Continuum puts it off the backboard. And here comes K-Dot for the third shot onto the backboard. It just goes wide again. No one able to make a shot straight onto net without hitting a Flying Dutchman player. K-Dot going to try and play this one off the wall, set it up for his teammates. Gets it past Dogu. Pixel picks it up and sends it onto the far wall. It's going to bounce down. It needs to be redirected into the goal, but Vogan going to interfere that one and keep it out.
We're seeing both teams do this. We just got K-Dot with a defensive pass to Pixel. He ended up kind of air carrying that towards the middle of the field, Pixel reading that, and sometimes it can be a little scary. It's like, well, he's pushing it to the middle of his own half, but what that's really doing is giving them an opportunity to get a 1-2 touch clear that is hard for your opponents to read.
K-Dot drops that one straight in front of the goal, but no one there to finish, and Vogan clears it easily. Now the ball rotating onto Aeriality's side of the field. The ball going to move right in front of the goal. Dogu to finish. It's 3-0 for the Flying Dutchman.
Again, utilizing these corners, giving them the very large lead right now. Looks like Vogan went to go tap that up. He hits it. He pinches it perfectly off the wall. Right over to Dogu, who was actually waiting for something that fast.
Yep.
The fact that he was up and waiting for a potential pinch means that these guys know how each other play, and they're definitely talking.
Yeah, like you said, those are very, very fast pinched. Usually the kind of thing that you'd be like, oh, I was there, but I wasn't far enough up. Continuum taking a shot, gets it past Dogu, and there's Aeriality on the board.
Another kickoff goal. We haven't seen a lot of these coming out of the group stage, but no one went back in net. Both Dogu and his teammate, I couldn't really catch who it was. It's Jesse and Dogu had to make risky saves. Neither really had a good touch on it, and Continuum just had to push that towards the net.
3-1 for the Flying Dutchman with 1:23 left to go. Jesse tries to play it off of kickoff. We see Vogan end up with ball control, shooting there. Continuum able to put it off to the side, getting himself the Savior medal again. Great defense coming out from this Aeriality squad, but it has not been enough yet. They have to be able to score points on the offense. Final minute approaching, and they're still down by 2. That ball popping out to the middle is Continuum able to take a shot towards the net. Vogan goes to make the upside down save, and now Dogan to try and pick this up. They get tangled up though. Continuum able to put that one in front of net. Jesse going to clear it out before anyone could finish.
Both teams giving up a little bit of possession here and there, but it doesn't really seem to be punishing them. Oh,
yeah, there we go, though. That one's going to hurt bad. 4-1 for the Flying Dutchman.
I don't know if I saw what happened here, but Dogu just sent Pixel to the moon. Pixel was trying to rotate. I think Dogu, I don't even know if Dogu saw him. He was trying to flip backwards, and he just sent Pixel sky high, leaving that net wide open.
Pixel's the first member of the RLCS space program now. He'll be phoning in later to tell us how the moon's like and what the aerials are like up there. Nice shot coming in from the Flying Dutchman again with 40 seconds left and 3 goals down. This one's looking like they are probably set to take this one, but it's not for lack of trying. Aeriality has made this a competitive series the entire game, the entire match. Every game has been very, very close. This is the first kind of blowout opportunity we've seen from the Flying Dutchman, and most of it's just kind of from the end, watching the Aeriality squad try to be aggressive as they really do need to be. But with 20 seconds left, it's looking like this series is going to be 4-1 in favor of the Flying Dutchman.
Aeriality and Flying Dutchman both came at each other's necks this game in this series. There were a few times I think Aeriality maybe could have made slightly better opportunities with the positions they were given. Sometimes they took shots when they really didn't have the holes for it, or their shot was just a little off target. So if they can hone up their accuracy a little bit, and they can maybe just do 1 or 2 more passes just to kind of open up the field a little bit more, I think they've got still a really good shot of making some good progress in the group stages.
Man, you saw it right there at the end. They weren't even giving up. They were still trying to score another goal, even with the ball right in front of their own net. Pixel tries to carry that one towards Flying Dutchman's net, see if they can get another point on the board. I hope they have their heads held high. They played so well this series. They took it to what is arguably the 5th best team in the Europe and were able to take them to where they really had to play their best just to get the wins there. Amazing stuff from this Aeriality squad.
And the Flying Dutchman coming out with 4 points. This is fantastic for them. They've already got a lot of points they've gathered up from Qualifier 1, and now they're sitting in a decent place. But they've got a lot of big teams they still have to play, so they need to make sure that they take this win and they just continue on to keep their heads high and try and progress.
Absolutely. What an excellent series the Flying Dutchman, the Aeriality squads have given us here today. We'll be passing it back over to the analyst desk. Axel, Toss, Gibbs, guys, tell us what you saw.
Thanks a lot, guys. What a privilege to be able to watch the Flying Dutchman's excellent performance there in that series. I mean, obviously game one was a blowout the other direction, but overall the Flying Dutchman really showing, I think, that they're pretty dominant.
Yeah, that was a huge series for them. They needed those wins because they're really trying to get at least 5th place. Games 3 and 4 were killers for Aeriality, both going to overtime. Flying Dutchman getting both those wins.
Yeah, they were so close, both of those games, and this is what's different about the point system. With those 4 teams being out, right now Supersonic is fighting to get in really, really bad because they're kind of the favorite, as well as Flying Dutchman because they have those points from 5th place of last qualifier. So for them to come out and show a 4-1 victory puts them in a really good standing to take those points above.
A lot of awesome plays during that entire series. Let's take a look at the highlights from the Flying Dutchman versus Aeriality.
This first play from Continuum, just going for the demo. K-Dop just kind of hits him with the ball as well to just add insult to injury. Great play here, though, knowing like, hey, he has the dribble. I'm just going to go try and demo the goalie, make it a lot easier for K-Dop there.
Yeah, K-Dop to Continuum over and over again. These two worked so well together at the beginning, especially in this first game. Like that air dribble over and then having a teammate recognize it, good play.
And then Flying Dutchman just got the defensive presence going with Vogan making some clutch saves in some tight games.
Yeah, back and forth between these two teams. And you saw that they were both able to battle it out, but eventually it came down to the defense just not quite there as this K-Dop and Vogan battle just continued on the whole time.
Yeah, like Jesse was making some plays with dribble passes to Dogu. He's been looking great today. He looks a lot better than in Group 1, in my opinion.
Yeah, prime example there. Like with dribbling, you only need to beat one player, and he does exactly that, sets up a perfect pass for his teammate, and they slam it in.
And then sometimes just Aeriality was just leaving the net a little too wide open. Right there, should have been someone back. They've had that happen in their first series as well, where their defense just lapses for a little bit, and it always costs them.
Yeah, you don't see that, like, when you watch these top 2 teams, you don't see corner passes working. That's why the backboard kind of meta has been becoming a play, because when that plays played off that corner so easily is it read by most of these teams because they have someone back on defense, and for some reason, Aeriality just started giving those up. Like, they came out so strong and were able to contest them, and then after a certain time period, they're just like, all right, take it.
So again, reminder, every single game is very important as we try to find out who's going to be the top 4 from EU to emerge to the international final in Hollywood. Coming up next, we're going to have Flipside Tactics against Supersonic Avengers. A lot on the line for that. Flipside, obviously number 1. Supersonic Avengers wanted the Dutchman to lose there, but if they can do a good performance against the Flipside Tactics, who knows where they'll end up. But we're going to take a quick break, guys. We'll be back with more Rocket League. You're watching the Rocket League Championship Series. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back from Burbank, California. We are live on twitch.tv/Rocket League for the Rocket League Championship Series. My name is Axel Tosh, joined by Gibbs and James Bott here. Of course, we've had an excellent day of matches covering the European qualifiers, the group stages. I've seen a lot of highlights on Reddit, some funny words used by the commentators that are slowly becoming memes. Just an excellent day so far.
Yeah, we have had a lot of surprises here in the Europe so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot of 4-1s and 5-0s, which is surprising because last time Europe was a lot more contentions because like everyone is really good in Europe, but these top teams, they must have been putting in the work in the down month basically, and they're looking really good.
So the last match of the evening for stream purposes, again, there's other matches happening off stream, is going to be Flipside Tactics versus Supersonic Avengers. Let's take a look at the rosters for these two squads, of course. Flipside Tactics, certainly considered one of the best teams in Europe, if not the world. Supersonic Avengers, a little bit of a newer kid on the block, but certainly very strong in their own right.
Yeah, Flipside looked amazing earlier, and Supersonic Avengers for the first 3 games against Weedham Girls looked really rough, but they did look pretty good in games 4 and 5, so hopefully they take that momentum into the series.
Yeah, everybody on Flipside, I had the good fortune of casting that one, and man, they really were scary. So Supersonic Avengers has a lot ahead of them, and I'm looking to see if ELMP steps up because when in the Supersonic Avengers series that we saw, it was mainly Doomsy and Snasky making things happen on the offensive side of the ball. Would really like to see ELMP step it up and start making plays himself.
Of course, when we're considering points for the top 4 for EU, Flipside already close to the top. a lot of people might say, okay, they might be a shoo-in. Supersonic's Avengers has a lot of work to do. And then from the perspective of what points are available there to actually push them through, Supersonic Avengers, they kind of need a 5-0, weirdly enough.
Not necessarily,
Ish.
because all they have to do is get top 4, and then they go to the playoffs. And then if they can do some upsets there, then they still have a chance. So they're playing Weedham Girls. Like a 4-1's not that bad, because Weedham Girls should probably 4-1 basically everyone. Same with Flipside. Like if they do lose the series, it's not like they're done, because they can easily get 4th, and then if they can get an upset in the playoffs. But of course, like if they beat Flipside here, that's a big confidence boost for those playoff matches.
Yeah, they need to win every game they can because they need to push the Flying Dutchman out of the top 4 to even have a hope at making it to the international final. We just saw the Flying Dutchman 4-1 Aeriality, so that puts them in a really good position to further their goal towards making the international final, because Supersonic Avengers is fighting for that Flying Dutchman spot. They have to knock them down.
Yeah.
All right, well, before we throw it over to the commentators, got to do predictions. Gibbs, what do you think?
It's a tough one, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go 4-1 Flipside. I was thinking about doing 3-2, but I don't like Doomsday that much, so I'll go 4-1 Flipside.
Yeah, judging by how good Flipside was playing, I will also have to give it to them. And we were talking to Doomsday before, and they've never beaten Flipside. So as much as I hate to agree with you, Gibbs, I'm going to say it's a 4-1 in favor of Flipside as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, get hyped. This is the Rocket League Championship Series on twitch.tv/Rocket League. It is time to go into the last match of the day, which is involving one of the best teams in the world. It's Flipside Tactics versus Supersonic Avengers. Take it away, Leaf and Lawler.
Thank you, Axel Toss. We're down on the field for our last match of the day. This is going to be exciting. We talk about Supersonic Avengers, who have to do as best as they can and get as many points as they can against the best team in the Europe.
Yeah, we see Doomsday really needing to step it up. We saw some of his dancing skills being able to flip that camera. Maybe he can do some flips in-game to make some plays. But I like how they mentioned ELMP, he got caught being dead, kind of watching the ball a lot. If he can kind of assert himself in this team, I feel like they can come out very strong and take at least a couple games off.
I think so too. We saw them in those last matches start to ramp up. They started to show us the Supersonic that we wanted to see. We'll see if that carries over. They have good momentum going from the last one, saying, hey, we know we can do this. We'll see if they can do it on Flipside, though, because Flipside so strong. Just they communicate so well. And if they can walk around Supersonic, could be devastating. But we'll see if Supersonic can keep up to this as these teams start to load into the game.
Yeah, going to be a lot of back and forth, I feel, initially. But when it really comes down to it, I expect to see the difference in offense and defense from this Flipside team. There is no real weak play out of this team.
We'll see who can get the momentum shift going in their favor first off. In game number 1 of this series of 5. Cooks here already trying to get one right off the bat. Mike Rules keeping the pressure on, but Cooks here now having to back off. There's Markey off the side. Snasky challenging that one. Doomsday with a very, very good read off that roof, but there that ball goes right out to Cooks here. That pass, the shot, just missing the top corner for an early goal.
Yeah, good patience coming out from Markey there. There was 2 players ready to contest it for the Supersonic Avengers team, and he's just sitting back waiting for one of them to make a mistouch, and is able to put this back up for his team and change momentum.
Oh my goodness, that was on target from Cooks here, but Doomsday just gets in the way of that one.
Yeah, ELMP making a clutch save there in net, but back and forth. You're going to see these guys put so much pressure on each other. It's just a matter of which one prevails first. It's going to be a mistake game that determines these.
I think it really helps that they had to play Weedham Girls before, so they're already in the mindset for some top-level gameplay. They're expecting some of these wonderful touches coming out of Flipside Tactics. We'll see, though, if they can get a play started up going into that orange end. Doomsday, good stopping that one out. Nice little chuck from him there on target, but Cooks here getting that one stopped off. And now we have Supersonic Avengers trying to make a play, get that first goal of the game. No one scored yet. Over a minute of gameplay left. Very close on both ends. Both teams did a very good job of understanding what the opponents are doing with that ball and making sure they intercept. There, Cooks here winning out that one off the wall. Good pinch from him. The front of that Batmobile. Doomsday throwing it up, though. Cooks here is going to steal that one away. Out to the front. Could be dangerous. Markey trying to get an angle on that, but there's a defender to stop that. Back out front from Markey due to the shot on net. Mike Rules to the far side. Couldn't quite squeak that one in, and Doomsday takes it away.
Super close between these 2 teams, and Doomsday, even though not able to, he's going to get demoed
off the backboard. Get Mike doing? Oh, he does! He gets the bounce and just follows it through.
What is with these teams? Like, you see these guys go up. That demo makes Doomsday have to do a last-ditch effort trying to get back on the respawn. It's such a good demo, even though I didn't think it was going to pay attention, Mike still had to get that touch up top, but Doomsday was actually the last one back only because of the demo.
And that's the fun thing about these teams too, is as soon as I saw him keep looking at that ball, I'm like, he might try to go for this. He does. You can expect them to make a lot of those second touches themselves off the backboards because they are that good mechanically. 1 up on the scoreboard in favor of Flipside. They're trying to get a goal themselves. ELMP does get that pass off the backboard.
All team members from Supersonic Avengers getting involved in this. ELMP tried to get a chip back inside for a quick flick. Actually worked out in his favor that Doomsday was able to follow it up and put it back to ELMP, who was patiently waiting downside. And that's okay. Like, if he's going to position himself there, especially with Snasky facing the other way, he can rotate back and be that last defender if he needs to be.
Very good pass from Doomsday to set that one up to tie it. 1-1. Almost approaching the halfway mark. Another shot from Doomsday going on, but Mike Rules Cooks here keep that away. Marky trying to get back on the rotation. And there's Cooks here keeping that away from the net, just stopping any play from Supersonic, but now they're trying to get another one on. Doomsday almost got that pass into the slot, but not quite as Mike Rules sets up an attack himself. There's Snasky up in the air. Can he follow it up? He does get a pass Cooks here, but Marky picks that one up. Cooks here to support him. We'll see if we can get a play started up. Not powerful enough to get a Cooks here, and Snasky takes a bump on him anyways. ELMP down to midfield. Here's Mike Rules with a shot on net. Cooks here trying to redirect that to the far side, but couldn't quite put it on target.
Yeah,
and
I
now
saw the
Snasky with an open net, and he puts it right over top of Mike Rules, who couldn't get there in time.
Good hesitation here. You thought about what he was doing. Like, Snasky beats one with the dribble, and that's more than plenty, but it looks like he either had that pass open or net, and recognizing that he had the ability to take the shot first. There was a slight little hesitation, but like, he still made the right decision, and that's not always the easy thing to do.
Well, it is tough because you have to put that ball in the right spot. You have to make the placement proper, or that defender can probably get to it if you put it too far to the far side there.
You gotta, man.
But you gotta. 2-1 for Supersonic Avengers as they're trying to take on the powerhouse of Flipside. They're already up in the first game. See if they can maintain that lead or even extend it. Keep Flipside away from their net. There's a shot a little high. Cooks here down to the side. Marky with a feather to push that a little bit forward, but stopped by ELMP. That's going to go above the net. Doomsday, nice touch on the backside, but that could be bad if one of his teammates don't get there. And there's a shot from Marky Duda as no one on the defense challenges it.
Yeah, the follow-up for these teams has been really good. Doomsday plays a good touch up top. Like, he beats the initial pressure. The issue with going against a team like Flipside, though, is you need to make sure that clear goes to the side, because if you put it right back in net, you know one of them is going to come back through and make a goal.
Touch not actually turning out to be good, as both of his teammates were flying back to get the touch themselves, leaving no one in net, and that's why no one challenged it. We'll see if they get another play as it's tied up. Flipside getting that equalizer. Now they're trying to recuperate. Cooks here trying to fight off against Doomsday. And there's a shot on net. Cooks here feels backflip, but it goes off the crossbar anyways. And that's going to be still a tied game. ELMP trying to keep the pressure on. Let's see if they can get a third up there, but no one is going to take a shot there. ELMP running back. At least he gets the boost, stopping Marky Duda from putting any more pressure on it. Good touch, or bump there. Yeah, very good bump from Flipside. Lets Cooks here get the ball right in front of the net. ELMP does touch it to the side. Loses control a bit here, though. Just tries to get it back to Snasky, but Marky Duda snatches that out front. Doomsday puts that away. ELMP to follow it. Just keeps that to the side, and shutting off any angles that Cooks here could have got on that shot.
Yeah, it would have been a really good shot on net, but able to get a little bit on it, so it plays it back outside. But you expect these guys to recalibrate what they're doing. So far, they haven't had anything to in, and Supersonic Avengers has woken up. You can tell they're playing a lot better and contesting really quick, but expect shots like this to come in.
Oh, almost finished with Snasky. We'll see if Mike can capitalize on this net now. There it is off the backboard. Marky just trying to get it, but Doomsday does get a touch onto the side. ELMP dragging it forward, but Mike Rules just stops that in his tracks. Also puts that out front. Now Flipside can put some pressure on unless Doomsday gets a very good clear off this one. He does throw it out, and there's the follow-up from his teammate. He's going to roll up the wall. Cooks here needs to get a good touch here to get that away. Very good clear from Cooks here off that back wall.
Man, you see Mike being so patient and back here, allowing Cooks here to get up for it, but now he needs to get up immediately.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Ooh, swiping in.
Almost ELMP stuffing that one away, but that ball is going to touch the ground. And overtime for game number 1, Flipside versus Supersonic Avengers. Supersonic has to get as many points as possible off the backboard, scoring opportunity, but Marky is going to push that off to the side as Supersonic was back to get some boost. Now they can make an attack as Snask gets the stuff there. Doomsday touching that one, still in control of that, but a little bit weird touch. That's back out front again. Another shot. Can that come from ELMP, but no power from that.
Oh,
he does take it over. He almost gets it past all 3 defenders.
Man, what do you expect out of the first game between Supersonic Avengers and Flipside other than an overtime? And you see both these players, Snasky especially, trying to put his team in an advantage. Just not able to clutch it there, but still, Here we go. Hold on to your pants.
ELMP was, as we mentioned, what did need to step up. The desk was saying, and he looks like he's starting to do that. The whole team working in unison to make sure they fight against 47 seconds of overtime against Flipside, but that's an open net, and Cooks here drops it in and takes advantage.
Winning that 50-50 in the middle here. Ball coming down. You got one trying to contest from the side, and actually very risky, but Marky gets the hang of it with trusting that back player, and Cooks here able to slam that in, give themselves the goal in overtime.
A little bit of a defensive malfunction on Supersonic on that last one, and that cost them the first game. And we're going to see Cooks here's wonderful dance moves again. Can't quite get it, though. But, yeah, that's game number 1 to Flipside. Supersonic Avengers fighting so hard. A minute of overtime, and I think they're playing great. This is what we want to see.
Yeah, especially the last game that we get to see today. Supersonic Avengers really showing up, contesting very well. But you look at Marky, he had 29 touches and bumps against the other team. Like
physical gameplay.
Yeah, even with like, okay, that ball was moving backfield, and he's like, well, I don't have a good touch on this. And I know there's a player, okay, get this guy. And he jumps into him and completely changes the momentum of what Supersonic Avengers had pushing downfield. It's small things like that that make these teams so good.
But keeping up to the pace of Supersonic, going into game number 2, I think they have a very good chance of taking this one. They were up in the lead at one point, and they're, maybe we'll see, though, Flipside pull forward and just say, all right, guys, let's get on our A game and put some balls in the net early on, or Supersonic can fight him out for another few rounds, get as many points as possible. I don't know. What are you thinking?
Back and forth between these two teams. Supersonic, though, coming out strong. They need as many points as they possibly can, especially with that performance that Flying Dutchman had to put them ahead. So if they can stick in it, I mean, they had that early lead, like you said, but to come out and actually secure the victory is what they really need. Easier said than done, though. We know what this Flipside team is capable of.
Doomsy to Snasky. Snasky to the middle. ELMP to finish it, but Cooks here just gets in the way. What a team play, and that's exactly what we need to see. Almost finalizing on that one, but they're still putting the pressure on Snasky. Just putting that right back up to the middle. Very good pass out, but ELMP loses out to Cooks here to Marky. Oh, and he finishes it.
Wow, way to be Flipside and just completely show off like, hey guys, this is how you do it. Look at this pass play and look at this hit. And Marky has so much faith in his team that he stayed on the side of Supersonic Avengers for so long, just waiting for something. And that's something that you only get at high-level play because these players have so much trust in each other.
One of my favorite things is to see Flipside tactics as they start to move forward in formation for some of those pass plays. It's absolutely incredible to see them that many steps ahead. We'll see if they can continue that on, though, in the rest of the game. Only 30 seconds have passed. 1-0 for Flipside Tactics in game number 2 of the series of 5. Snasky to ELMP. ELMP back to the center. We'll see if a teammate can finish it. Cooks here wins out that one. He's going to try to finish it off himself. Almost sweeps that past Doomsy and Snasky. Snasky just gets a touch, but ELMP and Snasky both a little greedy on that ball. ELMP walking away, but Marky Duda now trying to put it in. Cooks here. The pass out front. ELMP has to win this touch. He does. No challenger there. Doomsy trying to get up really high for that one. ELMP taking it low, but no one gets that in front of the net. There's Snasky with the follow-up, keeping that into the blue end, keeping Flipside on the backside. We'll see. Marky Duda, though, can move that forward. Very good ground pinch, pushing it forward, but Doomsy puts it right back into the slot. Mike Rules now trying to get that out. Snasky, the shot above the net, and Doomsy trying to push that in front. Couldn't quite. That's going to go off the backboard, though. Oh, in the net, actually. Oh, holy smokes. Snasky with a lob.
That looked like it was going to hit the backboard, but that soft chip, and he actually used the top end of his car and rolled into it. I'm surprised it didn't hit harder, but he completely stopped the momentum of the ball to put it softly over the top. Even if he didn't make that, ELMP was sitting in the middle of the field ready to smash that one in for the goal.
Unfortunately, Mike didn't get the touch that he needed. And now we're looking at a tied game. At 3:30 left in this, shot on net, ELMP. Nice easy chip out to midfield. Doomsy's going to follow this one up. Keep that low. Just tries to push over Marky, but Marky goes really high to read that one. Gets that past another attacker. There's Snasky pushing that through. Very good pressure from Supersonic right now to make sure they keep up to pace with Flipside. Doing a very good job. There's the pass out center, but Cooks here takes it away instead. He's going to chase that one up the wall, but that bounces out to mid. There's Mike Rules with a shot off the backboard, trying to finish it himself. That's a bad spot for the ball to be for Supersonic. But they do manage to get it back to midfield. And now a potential shot from ELMP, but he gets bumped up by Mike and can't quite finish off the play.
Best play that Mike could have made right there, especially after that quick transition.
Ooh, that was almost dirty from Mark, sorry.
Yeah, but for him to come in and take and bump him out of the way, otherwise he had a free shot on net. But look at this pass play setup. Oh, Doomsy barely missing it and hitting it in the inside of his car. Instead, hitting it with the outside.
But Snasky with a rocket. Mike having to take that one away. We'll see if ELMP can put that back in. Look how high these guys are getting. That is some high-flying verticality game, but this could be a shot on net. Mike rules. Gets beaten out by both the defenders. Cooks here with the pressure on, but the win by Supersonic on that 50-50 as they now move down into Flipside's end. There's Snasky with the pass out front. That's an open net and a shot. ELMP. Oh, Mike almost gets a save, though.
That's the issue. Like, this is a physics-based game, so despite Mike reading that so well and jumping in front, he has nothing on the ground to carry the momentum that he's pulling. So when you have a shot that hard, his car is going to move backwards and still go in the net. What a great shot with some power coming from this team of Supersonic Avengers.
Seen a little bit of deja vu from the first game as Supersonic is in the lead with 2-1. But we'll see if Cooks here and his teammates Flipside can pull ahead again and tie this up and win it in overtime. We'll see that close, but Supersonic needs to keep the lead on this one. They won game number 2. Doomsy, good stop. ELMP to follow it up. Good read off of Marky Duda. Keeps that moving forward in favor of Supersonic, but Cooks here connects with that in the air. Snasky and Doomsy trying to do some work to get that ball down into Flipsides. Mike gets a good nose on it, but Snasky already on that ball, pushes it way over. ELMP not going to get that one, backs off instead. There he is to meet up with Mike Rules in the air, but Mike wins that. Doomsy in a good spot to roll it around, but gives away possession. Cooks here with the pass out to Marky. Marky's just going to follow it up, so he can get one down to Mike. Mike's going to follow up off the backboard. Marky with a second touch. Nope, there's Snasky instead. Stop that from going in front of the net. Doomsy in a good spot to take a block as long as he doesn't get psyched out by these touches off the backboard. There's a shot on net from Cooks here. ELMP.
That's scary.
Moving it forward, and there's a shot. Marky with the power.
We talk about offensive rotations being so strong and eventually one of them going in, but you look at the rotations coming out of this Flipside team. They have one shot come in from Marky. Doesn't work. Mike follows up. You see Cooks and they just keep rotating over and over again until eventually either they're boost starved where they can't get up for the shot, or one of them has to make a really weird save. And in that case, that was on Doomsy having to sit back after so many times of it not being cleared out.
And there's the equalizer. We're looking very much like the first game. Flipside pulling it back to a tie. Coming in the final minute of gameplay, we're seeing a potential overtime situation if either one of these teams cannot get a goal in the next 55 seconds. Snasky trying to do that, but Mike doing his best just to keep that ball at bay. There's Marky Duda back to midfield, but an easy pickup for ELMP off the backboard. Cooks here with a bad touch out front, but he does follow it up. But there's a shot to the far side. Doomsy. Oh, what a snipe.
Like, Doomsy is sitting in the backside of this defense, or on this offensive side, but the defense of Flipside, and he's denying boost. But for him to be in that position anyway and sneak it across the side, I'm so surprised that that's, like, how did that go in?
3 defenders, and he just threaded that needle. Snipe show and a half. Too bad there's no 360 added onto that, but it was good enough anyways. And now they're up once again. 3-2, 30 seconds left, but here's a shot potential for Marky Duda. Bad situation
needs to get back up
for SA, trying their best to get the touch out. Doomsy needs to follow it up. He does, and the demo as well. Could be a good offensive situation for them if they can keep some pressure on the ball. Snasky doing his best to get that shot forward. That's going to go off the side. There's Snasky again, following that up, and Marky Duda gets that stolen away. 14 seconds for Flipside to get a goal, and they're making a move right now off the backboard. Scary spot for Doomsy. Does push that to the side, but there's a shot. Mike Rules to the far side. No one there. Cooks here was doing his best, but ELMP does get that to the side. Doomsy, they just need to let this drop the ground right now, and there. Oh, no, Cooks here does keep it up. Mike doing his best to put it in the air. That's actually in favor of Supersonic, going towards the net. Oh my goodness, almost in, and Cooks here trying to put that up for Mike. They're doing their best to keep this alive, but finally it touches. And the amount of control that the Flipside had at the end to just keep that going forward and trying to get a play started was incredible.
Despite being down, they know how important that is, and the pressure, they can definitely feel it. But as a veteran team, keeping that poise and making sure to give themselves the opportunity to put it on net, it's just, they got contested very well and pushed all the way back into their zone. Very, very difficult to come back from in that overtime.
Both games, Supersonic Avengers have been down only one shot. This is very, very even gameplay. Incredible to see. This is, I'm loving that Supersonic is putting contest to this. Game number 2, going to Supersonic Avengers, and this is going to be a close set. I want to see game number 5 overtime.
Right. Yeah, with the back and forth between these two teams, we see that 5-0s have been coming out so much today, or 4-1s, and for them to already get this first win in the second game, Supersonic is looking like a whole new team compared to that first match that we got to watch them with. They're looking more like the back end of what we saw, and that's exactly what we expect to do. They're matching their opponent and playing so well.
Well, we'll see if they can continue to do that in game number 3 as we head down to the field. Flipside Tactics versus Supersonic Avengers, game number 3 of the best. Or sorry, series of 5. I keep doing that. Series of 5. We'll see if they can get as many points as they can. Supersonic needs to get as many points as they can if they want to stay alive and make it to the live finals. We'll see if they can do that. Cooks here, already high up in the air. Feeling that air game really well, but now they're stuck on their own end. The pass from ELMP, that could be a scoring situation.
Gets it!
Snasky steals it off of Marky Duda.
Way to be there, Snasky. Ball coming in. Defense on 2 players going up, but ELMP beats him to it, and Marky Duda just doing whatever he can to get in front, but Snasky putting it back from where he came from. What a shot, and to give them a goal this early, only 14 seconds in, that has got to feel great.
A nice early lead is always a good confidence booster, especially when you're playing against a team like Flipside Tactics. Supersonic Avengers showing that they deserve to be at those live finals. We'll see if they can continue to do it through the next week, but right now, the most important thing is maintaining this lead or extending it. Only 30 seconds in. ELMP getting another shot, but Marky Duda stops that one this time. Mike Rules has a chance himself. He puts it high. Oh, and just couldn't get it off the crossbar. A couple bounces very close.
Despite the pressure coming from this big clear from Mike, he takes his time, slows down, and then puts everything he has into that shot and just slams it in and puts that at the most ridiculous spot at the top of that net. It couldn't go any lower. It couldn't go any higher.
Absolutely correct. If it wasn't there, it was not a goal. Tying it up, though. Still under a minute gameplay. 2 goals early on. We're back to where we started at the beginning with a tie game. We'll see, though, if someone can change that very quickly. Snasky off the wall. Going to read that one. Cooks here taking it away. The shot on net, though. Way too many people up for Flipside.
Yeah, both Mike and I'm trying to think who else.
I heard you call it, too.
Yeah.
2 up.
Yeah, Mike and Cooks here both go up for that, and Doomsy being the first one to it has an easy touch inside. Even if he didn't, ELMP, good follow in. Don't allow any options to hit that back out. Good job on this team.
That EU defense coming through on Flipside. We'll see if they can fix that one up and equalize it once again. Their last one came pretty quick, so we'll see if they can do it again. Good touch from Marky Duda, putting that to midfield, but Snasky getting up in there quick. Doomsy has a chance to put this in. Can he get the touch a little bit wide? ELMP just trying his best to put that back into the slot for his teammate. Now Marky has a run forward, tries to get that to Mike.
Oh
He does
my
it. Oh, the team play from Flipside. Oh my goodness, all 3 of them involved. Out to Cooks here to finish it.
Oh my god, this is the team play we expect from Flipside. For Marky to pull it all the way up and make everybody forced back into net, and then they play it back to the top of the goal, like using the entire field so well and manipulating this team.
And Marky with that flip too, getting a psych out, pulling one of those defenders for Supersonic, thinking he's going to take the shot, but then it's Cooks here to take it. Absolutely incredible play. Textbook from Flipside.
He's got a shot.
And it's tied up once again. Now, a lot of pressure. Marky Duda, can he put it in? He does. Nice angle.
Man, to be down and then to come back to back, you see Snasky up just helpless, flipping through the air. But to put that back into the corner and play it back out, and then Marky to put it back in, like the rotations from this team, you see how well they move about this field.
But Supersonic cannot let their heads down yet. There is a lot of time left in this match. 3:30 with only 1 goal down. The fact that they took a game last series means they have a lot of time to get back into this. ELMP with a shot off the backboard. Can someone follow it up? There's Snasky putting it to the far side, and he does it. Oh my goodness, how many goals can we get?
Like, what is this series back and forth between these two teams? The response from either side, Snasky and the help of ELMP. Coming back, we wanted ELMP to step up, and he's doing exactly that, getting himself involved with this team.
Absolutely incredible from both teams as they tie it up once again for the 3rd time. Mike Rules keeps that one away to the side. Cooks here to Marky. Marky pushes that back down deep into Supersonic's end. Doomsy going to try to pull us on the wall. Weird touch for him. He's going to have to think this one out carefully. Just lets it drop. Very smart, actually. Instead of pushing that out front, lets it for ELMP.
Yeah, really good job there. He was in a very tough position. We've seen too many times today where players have put that in the middle of the field and getting punished for it. Good job on Doomsy.
We're going to see, though, if Mike Rules can get a shot on net. He does drop it, but a little bit soft. It's going to be easy stop. 3 defenders dropping on that one to push it to the side. Doomsy getting up there, seeing if anything comes out of that, but it doesn't. On target, Snasky throws that one a little bit over, keeps control, but puts that one out into the hands of Cooks here. Cooks here doesn't get a good enough touch, though. Now Doomsy picks it up. See if he can throw that out to his teammates off the backboard. Mike Rules does get that one. He was up and ready for that, but that's back out front. This is going to be a shot for Supersonic. Cooks here is the only one to receive that, though. Throws it deep into Supersonic's ends. ELMP misses a touch, and that's in front. There's Doomsy to follow up, and ELMP waiting for that hit. There he is, ready for that, but Cooks here. Good flip from him to stop that play, but that's on target potentially. Cooks here does get up. Now, Doomsy needs to make a play happen. ELMP with the support. Marky Duda stopping that play in its tracks, but there's ELMP with the follow-up. They're keeping the pressure on. Bad touch on Cooks here. This is dangerous. ELMP waiting. Snasky getting a little eager, moves in there, and that's going to move it back down to Supersonic Avengers' end as they now have to work on their defense as Flipside puts on the attack in front of the net. Mike almost squeezing that one in.
I'm actually surprised that Flipside was able to get out of that. I expected to see Supersonic Avengers put all this pressure on, especially with them kind of toying with it in that corner. But so far, they haven't gotten punished for it.
Oh, this is dangerous. That's going to be on target, and Mike can get a touch. Marky Duda up with the soft touch, and he does it. Right over two defenders. Snasky trying his best, but couldn't.
Look at this control with this aerial. Ball's floating up. He's like, yeah, there's nobody up. Jumps, boosts, jumps again, and then rotates while doing it to hit the hood of his car, just so he can play the softest touch over the top of these two defenders.
Really, really good touch from him to put them up now. 4-3, a minute 37 left. Once we said it before, Supersonic still has a lot of time to get back from this. We've seen a lot of goals happen very quickly. We'll see if they can get another one. Still playing strong. Mike Rules, wow, very good touches from Mike. Put that in front, that's an open net. This is dangerous for Supersonic, but Snasky just gets the stuff on that one. Now ELMP has a chance to move it up as Flipside moves back. Doomsy gonna win out on that one, push it aside. Snasky backwards, a little bit of a bad spot for him. So that ball's just gonna kind of settle down there as everyone figures out what's going on. But that pinch in favor for Doomsy. Doomsy gets a touch, can he get the second one? Bumps out Mike Rules instead, and he keeps on. The pressure from Doomsy is real.
Man, that bump was actually huge because ELMP got demoed. They had no third rotation to come in to help. So if the fact that he was able to buy time and ELMP gets in, the possession still staying in midfield and possibly going to move one way or the other is like so critical.
Play setting up for Supersonic here, but Cooks here beats him to that one, stops it in its tracks. Snasky off the back. Cooks here not up in the wall. That's going to drop for Snasky. He gets a shot, but Marky reacting super quick, gets a save. And now the attack's still on from Supersonic. 30 seconds left. Good back pass, but no one there to receive it, really. Snasky gets stuffed out by Mike Rules. Off the board comes Snasky. He needs to get this out to a teammate. A little bit late is his teammate, and that's going to move back to midfield. Both teams trying to get a goal on. 19 seconds. Supersonic is down a goal. They have to get one within 15 seconds. And there's a good pass to Snasky, but Snasky, not the chip he wanted, but he gets another touch off the board. They're still on the attack. Marky's going to keep that from going on the play, though. Doomsy now stopping that. Can he get out to ELMP? But that's going to go in the wrong direction for Supersonic. Going forward, no one's going to be able to reach that. And that ball is going to go to Mike. Mike's going to set it to Cooks here. Surprised he didn't kill it right away, but either way, they took it.
Hey, he had a really good trap on it, just didn't want to take any risk whatsoever and is able to play it back inside. But still, taking control. These games have been so back and forth. You look at the shot difference between these two teams, they're neck and neck.
It's close. Yeah, and that's how it was for the first two as well. But now we're going to see going into the next one if Flipside can keep this momentum moving forward. They started to show up a little bit stronger in that game. Right. But again, Supersonic still not to be counted out. Back and forth for goals. Very, very close. Supersonic has a chance to still pull away with some more wins here and get as many as they can. But it's incredible. And both teams, this is what we wanted to see. Are you not entertained?
Like, this is great. And now what I'm curious to see is how they pan this out. So the teams have been playing at such a fast pace, and I know both these teams have very good dribbling skills, especially Doomsy. I would love to see him carry that momentum of them flying upfield super fast and then just break check the heck out of everybody. Like, just completely change the pace of this game and handle it on your own. I feel like they could really get away with it.
That'd be a great pace change. Just a little bit of a mind game there, just to throw them off. Just say, hey, you know what? Actually, we're going to dribble this around you guys. You're way up there. I'm down here. That'd be interesting to see if they could change that up. But we'll see. In game number 4, with Flipside up 2-1. Who's going to take this one? It's going to be Supersonic to tie up this series, or is Flipside going to move forward and make this potentially a 3-2 or 4-1? There's play for Supersonic potentially, but they're back for boost. Mike going to push that out for Cooks here. Looks like no one can get us. So not Cooks here, but there's Doomsy. Sorry, I lost track of Cooks here there.
Yeah, ball played in. Mike Rules had a 50-50, didn't win in his favor, and ELMP cheating up so good to get that pass. But Cooks are having to be the last one to rotate, gets beat out by Doomsy, who was waiting for that the whole time.
Cooks here went stealth mode with that name tag. That Batmobile. But already up a goal. Now Supersonic See if they can keep that moving forward. And we see this seems to be a trend. Supersonic is the first one, and then we go back and forth. We'll see if that continues on, or if they can get a dominating lead on this one. Mike Rules, nice lob off the backboard. Snasky has to get a touch. He does. Steals that away from Mike. But Cook's there to keep the pressure on. And there's Marky with the touch. Oh, that bounce shot right over the last defender.
Here we go again.
Yeah.
Like back and forth. Supersonic Avengers has a good goal, but then they seem to break down a little bit on defense just because they're waiting a little bit too much. The pressure that they have, they carry through so well. It just seems to be that as soon as they lose their initial possession, they have a hard time coming back.
1-1. Tied up, still under a minute of gameplay. As we mentioned, a very common trend with these two teams in every game we've seen so far. See who can pull ahead this time. Snasky out to midfield. Marky Duda going to move back. There's Snasky off the corner. Can he follow it up himself? Get another touch on it. He doesn't. Mike Rules to the corner. Cooks here, just trying to do something with it. Keep it in their possession, but Marky Duda out to the front. ELMP has a chance to shoot. There's Marky, needed to desperately get that to the side, and he does. But Snasky with the pressure on ELMP, going to try to catch this one off the ground. Right over to Snasky.
Man, this is the possession game I'm talking about. Now that it's in favor of Supersonic Avengers, look at them rotate through this. Snasky, Doomsy rotates back, and then another hit keeps going. And this is what has led to those goals and allowing them to go back and forth. But when they break down, Flipside keeps the possession the entire time until they score.
As Flipside now
tries
tries
to
to...
my words, I guess.
Flipside tries to make an attack there, but it goes right back into their end, and ELMP reads that pass off so strongly.
That's exactly what they needed. So despite me looking like a fool just now, they come back with a strong performance. Snasky using that back wall and playing it very high for ELMP, getting himself involved just like we needed.
You should be used to it by now, right?
Yeah,
Ooh, shots.
Hurts, dude. It hurts.
Hearts. Now we'll see, though. Supersonic is up 2-1 with a shot on net, but ooh, a little bit of bad situation defensively there. We'll see if a shot can come out of it. Flipside not getting a good enough touch on that to put it in the net. Still down a goal. Doomsy, a little bit of a weird situation right now. ELMP going to wait for the shot from Mike Rules. Just throws that one to the side. Cooks here up the wall just to take control. Nice touch from him down there, but no one to follow it up. Doomsy steals it away. There's the pushback from Marky Duda. As Cooks here and Marky Duda try to make some work happen down in the corner. Snasky does finally break it out of their own end. It's Mike Rules into the corner. We'll see if they can get out of their own end quick to get a play start up. But ELMP just bullying his way in there, just keeping on the ball. Doomsy as well trying, but now they have to rush back. Marky, back pass to Cooks here. Good touch from him, but couldn't follow it up quick enough. Mike Rules trying to get back. The demo is going to give him more time, but Marky has to try to get that one. He does. Push it to the side. Still 2-1 approaching that halfway mark.
For those that have never watched Marky stream, he does that all the time. He sweeps in so late on defense for the crucial save and then clears it upfield. He does it time and time again, and I'm surprised nobody's contested him on that wall yet.
Cooks here way up in the air. And we'll see if he can get a play started. Misses that second touch on the wall. It did read it was going there, but Doomsy gets it past him.
Oh my goodness.
Nice touch from Doomsy there. That could be out for a teammate. Snasky, very soft touch, easy push out from Mike Rules down to midfield. As they try to make an attack, they're down a goal, and they need to get some shots on net.
I don't know if you saw that, but Marky, he trapped the ball during a power slide just so he could push it forward with the angle of his car. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Marky's so good, man. All these guys so good. I love to watch them from behind the car a lot of times too. The individuals play, but Marky with the shot out front. That could still be a scoring opportunity. Cooks here waits as much as he could to get the shot. Couldn't quite, but Marky back out to Mike Rules. Can Mike Rules get to it? No, Snasky beats him out, and they're still down a goal. They are putting in some work now. We need to see that more often. Cooks here, good touch to the side. Can you follow it up? ELMP is waiting for that one. Off the backboard, this could be it. Marky, nice, out to the side. Mike moving that forward. Flies right back into their end though. Cooks here touches that to the side, but there's a shot on Cooks here. Just getting in the way of that one from Doomsy, but there's another shot attempt. And there's from ELMP to finish it off. That pressure, that rotation, so strong from Supersonic, and they're up 2-1.
Yeah, every clear that Flipside tried to have here just got met very well by this entire Supersonic team. Everybody being involved, pushed it back in, and eventually that defense broke down, and they scored a goal off of it. This is the first time that we've actually seen a gap in goals more than one.
Exactly, and it's on Supersonic's favor. Doomsy reading that a little bit wide. Final minute of gameplay approaching. We're going to have to see Flipside make some moves as they're down 2 goals now against a team that is very formidable. But there's a shot from Marky, taking it in himself. He doesn't need teammates.
What can't he do? This ball being played all the way down, battling with one. I wish someone would have contested that a little bit harder, especially knowing you have 2 teammates back on defense. Wow. But Marky taking full advantage of what he had. Even if he would have missed that, he had teammates behind him ready to come in to score.
Very, very good play from Marky Duda. Sets him down. Only 1 goal deficit now. Doomsy has a chance to chip that wide, but keeps it very low instead. Teammates now have time to recuperate, get some boost into them. Doomsy, last one back on Mike. This could be a scoring opportunity. Doomsy has to get the touch on this. Stuff past him. Mike and Cooksy are both there to finish it. That's still in front of the net. Still a bad spot, and there's a touch from Marky. Finally, Doomsy Snasky pushing that one away from the net. Very, very close situation for Supersonic.
They sent 2 up on that play, and Doomsy with the clutch save, keeping them ahead. I can't believe they got out of that alive.
30 seconds approaching. Still down a goal is Flipside as Supersonic tries to take game number 5 to tie up the series 2-2 to go into game number 5 with a good momentum swing. 25 seconds left. There's a shot from Cooks here, stuffed out by a defender. Can't quite squeak it past Mike. A little bit wide on that one, and Marky also missing it, leaving Cooks here back by himself. Good touch from Mike Rules to pass that back to Cooks here. They get a play started up. Mikey a little bit wide. He will follow it up, but ELMP does push it to the side enough. Cooks here, touch out front to Marky. That could be it. And Marky gets the touch. The pass from Cooks here to tie it up. 6 seconds left.
With 6 seconds left, the pressure, Cooks here getting a touch, following it up off that corner and playing it back in. What a beautiful play with the help of teammates. And Marky, yet again, is showing why he is so good at this game.
Flipside Tactics pulls it back against Supersonic. This could be a bad spot for Supersonic if he can get the touch. He does, and that's it. Goodness. Mike Rules, 2 seconds left now for Supersonic. What a comeback for Flipside.
Getting that kickoff goal, ball cheating up, and that's so risky. Mike Rules following that right away. If someone else would have beat him to that, they would have been in such a bad position. But risk, reward, paying off.
Absolutely, oh my goodness. Flipside, 2 goals within like 5 seconds. Absolutely incredible. We'll see though if they can get another one for Supersonic. They have to keep this alive. Doomsy to ELMP. ELMP does keep it up. That's going to be in a good spot for them. Doomsy can get to that. Oh, but get beaten out. But there is ELMP to keep that in the air. Still 0 seconds. Marky Duda pushing that back into Supersonic. And that ball almost dropping, but Doomsy keeps it alive. Snasky now up in the air, but he loses to Cooks here. That's going to drop down. Marky's going to leave it, but Doomsy keeps it alive once again. That's still in the air. Finally, it touches. They tried so hard, but game number 4 going to Flipside. So close. Oh my goodness.
Now, even though Flipside is clinching the series and these games have been all within 1 point of each other, Supersonic Avengers has a really good job to take at least 2 games off this team. So many other teams have lost 5-0 or 4-1, and for them to take this point will help them so much in the long run.
It's nuts. Like they're so close, and they were ahead, and that's gotta be heartbreaking that last moment for Supersonic. Gosh. They're like, okay, we got this, we have this. Then all of a sudden, Flipside comes forward, plows through, gets 2 goals so quickly.
4 seconds
to take it at 4 seconds.
That's all it took.
2 goals, and that's absolutely nuts. Going into this last game, Supersonic has the best they can get now is 1 more point. We'll see if they can walk away with the 3-2, or if it's going to end up being a 4-1. But they had the chance to make that a 3-2 in their favor. But the last 4 seconds, they lost it.
Okay, either way, no matter how this ends up, like they're showing they're here to play, and you can see it from their team. Like that first series that we saw, they were kind of slowing down, but they have definitely revved up. Look out for this team, especially with how they've been playing. I would be afraid to play either one of these teams.
Absolutely, and hopefully, for Supersonic's sake, we'll see them do this for the rest. I mean, next week and the rest of the games they have to play, continue on this momentum. I mean, they started off today earlier a little bit weaker, but they're at full stride. They need to hold on to this if they want to, clinch themselves a spot.
Yeah, let's see if they can carry that momentum for this Flipside team into this final game, or if Supersonic Avengers is going to be able to bounce back and get 2 games in this series.
Shot already coming out early for Flipside, but stopped by Snasky. So we head down to the train station. We'll see which team can run away with this one. It's Marky Duda off the backboard. ELMP leaving that. That's dangerous, but he does get that stop low down. Cooks here throwing that back up for his teammates. Cooks here off the backboard again. This is still dangerous. ELMP the last one, finally just pushing that away from the slot. And now they're going to move down. Snasky was ready for the pass, but he couldn't quite get it over to him.
Yeah, very tough save there. And ELMP actually taking a touch to play that all the way back downfield with a pinch. I think that was kind of their saving grace, because without it, I don't know how any of them would have boost right now.
Nice clear coming out of Supersonic. ELMP up in the air. That's going to challenge that, but Marky Duda wins out on that one. Mike Rules off the wall. Marky waiting for a pass, but it goes a little bit forward. Not exactly where he was waiting for that one. Good touch from Supersonic to put that towards the net. It's going to give him a chance to start an attack, put some pressure on, but right back in down in their end, they're going to have to rotate back to defense. Snasky needs to get a good touch here, but Marky Duda squeezes it by ELMP, just getting a touch on that to keep it out.
Man, Doomsy with such a clutch demo there. That second rotation man trying to come in can't when he's dead. So able to completely stop all forward momentum they have and able to push that back out. Still, though, on their back heel, they need to be careful.
Doomsy and Snasky in a weird spot there. Almost got stuffed past, but ELMP now finally moving forward at fast speeds. Walks away from it as Cooksier takes it out. Mike trying to get a touch there. Can't. Doomsy puts it in a bad spot. Cooksier can take a shot off the post, but there's the follow through from Mike. And very good play from them. Good option coverage from Mike.
Poor ELMP. He's sitting on the backside of this play, trying to come in and make a save, but that wall just completely threw him off. Either way, that shot would have went in, whether it was near post or a pass onto the other side.
A lot of momentum coming through there. Swung into way too quick. And that's going to be one up for Flipside on the scoreboard. Game number 1 in favor of Flipside Tactics. They're up 3-1 in the series. See if they can carry it on. Oh, Mike Rules almost getting that by Snasky. Good touch out to the middle. But that's Mike Rules waiting for that to drop down. He was just waiting in their net. See if he can get the play. But Margie with the shot just kept out by Snasky. And that's going to move back down towards Flipside's end. We'll see if Supersonic can make anything out of this and get a play started up. That's going back to midfield. A good chip has to come out for Supersonic, but no one there to connect with it. It's going to leave Cooks here with a backboard pass out. Markey was waiting for that, but no one there. Sorry, it does get pushed aside by Supersonic as they keep the play from developing, but they're getting stuck in their own end now. That's a shot on target. ELMP just keeping it out, but still an open net, and Cooks here finishes it off.
Such a tough spot to be for ELMP, getting worked by the rotations of this Flipside team. One shot goes on, and he makes a crucial save. Obviously, it's kind of tough to determine where the ball is going to go, but when you have another player that's rotating back in and able to put another shot on net, there's only so much you can do.
Flipside up now, 2-0, approaching that halfway mark. Supersonic getting very stuck in their own end right now, and it's a very scary spot for them to be as they do want a point. Every point matters so much to them. The shot! Wow, the placement from Marky Duda, not looking good for Supersonic.
Man, Flipside showing why they are the #1 team right now. Mike taking a pass from mid and pushing that, and then Marky with no hesitation flicking that ball into the bottom left side of the net in between two defenders as well. Such good placement.
Dirty play, very good. We'll see now, they're 3 up. Still halfway left to go in this match. Supersonic has a lot of time, but they are, again, getting caught a little off guard. I was wondering what they need to do now to fix it in the second half to get some goals themselves.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I don't know if there's much they can do, but if they are going to do anything, it needs to happen right now with pass plays like this. It's just every single time they do something off the backboard or off the back wall, someone on it, this Flipside team is waiting for it to hit it back out. They just need to find a way to match that.
Snasky and ELMP trying to go for a pinch there, but ELMP takes it away. Still very good for them, but Markey now gaining control. Runs that across the ceiling, trying to get that away from their net, but Doomsy does intercept that, trying to push it right back into Flipside's end. Marky Duda with a backflip. Cooks here is going to clean it up instead. On target, ELMP needs to push it to the side. He does. Snasky with the follow-up. Very good. ELMP with the second follow-up. Now Doomsy needs to get the first touch on this. He does. Pushing that down. ELMP is ready for this. Almost gets that touch in net, but Mike Rules just gets enough on it to push it to the side. And now Marky Duda trying to keep that away from anyone attacking. Almost puts it right up for Snasky, though, but his teammate does help him out. And now Flipside back pushing forward. Ball in control. Supersonic, they send it right back down into the blue end. Mike Rules doing what he can to get a touch out here, but that, just gets it past Snasky at the last second.
Such mechanical skill coming out there. That extra little touch completely made one of the Supersonic Avengers players miss, and that's what it was allowed to do because they were both waiting like sharks underneath that.
Final minute of gameplay. Supersonic Avengers need 3 goals to at least tie this up for an overtime. It's going to be a difficult task as Flipside Tactics are starting to come out very, very strong in their gameplay. This is what we expect from Flipside. But now, Supersonic trying to push forward. Cooks here going to catch this on the ground. No, misses it instead. Or leaves it for Mark up to Cooks here. That's going to go across the net very fast. No one's going to be able to connect with that on Supersonic's end. That's out back to the other side. ELMP is going to have to clean this up, but Cooks here gets a nice touch on it to keep it away from him. Doomsy with a good rotation. They're doing very good on keeping rotation strong, but 20 seconds left back in their own end. This is going to be a very difficult task.
Yeah, they were doing a really good job of keeping ball possession at the end there. Problem is when you only have a time frame that you're trying to compete with, you don't have time to keep passing it back and forth field eventually to starve them out. You need to put it in immediately.
Oh, and almost another one coming from Flipside to add insult to injury, and now Cooks here going to kill this one out, and that's going to drop right there, and Flipside Tactics takes it in a 4-1 against Supersonic, and I wasn't expecting that.
No, the games, despite being so close, this 4-1 doesn't tell the story at all. You see back and forth until that last game where it was a 3-0. Everything else was neck and neck. They battled it out. And Supersonic Avengers actually came so close to winning that series. Both 2 times they lost at the end, whether it be with those 2 goals that came in quick succession or that overtime. It takes a little bit out of you, but for them to keep battling despite those losses shows and how much they can attest to as a team.
They did. It was just very weird in that last game. It was 15-1 shots in favor of Flipside. I don't know what switched or what happened to Supersonic, but unfortunately for them, only 1 point got taken away from that series. It's going to be 4-1. Flipside Tactics. We're going to go back to the desk and see what they have to say. If they thought it would be that close, I'm pretty sure their predictions were a little closer than that. We're going to toss it right over to Axel Toss. Take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here we are at the analyst desk at the Rocket League Championship Series. Honestly, what a great series to close out the day. We were all saying that, Flipside, clearly one of the best in the world, but we also said that Supersonic Avengers has a pretty good squad on their hands, and they made it really close.
Yeah, they showed it for the first 4 games. Like, all the stats were really, really close, from shots to saves and everything, until that final game where Flipside just turned it on 15-1 shots.
Yeah. Leaf said it, 15-1 shots. Oof. Just the pressure coming out from Flipside, but really Flipside, they did what they had to do to win, especially that heartbreaker in Game 4. Just seconds left and Flipside comes back. It harkens back to the shoot and goal series where they did the same exact thing. A team fighting for points and Flipside just smacked down, taking it back.
Flipside getting 2 goals in the last 6 seconds there, just heartbreaking. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the highlights from that series. A lot of awesome plays, obviously, were produced.
Yeah, first we got some Flipside defense from Marky here. He was all over the field with some great aerials as well.
Yeah, but Cooks, he seems to be playing a lot better. And that passing play, Cooks being in the right spot, but really Flipside continued their passing plays into this series.
It's like, and every goal doesn't have to be like a 100-mile-per-hour shot. Doomsy just chooses a location here and gets that shot to the far post where all 3 defenders are not watching.
Yeah, but still, this passing play by Flipside was insane. The placement from Cooks, but really just every single player on Flipside playing a role in that goal.
They are just disgusting. Mike's passes, Marky's aerials, they just go off.
Yeah, and even though Supersonic Avengers kept it close, it really did feel like this was the Flipside show. ELMP, I did think he stepped it up. He scored quite a few goals for Supersonic Avengers, but in the end, the pressure from Flipside just too much to handle for Supersonic Avengers.
Yeah, when Supersonic Avengers is leaving that net open on the face-off with 5 seconds left, and that's why Marky got that goal. But then just the pass and plays from Flipside, again, Mike to Marky, over and over again. That's what they're known for. They showed it today.
I think that's the underlying statement here, especially if you're going to be a really good team in the world. And we see that a lot from We Dem Girls as well, where just the true team play, where, in Rocket League, sometimes you have those magical shots, or those aerial, the air dribbles and all that. But when these teams have so much synergy and chemistry when passing to each other across the field. Obviously today we saw a couple times where Flipside was faking the kickoff, and then they would just pass to each other down the field and get a goal at the end. Like, if you can do things like that, there's no wonder they're one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, a huge dichotomy between teams like Selfless, who have so many shots and so few goals, and then and it's because they just take the shots on net, like you're saying. If you just put a shot on net and try not to use your teams, a lot of times it's easy saves. But Flipside, like that one play where it was Mike and to Marky back out into the mid to Cookser, who's waiting, and put it right in the corner. Those are the types of plays that really make you stand out compared to other Rocket League teams and make you one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, because like at the same time, they're trying to score on the other best players in the world, and they know how to stop a 1v1 play. Everyone's played 1v1. For the most part, it's really hard to beat someone by yourself. So that's why in a team of 3, like we see the stats at the start of the show, 75% of the goals have an assist tied to them, and that's not a coincidence. It's because that's how hard it is to score on these players.
Yeah, just an excellent play all across the board, all over the Rocket League field. Again, the best players in the world in action today. And that's going to wrap up the day. Such an exciting set of matches. Let's take a look at the standings. Again, this is the first half, so we're still going to play the second half of matches. That's all happening next week, starting Saturday with North America at noon and Sunday at 9 a.m. again, all Pacific time. with the Europeans. Here we see the standings at the end of the day. No surprise to see Flipside Tactics at the very top.
Yeah, Super Psyonix Avengers and Flying Dutchman are battling for that 4th spot. That game is going to be huge next week, while the top 3 in Europe are showing up. Mockit EU showed up huge today.
Yep, and then you see that Shooting Goal has had a rough day at the office, 0-15, still looking to get their first win. And it just makes me think back to that Flipside game where they were winning by 2 goals with just seconds left. And then yet again, Flipside came back to just poo-poo on that party.
So we are getting closer and closer to finding out who are the 4 representatives from North America, who are the 4 representatives of Europe who are going to come to the international final in Hollywood August 6th and August 7th. On that note, if you want tickets, you can get them. If you want VIP tickets, I don't think you can, because in the first 8 minutes, the VIP tickets were sold out. However, there still is general admission. So if you're in California, if you're in the United States, and you want to come to Hollywood and check out the best Rocket League action in the world, the first international final between North America and Europe, definitely book your plane tickets, book your train tickets, book your bus tickets, get ready for the road trip, get all your friends coming, and go get yourself your general admission tickets right now before they get sold out. I think we're about to close out the day, though. Any final words, though, before we do?
It was a great day. Like, Europe really showed up. I love the pass and plays in Europe. Solid.
Yeah, absolutely. Europe showing us how it's done. They're so skilled on the ball, like you're saying. So really, I think this was just a taste of what's to come. We still have to close out the groups next weekend, so I'm setting a reminder on my calendar right now.
And you guys should too. Honestly, just keep the stream in your browser. Like, there's no reason not to. Just kind of minimize it. Keep it on all week. That's fine. No one's going to judge you. But again, next Saturday, we're going to finish up North America starting at noon, twitch.tv/Rocket League. Next Sunday, we're going to finish up with Europe. Again, that's 9 o'clock a.m. Pacific time. Why drink coffee when you can have amazing Rocket League at the Rocket League Championship Series? Again, that's twitch.tv/Rocket League. On behalf of Gibbs, James Vaught, all the other commentators, everyone behind the scenes, my name is Axel Toss. Thank you so much for watching the Rocket League Championship Series, and we'll see you next week.